Hello everyone, and welcome to Techstrong TV. Today is Monday, February 27th, and I hope you're all having a wonderful day so far. I'm your host, William Willis, and in today's show, we're going to bring you some fantastic interviews with incredible guests from around the world, so stay tuned. As always, I'm going to start off with our Techstrong News Recap, filling you in on the biggest tech headlines that are making waves. Then we will head over to Sharon, where she sits down with Ron Neeson, co-founder and CEO of Entitle, to talk about the company's $15 million in seed funding and the launch of its cloud permissions management platform. Then, Alan meets with Orr Weiss, co-founder and CEO of Permit.io, to talk about Permit's raising $6 million in seed funding to help developers easily build permissions into their cloud-native applications. Then we will air 2 sessions of the DevOps Experience 2022. In the first session, Lance Knight, President and COO of Connect All, will reveal how you can use value stream management principles to find all the tools you are using in your DevOps pipeline, map out and get visibility into data across your DevOps pipeline, and identify lean metrics using goal, question, metric strategy. Then hear from Caesars Entertainment CTO Martin Logan about how Caesars leveraged software, DevOps, and cloud native to transform from a hotel company to an online gaming powerhouse. We will then air an episode of The Haunted Hacker with Mike Jones. In this episode, Mike speaks to former FBI agent Kurt Swiezdak about corruption in electronic surveillance. Next up, we will air a session from Predict 2023. In this session, Mike Vizard leads a panel of experts, including Paolo Huvera of Pure Storage, Sanjeev Sahu of Ingram Micro, and Nicholas Perota of Harman, to dig into digital transformation trends for 2023. Then we will wrap up this broadcast with 2 episodes of View with Vizard. In the first episode, Mike interviews Kit Merker, Chief Growth Officer for Noble 9, as Kit explains why attaining and maintaining service level objectives has become more critical in the wake of the company receiving an additional $15 million in funding. Then Mike interviews Peter Smales, General Manager for Enterprise Container Management at SUSE, as Peter dives into why mainstream adoption of cloud-native applications is finally starting to happen across enterprise IT. And that's what we have coming up for you in this episode of Techstrong TV. So without further ado, let's get the show started. Enjoy.
DevOps.com is the #1 online destination for DevOps education and community building. DevOps.com covers all aspects of DevOps, including DevOps best practices and tools, DevOps culture, DevSecOps, business impact, continuous testing, continuous delivery, and more. DevOps.com has the largest collection of original DevOps content, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.devops.com to learn more. DevOps.com, where the world meets DevOps.
Hi again, everyone. Here are the headlines for February 27th. First up, Baidu, one of the largest search and AI companies in China, has revealed its plan to incorporate its AI chatbot, Ernie, into search services starting in March. The chatbot will be used in all aspects of Baidu's business, including search and cloud search services, smart car operating systems, and smart speakers. Baidu stated that AI technology has reached a critical point, and all sectors will inevitably undergo transformation, so they're starting this process early. This comes during a heated battle between Microsoft and Google over the development and deployment of AI in both companies' respected search engines. The release of Ernie is part of Baidu's efforts to create a ChatGPT equivalent for China, as China looks to the tech industry to revive its economy after the pandemic and years of regulatory scrutiny. Next up, Google is conducting a test to determine a possible reaction to Canada's proposed Online News Act, Bill C-18. The bill would require companies such as Google and Meta to negotiate compensation deals with Canadian media outlets for the use of their content. In response, Google has blocked some of Canadian users from accessing all type of news content, including content created by Canadian broadcasters and newspapers. The test will continue for approximately 5 weeks and will affect the search engine and the Discover feature on Android devices. Google's concerns regarding the bill are that it is too broad, does not require publishers to adhere to basic journalistic standards, and could lead to the spread of low-quality clickbait content. However, those in support of the bill say it will allow for more fair compensation for journalists. The bill has been passed by the Canadian House of Commons and will be examined by the Senate in the upcoming months. In other news, the European Union's executive branch has temporarily banned TikTok from phones used by employees due to concerns over the video sharing app's security and data privacy. The Corporate Management Board has suspended TikTok's use on devices issued to staff or personal devices that staff use for work as what they are calling a cybersecurity measure. The ban follows similar moves in the US, where more than half of the states and Congress have banned TikTok from official government devices. TikTok has 125 million users in the European Union, so TikTok has requested a meeting to discuss its continued enhancement to its data security approach. This being said, the suspension will require staffers to delete TikTok from devices used for professional business by March 15th. Next up, Amazon has finalized its purchase of One Medical, a primary care provider, for $3.9 billion. The acquisition is part of Amazon's expansion into the healthcare industry, which also includes Amazon Pharmacy and Amazon Clinic, a patient-to-doctor messaging service. One Medical currently operates over 214 medical offices in 20 markets and serves over 800,000 members through virtual care and in-person visits. This being said, there have been concerns from anti-monopoly groups about the acquisition's potential to harm patient privacy and competition. The Federal Trade Commission plans to review possible negative impacts on competition and consumers resulting from Amazon's control and use of sensitive consumer health information held by One Medical, despite not planning on taking any current legal action. On DevOps.com, we have an article that looks at DevOps use cases for AI-assisted Kubernetes. An AI-assisted Kubernetes orchestrator can offer so many benefits to companies running containerized applications. This article looks at particular use cases and the roadmap ahead for implementing it. To learn more, go to DevOps.com. On Security Boulevard, we have an article that looks at a report showing the progress of the shift to Zero Trust. The report, which was conducted by Okta, found that 22% of companies analyzed have deployed one or more Zero Trust configurations. This being said, though, the deployment of security tools grew 23% from last year, and several other security features, such as VPNs and training tools, also increased in adoption. To learn more, go to SecurityBoulevard.com. Finally, on Container Journal, we have an article that looks at how Isovalent has delivered an update to the open source Cilium network to add support for the Gateway API and integrations with Grafana. The updates, which will ultimately increase observability and improve identity and certificate management, is meant to make networking in Kubernetes environments more accessible. To learn more, go to ContainerJournal.com. And that's today's Techstrong News Recap.
SecurityBoulevard.com is the leading resource for news, analysis, and education on challenges facing the cybersecurity industry. SecurityBoulevard.com covers all aspects of cybersecurity, including data security, DevSecOps, cloud security, application security, network security, security threats, and more. SecurityBoulevard.com has the largest selection of security content, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.securityboulevard.com to learn more. SecurityBoulevard.com, home of Security Bloggers Network.
This is Techstrong TV. Welcome, everyone, back to Techstrong TV. My name is Sharon Florentine. I am the managing editor here at Techstrong Group. I am joined today by Ron Neeson. He is, well, I'm going to let Ron tell you a little bit about himself and his company and title. And Ron, take it away. You'll say it better than I ever could.
Sure thing. Thanks for hosting me, Sharon. I'm Ron. Nice to meet you. I grew up in Dallas, Texas, moved to Israel, enlisted in Unit 200, which you might be familiar with. Did classic operational cybersecurity there for many years, along with Avi, my co-founder. Both did a long journey together in research and development. And we were really, really drawn towards permission management as honestly kind of the combination of something super important and yet so boring, nobody wanted anything to do with it. It was kind of the unsexy part of security. And yet we felt that it was, everyone was talking about like all this next gen security stuff. But when you look at what companies were getting compromised for, even the most recent Okta and Uber compromises, it was very much boring old like IT or customer success having too many privileges. And so we knew there was something interesting to be done there. And we started our journey very humble, just interviewing a ton of security professionals, asking them what their challenges were. And they all kept drawing us back towards the challenges of governance of access. So knowing who has access to what, taking away access when it's no longer needed. And we were really lucky that we spoke with the IT and DevOps side as well. And we realized that many of the challenges that security teams face in governance of access actually originated upstream in the IT and DevOps departments and how employees got permissions to begin with. So when you joined your company, what was the process that you went through, to get access? And we're all familiar with the old story of opening a ticket to IT and, oh, it's taking them forever to give me access. And so there are a lot of direct challenges with the manual way that permissions are processed today, whether it's just employee efficiency and how long it takes them to get access. But, somewhere around 30% of tickets that IT DevOps departments process are access requests. And so that manual process obviously becomes a burden. But what we learned is that the biggest challenge actually is the security side of things. So because IT and DevOps are doing their things manually, it's become really hard to know exactly who had access, when they had that access, is it still relevant? And so we realized that if we automate that process, ideally everyone will love this. The business will be more efficient. IT and DevOps won't have to do this manual work, and security corely will be able to know exactly what's going on, get visibility into the different applications, different processes. And that's kind of what led us to where we're doing what we're doing today. We raised a total of $15 million, and now I have a lot of companies that trust us to be the backbone of their company from a permission management perspective.
Awesome. Well, congratulations, first of all, on that raise. And, I understand you're coming out of stealth with this. So you've talked a little bit about the problems that led you to developing this solution, but how does that tie into the buzzwords that we're hearing of, zero trust security and principle of least privilege and all of those things, because I know a lot of IT and business leaders aren't going to really get down into the nitty gritty. They're going to hear those buzzwords and go, okay, well, how does this solve that problem?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a great question, because that's one of the things that, I'm honestly a little buzzword allergic. I'm always scared to name drop buzzwords, right? And to the point where it's probably playing against us, right? People kind of need to know what category to put you in. But least privilege and zero trust is the big driver of why to manage access in the first place, right? Because, I always joke that stereotypically what IT want is to give everyone access to everything, because that's the easiest. And what security want is no one to have access to anything, because then, it's secure because no one can do anything.
Yeah.
And the question is always, how do you strike that balance? And least privilege and zero trust speaks towards the importance of being granular and defining exactly what people actually need. But the challenge is often the business implications and how to make sure that you're not restraining the business by restraining people's access. And that's exactly what we're looking to strike the balance, exactly what Entitle is looking to do. So being on the one side, both a business enabler by driving the business forward, by reducing SLAs, by improving the process, but also giving security the least privilege approach that they're looking for. And a big part of that is just-in-time access or temporary access to sensitive resources, because you're always, security teams, IT teams are going to define some sort of policy, but the challenge is what happens to that policy over time. The business changes, it shifts. And creating a just-in-time approach has enabled companies to be much more agile on one hand, so giving people what they need when they need it, but on the other hand, making sure that people don't have what they need for longer than what they need. So whether it's admin roles and removing that access when it's no longer needed, or PII databases, or production access, all these services, which are very important to know exactly who's admin there, exactly what's going on, and removing that when it's no longer needed.
So is this a cloud-based SaaS delivered solution? Is this a on-premises? How logistically does it work?
So that's the beauty of how we're tackling things. So by being very cloud-centric, we're able to provide an out-of-the-box solution for what companies need to manage their cloud access. Now, the challenge is often trusting a vendor with the ability to manage access to your companies is challenging. Like, it's not something that's not taken lightly. We don't take that trust lightly. And so we've built security into the product, both from an organizational perspective and just creating policies in place that enable to make and that make sure that we're hold ourselves accountable, for that. But mainly, and this is kind of what usually people are looking for, is we have a hybrid deployment model. So we do have a fully cloud hosted model, and that's often easier to install, but a lot of companies will want to self-host a certain part of the solution, which ensures that the API tokens never leave their environment. And so basically what it ensures that it's just much more secure, and that if one customer gets compromised or one vendor gets compromised, it doesn't transfer into other vendors, excuse me. And so basically you can go either way. You can self-host, you can have the hybrid deployment, which is, by the way, very easy to install. Like, one click from the GUI, it's up and running inside your own cloud environment. You can host it in AWS, GCP, Azure, whatever you'd like. Very flexible.
Awesome. Works for everyone.
Yeah, that's the idea.
So what else did you want to discuss here? What else should people know about Entitle, about the security problems you're trying to solve?
I think it might be worth outlining how the product works de facto, like what this actually looks like.
Let's do it.
And so the solution, actually, I'll take a step back. Permission management has two core aspects, right? Governance, the retrospective, provisioning, the operations. And a big driver, we mentioned least privilege, a big driver is that of permission management is often the compliance side of things. But we believe that, good governance, good compliance is a byproduct of an automated and tight provisioning process. So we want to make sure that employees are actually getting what they need and not more than that. And so we've created a platform that has four core aspects. One is a self-service aspect, meaning employees can request access through what they need. Slack, Teams, Jira Service. Now, it doesn't matter. We call it front-end agnostic exactly for that reason. And basically, an employee puts in a request. It's processed by the policy engine. And so security teams have a no-code policy engine where they can define a different approval processes based off the different risk profiles. So if you are on call, that might be a more lenient approval process because that's an emergency. And if you're requesting access to a database that has PII information, maybe that should be treated with more care because that's very sensitive access. If it's an admin or if it's a read-only roles, those are two very different risk profiles that entail different approval processes. And so this is a very flexible tool that you can take and adapt into whatever your environment, whatever is right for you, because different companies do permission management differently. And so it's a very flexible tool. Third aspect is the actual API fulfillment. So we come out of the box with a ton of integrations into basically everything, hopefully everything that you need. That companies need. And so this is everything from corporate SaaS applications to dev SaaS applications, databases, cloud infrastructure, very wide range of integrations that enable us to provide very quick time to value. So we have very wide coverage for whatever the company needs. Within a few hours, it's already up and running. And so that removes the need for IT DevOps to provision that access. Because again, when you want access to GitLab, we will go to that GitLab repository, get you that access. You want access to MongoDB table, we will go to MongoDB and get you that access. And the same can be said, obviously, for many of the other applications. And the fourth aspect is the governance, and that's the kind of retrospective. Because once we're the source of truth, once we're the ones that are, again, giving and taking away access, it's really easy to know exactly who had, when they had, what was going on, why they got it. Is it still relevant? Should I remove it? That's kind of a byproduct of all the different automation and central source of truth that we've defined. And so one of the powerful ways that we've been tackling this is that we've been pulling into information from a lot of different sources. So we integrate with your HR management system, so we know exactly what's going on. We integrate with your identity provider, so we know which users exist. We have obviously researched these different applications, so we know exactly what the permission model is there. And we integrate with, PagerDuty and OpsDuty, so we know who's on call, with training systems, so we know which training you've gone through, with data tagging solutions, so we know which information is sensitive, where there's PII, so on and so forth. And so pulling all this information to a central platform enables you to create policies across the organization that couldn't be done before.
Wow. Where do you store all that data? How does that work?
So again, it goes back to whatever, if the customer wants to self-host this information, or they want us to completely host it for them. The idea is, again, quick time to value, quick implementation time. And so, whether either way you choose within, let's say a day, usually we call it a few hours, but let's say a day, it's fully operational, fully integrated with a lot of your applications.
That's amazing.
I think especially in a permission management world, historically, permission management projects are renowned for taking forever and never seeing success. And that's been our biggest challenge, or our biggest goal, is to create a product that a IAM professional, a DevOps professional, IT security professional, whoever's responsible for this in the organization, can see real success within a few hours, already roll this out to employees.
If there's anything else that you wanted to talk to us about.
Maybe one more thing I wanted to add is, I mentioned that there are a lot of different stakeholders in permission management, right? There's security that care about permission management. They're the ones that care about least privilege. There's IT and DevOps that do the actual work and provisioning that access. And there's the business units that are the ones that actually know what's going on, right? The person that knows whether or not you need access is often not the IAM guy that's sitting wherever. It's the manager that knows what's going on. And so being able to create a collaboration platform where all these different stakeholders can define a centralized policy, and every business unit can all of a sudden be the control their own destiny, know what's going on, and the ability to recommend ownership. So basically decentralizing or delegating the responsibility, empowering the business units with the ability to make the right decision on that access. And from a security perspective, that makes much more sense too. And that's one of the things that that's been driving us. We're all security researchers by training. We all come from a security background, and permission management's often a very IT world, right? And so being able to bring the two together and bring a security-centric mindset to an IT operations world and enabling the business while we're at it, I think that a lot of security products we're lucky in that a lot of security products are often seen as taking away from the business, right? It's only adding burden. And Tidal is one of those few security platforms where, our security experience has enabled us to create a very, very powerful security solution, but we're also an enabler of the business as well.
All right. Well, thank you, Ron, so much for coming on and talking to us about Entitle today. And I am sure we're going to be hearing a lot more about you guys and the company in the future. So congratulations again. And we will be talking to you again soon.
Thank you very much, Sharon. It was great meeting you. Thanks for having me.
You as well. And stay tuned, folks, because we've got a lot more great content coming up for you on Techstrong TV. Stick around.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hey everyone, we're back here on Techstrong TV. I'm happy to be joined by my friend Or Weiss. Or, of course, is the CEO founder of Permit.io website. And I've had the pleasure of interviewing Or in person, as well as here on Techstrong. Or, first of all, welcome back. I hope all is well with you.
Thanks for having me. It's great being here. Since we last talked, I've become a parent myself. I've
good for you,
baby boy.
Mazel tov, as they say over here in Florida.
Thank you very much, and I'm excited in Florida. Yeah, for sure. You're also here in Israel.
Go figure.
I'm kind of excited on both raising a human being and raising a startup. I keep seeing common themes between the two. And,
there are some common things, but there's nothing better than raising a human being. I love my startups, but you'll see. You'll say I told you. Anyway, so congratulations on that. For those who there are people out here maybe who have heard of Permit or have not heard of Permit, why don't we just quickly give them a quick level set what Permit.io does?
Sure. So Permit is a solution to add permissions to your product with the premise of you never having to build permissions again. If you ever used software in the past, and I bet you did, you probably noticed that there are a lot of access control experiences built into that. To name a few: user management with the ability to assign roles, API key management, audit logs, multi-tenancy, approval flows, etc., etc., etc. And every time you saw those, some poor schlep of a developer had to create them from scratch. So instead of doing that over and over and wasting time, you can use Permit and actually focus on building your product and be confident that you're having the best access control that is available out there.
Excellent. All right. So I think we've laid the groundwork. I wanted to spend the bulk of our time today talking about a new offering from Permit. I think you call it Permit Elements.
Right. So Permit Elements, kind of like Stripe Elements, we took a lot of inspiration from how they build their software. So I've kind of touched on this with the premise: when you're building software, there's a lot that you need to do with access control. Some of it is in the back end, in the enforcement itself, and how you create the infrastructure to enforce access in real time and use things like policy as code and the event-driven architecture that supports that. But another thing that you need is also the experiences for the end customers and for the other stakeholders. You want, for example, when your product managers need to add another role into the system, you want them to be able to do it on their own. When your customers want to see what they did within the system, you want to enable them to do that on their own so they don't have to bug you for every little thing. And in the end of the day, you have two options. You either build these experiences yourself, or you use Permit and you have them ready-made and you bake them into your software. So we provide them as iframe and then as React components, and they're customizable enough so you can enjoy the power of them, but still have them on brand and on theme with what you're building. And it's just like with Stripe, for example, if you want to add a shopping cart or if you want to add a billing page, you'll be able to take those ready-made elements and embed them into your software. And with Permit, it's the same. If you want the audit log screen, if you want user management with those roles, if you want another user to be able to ask permissions from their colleagues, that's all ready for you to use. You don't need to build it. And there's a lot of smart mechanics built into that. And we can also talk about how by using these mechanics, everyone kind of benefits because of the smart underlayers, the user behavior analytics that are kind of shared between accounts.
I love it. So, of course, look, this is the whole user access and control is, in my mind, it's the killer app in the cloud, right? It's the killer kind of security piece in the cloud as well. I always, you mentioned Stripe has something called Elements, but of course this is different, right?
Right.
What drove you and the team to say, hey, you know what, this is something that's needed. This is how we should do this.
Bottom line, our customers. So when we
it's always the customer.
Yeah, the customer is always right, and you better listen. And I think something that is unique to us, I'd even brag and saying we are developers ourselves. We've been hands-on developers till the moment we founded the company, and also a lot within the company itself. And we realized something that I think some of our competitors haven't. I think when you talk to our competitors and you ask them, what do developers want? They'll say things like, developers want really complex technology that enables them to build amazing things. And while that's true on the surface, it kind of misses the point in the authorization space. Because in the authorization space and in similar fields, developers basically don't give a rat's ass about this. They want to focus on actually building their product. This
Absolutely.
is a nuance and an annoyance that adds a lot of friction from the core things that you want to do. Just like you don't want to build your own encryption, you don't want to build your own authentication, you don't really want to build your own authorization. So by just providing them with a policy engine or just providing them with the infrastructure or APIs to build this, you're not really solving the problem for them. You're leaving most of the pain on the table for them to tackle. And that's that's not the right way, I think, to approach this. I think the right way is to take this end to end off the table so developers can focus on what they actually care about building their core features in the product. And in order to do so, you need to take care of the experience end to end. You need to deliver the interfaces, the UI components themselves that the developers can delegate to their fellow stakeholders, product, security, compliance, support, professional services, and most importantly, to the end customers themselves, who, in the end of the day, need to be able to work with that software with those access control elements or experiences.
Got it. Or so this is available right now?
Yeah, it's available for everyone in self-service. You can just go into Permit. We kind of guide you to both apply the enforcement itself, apply the SDK or plugins that will actually toggle access within your application. But we also enable you to start right off with the elements themselves. If you want a user management screen, if you want API key management, if you want audit logs, you can use those independently of the enforcement itself. Obviously, if you use it with the enforcement, you gain the benefits of the two. So, for example, when you enforce access, that automatically generates audit logs. You don't need to call another API to register the fact that one user tried to perform an action. That automatically gets registered just by you checking for access. So it will automatically populate for your customer the ability to see what they did within their tenant.
Love it. So you can get it self-serve. What costs? How do you you're you got to make money. Yeah.
So we're a PLG company, so we're using usage-based pricing. So the main metric is how many monthly active users you have, meaning how many identities you check permissions for on a monthly basis. So it doesn't matter how many authorization queries you do or how many instances of permit you deploy. On your side, we provide a microservice for authorization for you. So you can deploy that as many instances of that as you want, and it scales with your software. And at the end of the day, you only care about how many identities you check permissions for.
Excellent. Great. So you can get this permit.io. Encourage everyone to go check it out. I want to pivot a little bit. So an announcement came out from Amazon about I guess it's a new language, really, but around access and control. Tell us about it. I'm assuming you know about it. Tell us about it a little bit.
I do, and I'm actually pretty excited about it. So a lot of people, when they're building their access control, they're taking inspiration from Amazon, and a lot of people have been looking at the Amazon and the AWS IAM, how you do access control for infrastructure components within AWS. And that has kind of been misleading people. They've been coupling the infrastructure level access control that they have with their own application level. So, for example, they couple the application level access control with access to an S3 bucket, for example. That's a very bad idea, and Amazon has recognized that as well. And they've said, okay, we need an application level access control solution that people can use. And in the interim before Amazon came in, other players like OPA and also, as maybe another example, have created policy engines for people to use, and some of them have become popular. But what's unique here is that a significant player like AWS is coming in and says, yes, a policy language is something that we need. Application level authorization is something that we need to address, and we can't couple it with our infrastructure level access control. And there's a room for a language here that will be simple enough for people to use in the cloud. So this at first, I think it's an important step in the maturity of this space, in the maturity of authorization languages. And it's also an important step in how we see the market. A lot of the other players, unlike Permit, have been kind of tooting, we have our own policy engine, you should use only that. We, from day one, said this should be engine agnostic. We should support multiple languages because you need the right tool for the right task. And now AWS is adding a very significant tool to this toolbox. So we've kind of adopted it very early on. So this, I think in general, increases the maturity of this entire space. I think this brings us into awareness for everyone. But it also raises a lot of interesting questions. So AWS has took a step forward with this. What about other clouds? Which languages would you use when you're working between multiple clouds, or you're working with hybrid cloud? How would you work with this with maybe some still on-prem deployments that you have? So we're trying as Permit, we're trying to answer that as well. We're providing a layer on top that you can use both with OPA and Cedar and with other languages. But as a whole, the market still needs to kind of decide on this. And I think we're just seeing the start of both the complexity and the new solutions that are going to be coming in from the big vendors and the small vendors alike.
Excellent. Sometimes when you're in AWS's position, right, you can really kind of force the market in one direction or another and impose is a bad word, but strongly suggest, right, a particular way of doing it. Of course, the question comes up though, well, what about people who are on Azure or GPC, right? Does this solution have legs enough to carry over to make it truly industry-wide, or does it become an AWS and remain an AWS-only language?
So it remains to be seen. I think a lot of this depends on how they decide to release it to the market. So far, they've only opened this for a closed beta, and they've already released specs on the language and not the language itself or any engine where you can play with the language. So it's not open source, for example. If they'll open source it, that might create a different situation. But I actually wouldn't count on that at the moment. So we're likely to see other implementations of this. We're likely to see other engines kind of complement this. And I think most importantly, we'll be seeing bridging components that allow you to leverage the different policy languages within the different clouds or different deployments as you need them. But it's still early days. So it's I think most of the interesting things are ahead of us. And I'm super excited about this. We're literally building the standards here that will guard applications for generations to come.
I don't disagree with you at all. Hey, man, it's great catching up with you. We were talking a little off camera. You'll be at KubeCon up in Amsterdam.
Yes, me in person and the entire team. And I look forward to connect with you there as well. And with the rest of the audience listening to us, I'll be more than happy to catch up with all of the attendees.
For sure we will, man. It's great seeing you all. Congratulations on being a parent. It's really the best job you're ever going to have. Enjoy every second. It goes quickly, too. They grow up. But keep doing what you're doing at Permit as well, and we'll be in touch.
Thank you very much, Ellen. Until next time.
Till next time. Orwise, CEO, co-founder, Permit.io here on Techstrong. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back.
Hello, there's a lot of challenges today with DevOps being everywhere. Data is everywhere with that data. And the challenge is how do I get that information, those measurements in the right place so that I can create metrics, analytics, and make business decisions on? One of the interesting things is that organizations today aren't really business driven or data driven like we think they are, right? A lot of organizations today barely even get to their data or know where it is to use it to create measurements. And it's a big problem today. And even for DevOps people, it's a problem. Hi, I'm Lance Knight. I am president and CEO of a company called ConnectAll. I've been involved in IT software development delivery for decades now, specifically helping organizations to be more efficient with software development and delivery, and focusing mostly on how you can use lean manufacturing principles I learned as a child as a younger man, to be more efficient. The thing is that most IT operations people, DevOps people, are just getting saturated with requests today for all types of analytics and metrics, from flow metrics, DevOps metrics, DORA metrics, improvement metrics. There's portfolio metrics, agile metrics. All of these types of knowledge and all of this data exists all over the place, and they're struggling trying to figure out, where do I get that information from? Dave here, he's a DevOps manager, and on a day-to-day basis, he's inundated with requests about, how do I make my team more important? That's what's going on. How do I get more metrics? For example, the DORA metrics can be confusing, but there's also other types of analysis and metrics that people are looking for and asking Bob from. And his boss always comes to him and says, how do I make the team more efficient? How do I measure that? And where do I get that information from is what Bob is asking, or Dave here is asking in the back of his head. So it's truly a complicated problem as teams grow and things happen, and it's this thing. It's like, where is all this data? So, and if you look across larger organizations, it even gets more complicated. So how do you understand that? How do you get to a point where you have a method or a process where you can uncover that? And here's a bigger problem with that as well. When you start looking for that data, it's in the cloud, it's in somebody's tools, it's on a spreadsheet, it's in somebody's email. And this becomes really challenging to know where to find this information so I can centralize it and do something with it. It's existing in these silos. But unlike with other types of things that you use principles like value stream management for, it could be anywhere. You don't see it. It's in the Ethernet. It sits in the computers. It's on a server somewhere in a rack, in a VM, in Azure or something. So it's hard to even know where the data is because you can't just walk out and see it. And to go along with all of the things that I just talked about, there has been an explosion of tools. There are thousands of tools just in specific industries that are around software development delivery. There are so many solutions out there today that have different niches, and data exists in all of these. So how do you know when or where or how you're using them or what they're doing for your organization? And how do you determine where the data is? What data is important? Even more than that, when do I capture that information in order to produce that metric? And it becomes quite a problem. So a lot of organizations have multiple deployment tools, multiple build tools. A lot of organizations have multiple agile tools and multiple portfolio tools. And, I've seen this over the decades where you need to figure out how to get that information correlated so that you can be data-driven. And it's this complication that is driving that first problem that I laid out of organizations not being able to get to be data-driven because the data is everywhere where things are getting developed, delivered, and put together. So my point of view that I wanted to give everybody today is I believe that you can use these principles that I've learned over the years to help you understand where the data is, what tools are being used, how work is happening. So you need to understand how work happens in order to know where things are going through to be efficient. And I believe you can use systems thinking and value stream management principles to uncover where the information is, where the measurements are, and where that data is to be really efficient. And the first question I always get asked is, okay, what is value stream management? What is systems thinking? And how can I use that? Well, systems thinking is really that. It's thinking about everything as a system. A system is a set of things that you do in order to develop something or have something. So you have inputs, outputs, and then things in the middle called elements. this is a very simple example of what I mean. And this is a clothes dryer. I hope everybody knows what a clothes dryer is and how you can use it to understand what systems are. A clothes dryer is a system. It's enclosed system that does a specific thing. And there's the black box representation of that system, where you put in wet clothes, you add cold air and electricity. It goes through its phases of transition, and out comes dry clothes. And that's your cycle time for that. But more happens within this system that can have impact on that. It's more to it than that. But when you use it, this is all you understand. But inside there is more than that. There are other things. For example, there are elements in there, elements that are the heater, the drum, the electric motor, the fan. All of these things work together to tumble and dry those clothes so that you can take them out. Those different elements have different things. So just like in software development and delivery, there are elements that you use to build, run tests, and deploy against. So, when you think about where all this data is, it exists within these elements of your software development and delivery. And they have feedback loops, and there's communication and synergy happening between those so that all of this happens in the right way. And there are things that are protective, like, if the stove pipe and air can't flow at the backside, can't come out, it'll stop the dryer because it's clogged up and so on. Those are feedback loops that are happening. But when you take a look at these things, you realize, and this is, getting back to the theme of where I can pull data, information is being calculated at each one of those. That information is used for a feedback loop. That information can then be used to put into a place where I can draw and create metrics and draw analytics from it to say how many times have this failed, and use that information in order to be more effective with drying clothes and looking for bottlenecks. So that's a system, and that's systems thinking. And I think, I often think of that as kind of the precursor to, value stream management and value streams. And that's where we get to talking about value stream management principles. Now, this is a value stream. I think we've all seen these over the years recently. It's a big thing recently, but they've been around for decades. And simply put, a value stream is all the steps it takes to take requests from the customer, both value-added and non-value-added, in order to deliver products and services. So you can see this is pretty much a standard value stream. We've seen them all before. In order to understand where to get data, though, and where to grab information for the metrics that you've been asked for, I think you need to start to use this one principle called value stream mapping and take it a little bit further. This is an example of a value stream here. Now, this is a three-tiered architecture I learned about a long time ago. This is a governance model that you can look at. And you can see that it shows both ends of this. And every organization, this is different. But in order to understand where to get data and where to find information, you have to go through an exercise like this so you can see how things are flowing. So, for example, there is an epic story, and that came from the business as a request. And it's here in intake where somebody's looking at it, understanding it, and it's going through its processes. Then all of a sudden, it moves over to approval. Information was just set up there. A measurement just happened in a solution where I may need to capture that so I can provide information or provide analytics around that. So the breakdown of work, the flow of work is all part of that as well. As I move forward to the next phase, you can see I've moved to the design phase at my portfolio level. And that actually triggered creating a new artifact in the development flow, user story. Now that user story is going to go through its moments, and data was captured because right then that epic triggered somehow for a user story to be created. And I want to capture that. I want to be able to put analytics together with it. And as I'm moving forward, it keeps uncovering itself. You can see how things are moving through your value stream here with this. And the reason why I'm showing this, and I've used this diagram quite a bit, it really does show how information is being correlated, captured, and happening in your value stream. and you have to create some type of map to show all of how this happens. That way you can start to look into there and find out where can I get information. Things like cycle time and lead time. And I'll talk a little more about that as I go on. And you can see it's still moving forward and things are moving forward. A package was created here. It's been built, tested, released. Now it's deployed. Operation has that particular package now, whether in a microservice or whatever. And there's still information being captured. It is existing all through this method and process. And then all the way over to, defects to uncovered. Now, once you have this, now I can say, all right, now I understand what's happening and start to figure out where to capture data from here and what to do with that data information. Now I can overlap all the tools, the solutions, the things that are used to do this. This information exists in Rally here, where I'm doing the whole portfolio stuff. That communicates with what the development's doing in Jira, and I start to figure out where to correlate this information. It comes all the way down to where builds are happening in Jenkins and tests are happening in Selenium, and I can figure out where this data is based upon the metric that I need to produce and start to understand, because I know what the system is, I've mapped it out, and I can go find information in here and start to be more effective rather than going, oh my God, where is all this data? I have a blueprint to go find it with through my organization. And you can drill it down further in each one of those flows. So here, I can start to calculate cycle time through this flow, and I can actually bring that together with the other flows, because all of this is now visible to me, where I can actually see how things are happening, where in the past I couldn't even see this. And I can see where this would happen in different tools. So a lot of data is being captured about my backlog in my Jira tickets, in Jira as well. Tests are happening in my Micro Focus testing suite. And now I can say, all right, here's where I can start to get things like defect density and all those other things exist. And then I, of course, have cycle time there. And with operations too, here's all the DevOps things that are there as well. I can look all the way out to where, I might have a list of my operational tools that are running scans and looking for vulnerabilities, or Selenium vulnerability tests in the middle. And I can try to understand what's my mean time to repair, because I know that information exists in these other solutions. And I can start to figure out where I can get and correlate this data across my whole value stream here by understanding these principles and using it to map it out. And I often talk about these are SIPOCs, but you can go all the way down to drill into the next step of those tools and say, here's those processes. And each one of those processes, data and information is being created. So what I'm trying to say is you can look at this from this way, and it'll let you know where the information you're going to need is being created in the methods and processes of developing software. Without this, you're kind of guessing at what's really going on. Now you have a clear understanding. You're able to see where it's happening, what the different things that are going on within your software development system or value stream, and be able to see where I can capture data. But now I understand that. Now let's go back to the other problem about where metrics are everywhere. Everybody's coming to Dave to say, I want this metric. I want the flow metrics, door metrics. And you just have to really be able to step back and say, what's important to the organization? What do I really need to capture in order to be effective? We believe in this thing called goal question metric. And it's really simple. Goal question metric is, what's the goal I have? What do I want to try to understand? And what's the impact that I can get from understanding that goal? Bottleneck metrics are a great example. I can understand where things are being slowing me down inside my value stream, and I can figure out how I can improve flow. But until I capture that and understand that, what's the question? How do I improve flow? And the last part is, what metric do I want to look at? Maybe that would be cycle time, or whatever those metrics are that are people asking you for. We start to look at them through these lenses. So now that I know where the data, and I can prioritize what metrics are really important, I can be more effective as a DevOps person. And again, it's quite complicated, because DevOps is everywhere and tools are everywhere to work with. And the DevOps mindset of feedback loops and all of that, how many errors came back and all of those types of things. So these things kind of help you out. And these metrics then become relevant to where you can start to say, here's where I can take action on those. I know where the information is. I know why that's going to be relevant to me. And I know how I can give that information in this visualization of a metric in the right way to what customer. So the big question is, what do I end up with? Well, you can end up with something like this. This is a data flow chart. You can go and create these. There are different mapping solutions that you can go and use to lay these things out. We have one of our own, Insight Connect All, that we use this for. And that lets you tell the story of where you're going to get that data, how it all connects, and so on. And you can create these pretty easily once you understand the flow of how things are working in software development delivery. And your metrics then are a lot easier to produce as well. And you could say, okay, I know exactly how to go get that data, where it is, how to connect to it, and how to deliver that metric so that you can be more efficient in what you're doing today. And remove costs and remove waste and look for removing the non-value added activities in your organization by being data driven. And the question is, how do you get started? First, learn about systems thinking, learn about value stream management principles, not about value stream management solutions. Those are nice, right? We offer one, but it's more about understanding this age-old value stream management principles, learn lean, understand lean, and use that as part of your, I'd say, part of your weapons of helping organizations to be more efficient and making your own jobs easier as well. Create a flow map and understand how to use GQM to help organizations understand what metrics are really important to you. Thanks for listening to me today. And I really appreciate you taking the time to hear me talk about how you can be more efficient with software development delivery and how you can find data to produce those metrics when DevOps is everywhere.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for joining me on this session. Today, I'm going to talk, about the title. The title is How Thinking DevOps Made Caesars Entertainment an Online Gaming Powerhouse. So Caesars Entertainment is now one of the big four in the online gaming space. We have 13% of the overall market. There have been, tens, if not hundreds of competitors. Only 4 have double-digit market share. When I came on board, we had no platform. Right. Well, we had a platform, but it was built in the 1990s and written in Pascal. I don't know if any of you remember the Pascal language, but it is long dead. We had 20 developers when DraftKings and FanDuel had over 200 each. And they also had a dev platform that supported their online fantasy betting operations, for, I think it had been almost a decade at that point. So many of the components necessary for doing this. We had Pascal, right? So we had no platform and no people. So how do you become a player when you're that far behind, right? The mission was to become a player, but obviously we were, way behind, along with hundreds of other small players that now have exited the market, and haven't made it. So how did we go from being way behind to being one of the major players in the market? Well, that's what I'm going to talk about here today. So in 2007, working as a dev manager for Orbitz, I took on a team doing our real-time analytics infrastructure. It was basically like working in the NOC. I started to notice the same pattern there that we had with our centralized database team, which was, essentially don't let anybody change anything, because if you do, things will break, and then your life is going to be hellish trying to fix it while getting blamed nonstop for everything that's gone wrong while you're trying to do that. So shortly thereafter, I heard about this new concept called DevOps, and it immediately captivated me, and I got involved. Early, I linked up with Jez Humble, and ThoughtWorks was in Chicago. So, Jez was there, a number of other people at ThoughtWorks were there thinking about DevOps, linked up with a company called DRW Trading. And we put on, I think,
the first DevOps meetup group in the country. I'm not sure if it was the first, but we were meetup.com/DevOps, no need for a location hyphenation needed. It wasn't DevOps Chicago. We just got meetup.com/DevOps. We were that early. We also put on a citywide DevOps conference way back then. And we really just brought a lot of people into the community just due to the excitement. I bought DevOps.com back then because I wanted to blog on it and help advance the cause. And of course, I pushed the concept at Orbitz as well. My passion for the topic was tremendous. And I think why I focused on this so much, or what captured me the most, was this one problem and one solution. And I think it was really first articulated by the DevOps community. And the problem was local optimization. And the solution was breaking down walls in service of greater verticality and ownership. And I mean, that's really what DevOps is. And so I really knew at my core this was going to be a world changer. If this wasn't going to be a world changer, I didn't know what was going to be. So it turns out it was an industry game changer. I think history has borne that out for sure. You're at this conference. But it was also a game changer for my thinking, right? This talk isn't really about DevOps. And I know that's a funny thing to say at a DevOps conference, but this talk is really about where the DevOps mind can lead you when abstracted out. I think it applies all over the place. And I'm going to give you a place that applies, one domain. But also, I want to say at the onset, I'm going to present you something here that is going to sound neat and perfect the way everything does in talks. It ain't. It is messy, but it's also wonderful. And it's been a huge part of the formula that's allowed us to make crazy amounts of progress, coming from way behind to where we are right now. So let's fast forward a decade now. Pretend it's 2019. And I'm faced with the problem of making a dent in an industry we're way behind it. So what I applied to the problem was the result of a seed that was painted so strongly back in the aughts with this whole DevOps journey that I talked to you about. When dev was able to own their software from dev right into production and feel the pain of outage, as well as get the praise for stability, the level of developer engagement shot up. That engagement led to better ideas, to more stable and performant software, and innovation up and down the value chain. We went from saying half a developer's brain applied to problems to somewhere approaching the whole brain. And it really comes down to this simple formula that I want to share with you guys. Engagement, how focused you are on a problem, is the product of the belief, your belief that this problem needs to be solved or this opportunity needs to be captured, it's the product of that belief and the likelihood of the outcome. How much you feel you can affect the outcome that you want. So let me put this into something concrete. Let's take politics, for example. Many of you may feel that there are big things that need to change. From your perspective, big things need to change, and you're passionate about these changes. But you aren't out there doing anything about it because you don't feel that you have a really strong likelihood of affecting the outcome, right? There's not a great deal that you feel that you can do. So when you have, wow, I really think this needs to change, that's a 10. And I don't think I can actually make a dent in the problem, that's a 0, then your engagement is 0, i.e. you are not politically active, right? So maybe some of you are politically active. That's great. But hopefully this illustrates the point for you, right? The engagement is the product of the belief and need and your feeling that you can affect the outcome that you want. So let's just talk about some of the components in that, right? So, and specifically, you can see these in the DevOps formula, right? So the belief and need, right? We need to do something about this. Feel the pain of an effort's failure or feel the glory of an effort's success. So, one of the big DevOps changes was the developers should feel the bugs at 3 a.m, right? When the system crashes, they should be there dealing with that. Same thing on the success. When we have great stability, they should get some of the glory. What it used to be, right, was developers would build things and then ops would feel the pain, right? They get woken up at 3 a.m. Ops couldn't do much about that, right? Because they're not the ones writing the code. And so, what would happen is they put up lots of walls and obstacles, right? We changed that and we allowed the devs to feel the pain of their own poorly written software. And we'll talk a bit about how ops job changed in a bit, but that was a major shift. Now, the likelihood of outcome, the degree or influence, direct control, you kind of, you go in these, it's sort of a spectrum, right? The best thing for likelihood of outcome is that you have direct control over the thing you're trying to change, right? To solve the problem. At the worst, it's nothing, or, perhaps a vague and indirect influence, which, I think many people feel, if you go back to the political analogy there. Another one is, do you believe that you have enough ability and knowledge to solve the problem, right? That would influence your ability, your assessment of whether or not you could change the outcome. And then another one is, funny one here, the solution is your idea. If the solution is your idea, you're going to tend to be a bit more ego invested in it, and you're going to inflate its probability of changing things, therefore work harder. If it's successful, you're going to feel the glory of that. And if it's a failure, you're going to feel the pain of it. So it also, having the solution be your idea, loops right back to that belief in need. It makes you believe that you need to make this happen so that you don't feel the pain of the failure. So these are some of the things that influence the two variables in this equation. And they'll come back in a second here. So DevOps, really aligned DevOps really aligned ops folks toward creating the right rails for dev and influencing uptime and stability in that way, right? Creating the pipelines that devs would use to get things into production. This was something they could control, the monitoring, the alerting. There's so many things that they could control that we aligned ops with, creating that substrate or the environment that then dev was going to use to pipe software into production. The cloud's a great example of this too. Ops folks were excited about this, as they should be, because now they have more direct control over, influencing the goals that they have. DevOps also aligned devs with creating not just new software, but working that new software all the way into production. So this is something they now owned and could control. And they were pumped to tackle that problem, right? Because they could, their modifications to software directly influenced how many times they were woken up at 3 a.m. So it's a very exciting problem for them to solve. And, these groups have tackled it. Look where we are. 15, if you've been in the industry, for 20 years, look back 15 years ago at the state of software development and at the state of how quickly we could get things into production with how many bugs. I mean, it's night and day, right? Things have changed tremendously in terms of our ability to deliver value to customers rapidly and with quality. So let's abstract that out. So what this says is that if you allow people to directly experience the problem, i.e. in this case, the pain of production crashes, and then you give them the freedom and the access to make decisions that directly affect the outcome of those things, they will be engaged, they will be creative, they will solve the problems at hand. So if we go back to our formulas here, you kind of, the effective engagement is feeling the problem plus the freedom to directly act on it, right? And actually probably could phrase that as the product as well. But, in this case, it's just, that's what you're trying to put together. You want people to feel the problem, and you want the freedom for them to directly act on it, right? That's what you're trying to pull together here. That's what I was trying to pull together in shaping the organization to tackle the problem that I talked about earlier. How does Caesars move faster than our competitors, right? We need greater engagement. And the way that we're going to get the greater engagement is we're going to use these DevOps principles, but now writ large in the management of a whole organization. We're going to have people feel the problem more, and we're going to give them the freedom to directly act upon it. But that there's still a problem with this, right? Because we're still in the individual place, right? And I just said we got to have the organization do this. So we need to move past kind of this individual feels the problem and has the freedom to act on it to how we get an organization to be more engaged. So the formula needs a few more parts. So let's add those parts right now. So it's feel the problem, feel the freedom to have the freedom to directly act upon it, but you also need the big picture. And because we're dealing with a large organization, we need accountability, right? If you have a whole bunch of people and they can't see the big picture, it's like cats, right? We're going to be all going in different directions. We're not going to solve a single problem because we don't know what the single problem is. So that's really important, right? It can't be just feel all these different problems, without a connection. We need to connect all of what people are feeling in service of something larger. And then because we're dealing with lots of people, we need some accountability around this, right? It's still, we're still humans and we have human nature, right? So we need some accountability to make sure that we are going in the right direction that big picture dictates. Right. So hopefully that makes sense. But we can simplify this picture just a little bit and take it down to this. So the organizational engagement, there's 3 ingredients. It's the big picture, it's the freedom to directly act on it, and it's transparency. And so you'll see we kind of derive this from the formula that we had earlier. So the big picture is still the big picture. The transparency is going to take the place of feeling the problem as well as providing accountability. So that's how we're able to simplify. And then the freedom to directly act, we'll talk a little bit about how that changes in the organizational context. So let's start with big picture. The first thing is the vision or the strategy, the big picture. Everyone in an organization needs to, if you're going to follow these DevOps inspired principles, everyone should have access to the big picture, because that's the problem too, right? It's the problem statement. It's where are we going, all of us, right? So people need to have access to it. They also need to feel it, right? So you have to spend a lot of time going over this, right? So got to be attached to the big picture, which is really the strategy. Another way to say it is the strategy. Everybody should be in touch with the strategy. And at the end of the day, strategy and tactics are the same thing. Tactics are just the things you do to accomplish the strategy. But if you have if this is your strategy and these are your tactics, then one layer down, if you have some tactics here, then these tactics just became strategy, right? So it's kind of this layer, right? Put another way, your tactics are there to accomplish your strategy, even if the strategy represents tactics to accomplish yet a larger strategy. So you have an organization, and there are, there's sort of the highest level, and then you have, in our organization, we then are broken up into a number of domains, right? So you can think about betting and marketing technology and player account management. So these are these individual domains. They also have their own strategy, which essentially are tactics to accomplish the bigger strategy. And then you go down from there, right? So we first outline a broad strategy on an annual basis. The different domains, in the organization also engage in a quarterly strategic sprint. So they define their strategy that aims to propel us to the larger goals that we set out annually. We don't change the strategies mid-quarter, we stick to them. This is to say we're mostly strategic. So 70% of our work is against the strategy, 30% is just the stuff that comes up. And we spend an inordinate amount of time making sure everyone knows the strategy. And then we say it over and over again until people can really feel it. We also bring people in so they can mix with the creation of the strategy, right? So we create this big annual strategy, but it's abstract. It's just high level. There's a lot that needs to be filled in, i.e. tactics. Those tactics represent the strategy each quarter for the different domains that we're broken up into. And then as you go below that, you get into the agile process, which is going to take that stuff and decompose it into sprint by sprint commitments, right? And we go over this and we go over it and we go over it. And we're constantly talking about it so that everyone is connected from the bottom to the top on that strategy. We spend a crazy amount of time on this. So let's move on from that. And it'll kind of make sense why we spend so much time on it and why I'm harping on this big picture thing so much when you listen to the next part. So the next thing is the freedom to act directly on the problem, right? The freedom to act directly. So we don't have a lot of people telling our folks what to do. We hire adults and then we treat people like adults. If you're capable of getting a mortgage and taking care of children, then I think you're capable of acting with a great degree of autonomy at work. If provided we give you the right things, starting with the big picture. So, if you think about this, right, if the guy next to you says, hey, stay in your lane, you can debate him. And if your argument fits the strategy better, then you have a good chance of convincing him. If somebody 2 layers above you in the 5-layer hierarchy says, stay in your lane, then that person might as well be a deity. What they say is unchallengeable, almost literally. Let's take a look at this here. So this is what you get also. There's another problem with that hierarchy, right? So one is it's unchallengeable. And it kind of relates to this, which is at the top, you've got the person in a traditional hierarchy with all the autonomy, right? And they can do what they need to do, and they have all this freedom. So what are they? They are engaged. They see the problem that needs to be solved. They have the freedom to act on it. So their whole brain is engaged. Below, you have people that have to ask permission of that person above, right? But they're pretty engaged, right? Because that's the guy next to them. They see him all the time, right? Or see her all the time. And so there's a decent dialogue. And provided this person at the top's not a, autocratic dictator type personality, you're good. You build the relationship. And most of the brain is engaged at that level. But take it down a level, and just in 3 layers, you see quite a lot going away. Most organizations aren't 3 layers. 3 layers, great. You take it down another level, and people are just, they're just not engaged, right? Because if the person 2 layers above you in the hierarchy says something, you can't tap them on the shoulder and say, hey, I think that's a bad idea. You have no relationship with this person. You don't know what they're like. If you offend them, he might fire you. So you keep your mouth shut, right? You just go along. So none of the ideas really are your ideas, because you're just trying to constrain your ideas to fit the personality of people that you've never met, or deal with the dictates that they've handed down to you that you can't challenge, right? So your ability to think and own ideas and work directly on a problem is so socially constrained that you just stop feeling like you can really directly affect anything. You don't have a lot of autonomy. You probably aren't very well connected to the strategy, because who needs strategy? Why do you have to tell everybody the strategy when you can just tell your next level managers, and they'll tell their next level managers, and they'll just tell everybody what to do? So you don't know what the strategy is, and you don't feel you have a great ability to act upon it. So naturally, you're rather disengaged. This is what you get at most organizations. We can't have this, right? Because we're behind. We have to move faster. So we need to give people the freedom to act directly. So the way that we solve for this is simply to limit the amount of authority in the company. So for 500 plus people, there are really 7 people with authority, 7 managers, in the traditional sense. The rest is all peer-based. So these managers can't possibly deliver enough direction to get things done in the old-fashioned way. So they have to rely on everybody knowing the vision, and they have to concern themselves with this as one of their primary activities. So let's move on then and talk about the third part of this, which is transparency. So transparency is the final part of the equation. We all need a nudge sometimes. And since we don't have the old manager hierarchy to rely on, right? My manager told me to do it, so I had to do it. We don't have that, right? So we use transparency to provide, that motivation. Everyone knows the strategy. And each quarter, every domain is responsible for saying what they're going to do to move the needle. Those commitments are similar to sprint commitments if we make them on a quarterly basis and they're higher level. Those commitments are made very, very transparently. And then we report on them at the highest level and at the domain level as well. And then Agile takes care of things at the team level. So we have this incredible transparency all the way through. And, if you succeed, you're going to succeed publicly and visibly, and it's going to be fantastic. And if you fail, you're going to fail publicly and visibly. And, that's rather nerve-wracking, right? Nobody wants that. So there's a lot of motivation. There's sort of carrot and stick baked into it, but there's no person whose personality you have to deal with telling you what to do. It's on you to want to be successful because look, it's all out in the open and we're all sharing in this thing. So if you think getting everyone clear on the vision takes a long time and a lot of effort, this takes 5 times more. This transparency takes an incredible amount of discipline, but it's absolutely critical. If you don't have, a massive hierarchy to rely on, then you have to rely on vision and a transparent demonstration of progress if you're ever going to get to delivering results. But the benefit of this whole thing is the tremendous amount of engagement that you get, right? People understand what the problems are, and they have a much greater ability to act directly on them. And, this is, we've done some amazing things at Caesars. We've gotten bigger in this insanely competitive space. Many companies have spent millions and millions of dollars and now have 1% of market share and have, exited the industry. I mean, there were, tens, if not hundreds of people trying to, come into the space. And we've made it even, as a way come from behind kind of a story. I think we are going to build a multi-billion-dollar business. We've got the momentum. And we've done all of this in the way that I've described above. You can go back to Q4 of 2019 in our wiki and see our strategy, and you can see how well we executed on it. And you can walk that forward every quarter up until now and just see our path to getting from having no platform to, what we have today. So this isn't theoretical. It's a real world example of how DevOps thinking can influence even beyond DevOps and do some great, amazing things. I'm tremendously thankful for having, that sort of fateful day I bumped into this concept, because it has changed the trajectory of my entire career. So I hope this was interesting for all of you. I hope you've learned something. I think this kind of thinking hopefully is useful for you to think about the type of organization that you're in, or to judge the kind of organization that you ultimately want to be in. I think this stuff is a game changer, and I think you'll see more of it as the years go by. So thanks for joining, and have a good rest of your conference.
ContainerJournal.com is the leading online destination for centralized computing-related content. ContainerJournal.com covers all aspects of software containers, from container management, data management for containers, container security, networking for containers, to the entire container ecosystem, Kubernetes, microservices, serverless, and more. ContainerJournal.com has the largest selection of container-related news, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.containerjournal.com to learn more.
Kurt, it's a pleasure to have you again on the show. Good friend of the show.
My honor.
My honor, one more time. I mean, how nice it is. Like, you haven't called, you haven't written. I am so happy to be here. The last time I was here, I was just saying, I was riding. It was a 24-hour show, and halfway through, I decided to go ride my bike and rode it in the dark while I listened and talked on the show. It was actually fabulous. Yeah, it's cool. Like I said, thank you very, very much again.
Absolutely. It's hard to believe that it's been a year already, over a year since that last episode.
Amazing.
It's crazy. Yeah. Yeah, this is the second year that we've been on the air and the second year that we've had the listeners, and it still keeps going. I don't know what keeps it going though.
How nice is it to have the people? I mean, it's
exactly.
real. I mean, that is, having an audience and having people that are interested in politics, government, the hacking part of it. I mean, just phenomenal. Phenomenal.
So speaking about phenomenal and government hacking, let's talk about the Handy Show. I get this message from you that you're going to be on the Handy Show, and I listened to it, and it was really good. I heard you guys talking about the skiff and some of the stuff about Trump and the Mar-a-Lago debacle. Yeah. So why don't we recap that? Tell us about the Handy Show and what you guys talked about.
Well, I'll get into background. I'm an attorney. I teach hacking at Quinnipiac University. I'm a retired FBI agent for 24 years. We probably considered the most dangerous lawyer in the FBI. I know that because someone's told me that. Also voted most likely person to be suicided by the federal government in this decade, which is a guarantee, right? After you hear the Hannity Show. And I also have the honor of representing mostly FBI agents who come into problems with the FBI. Now, I can tell you how not to get in problems. Here's how you don't get into a problem with the FBI. Okay, you go to work, you hit the gym. Spend about 2 hours in the gym, go meet your friends, go get a cup of coffee, come back, check out the newspapers. You come, do that a little, go to lunch, drive around in your Buick car, listen to the good time, what they call the good time radio, and then go home. That's how you don't get into trouble in the FBI. If you do work in the FBI, you put yourself in peril. Now, it is the FBI has so many rules. They don't even make one day. Some of them don't even make sense, but they contradict each other. And I once got OPR, sent to internal investigation, because I spent $6 on gas. And they couldn't figure out why I spent $6 on gas. Nobody would spend $6 unless they're putting it into their own personal car or into a red can. I'm like, Paul, hey, you gave me a Prius. Okay.
Which is like a little can.
Yes, and it took and I drove it around Washington for about an hour, and I filled it up. So I got subject to administrative discipline for that. I had one guy a friend who got rear-ended, and he got punished by the bureau for being in a car accident. So the bureau is very finicky. If you are part of a company that has 50 pages of rules, they may be for you. If you have 5 pages of rules, I tell people, if you have a policy for cybersecurity, it's 5 pages, 10 pages tops, but 5 pages. If you have a 50-page policy, it's unusable. Now you can have procedures, but not policy. But the FBI has 5,000 pages of policy, and they have something which they call a policy implementation guide, which is referred to as a PIG. Now, you're not allowed to call it a pig anymore. I know this because I was actually in a meeting where I referred to it as the pig, and they got chastised by the upper management. I'm like, we have acronyms for everything. Like, That's not one you don't use. And so they have 5,000 pages. The FBI whistleblower, every FBI agent, every FBI employee is a mandatory reporter. They're not whistleblowers. If an FBI agent sees misconduct, they are required to report it. If they commit misconduct, they are required to report this. Now, I've reported myself multiple times. I mean, I walked into a skiff with a phone, hung out in there for 8 hours, and then the phone rang. I'm like, oh, man. I didn't realize it. Everyone looked at me like I was a fool. I walked out with the shame, walked right over to my security guy, put the phone on his desk, said, hey, I screwed up. And they said, well, there's a form. Congratulations, Kurt. You get to fill out a form, and they call it e-pass. Filled out the form, and they walk back up, bang, on the hand. Don't do it again. if you do that multiple times in a SCIF, which is a special compartmentalized information area, so you can't have electronics in these SCIFs, you'll be thrown out of the SCIFs. You'll lose your clearance. The SCIFs are where all the secrets are held. And we're talking secrets like, forget about crime, it's the president, Area 51, whatever there is out there going on, it's going to be in a SCIF because it has to be. Because if you're talking about, the biggest thing is really human assets. If you're talking about what people are doing to help the FBI, you cannot let the particulars get out, because just by letting the particulars get out, the adversaries can identify them.
Right.
And so you talk about those, especially national security, in a SCIF. And there are rooms in the FBI that are just sealed, and there are rooms in the government where you would never bring that type of phone. And I will tell you this: I went to a meeting before I was going overseas, and the first place I went was a SCIF. And they sent me in there and they explained to me what the rules were.
Right.
Then they took me to another SCIF and they gave me they put a life insurance policy in front of me. And they said, this life insurance policy has no war exclusion, no suicide exclusion. And it's part of the, because that's part of the job. Now, none of that was secret. It's actually a company allowed this agency to be able to provide that to me because of the type of work I was doing. And they're like, look, suicide's part of the job, getting killed in war is part of the job. But what happened in the first SCIF was stuff that would never leave that SCIF.
Right.
And that is the stuff that you die for in war and that you kill yourself for, because if you get captured, yeah, you're done. There's a guy. We have one retired FBI agent who spent the last 20 years, 15 years in a cell in Iran. We will never get out if he's still alive. He'll never get out. But there are some secrets in the government. It's hard to believe that there are, but there are some secrets where you would not want anybody to be captured knowing those secrets.
Right.
And I think the message of here's the information. Oh, by the way, the next room is, if your wife gets an extra $1 million if you cap yourself because of what happened in the previous room, that tells you everything you need to know.
Exactly.
And that actually happened.
Yeah.
I mean, there's nothing that scares someone more. You're like, the pucker factor goes up going, wow, man, that is really wrong. That is so wrong.
In the military, they used to have the legend or the myth was they used to have Marines staying outside the SCIF that had a bullet for each person in that SCIF.
Yeah.
In case you get boarded or compromised. And I know with like a lot of the EP3, like Orion, some of those planes, like immediately the first thing they tell you is how to discard the information, destroy it, and what to do if you can't.
Exactly.
Yeah.
This is the policies, the particulars, the particulars of how you do this stuff is amazing. That the military personnel are really highly competent. I mean, literally, you're going to burn the building down before you have this. I have been handed hand grenades, thermite grenades, saying, if there's an issue here,
that's it.
That's it. And that's how important it is. Now, if in the FBI, the senior 7th floor of the FBI is all executives.
Mm-hmm.
And I went on, a reporter called me up, Carrie Pickett, great reporter. Doesn't like corruption. And she did a story, and the FBI actually came out and said the story was about Assistant Deputy Director, I think it's Paul Abate, about the fact that he was carrying around a cell phone in another SCIF in another facility for a year. And the FBI, now if I'm in the FBI, the only time the FBI is ever going to mention me is, one, if they're condemning me, and two, if they've arrested me and are seeking the death penalty, right? That's how the FBI is going to be for me.
Right.
But the FBI came out and said, "Oh, we're absolutely defending Paul Abate." When does the FBI ever come out? Usually, you say we're going to open up an inquiry to determine whether the facts are true. Not in 10 minutes tell you it's not true or that's a false. Because how would they know unless Paul Abate lied to them? Which, in case he did, Or which in case if he got the information, he did. But the media people wouldn't know that. And they came out and defended someone personally, which I think is appalling, because the FBI should be about the facts. Forget about whether you like me or not. The question is whether Paul Abate did this. Now, I actually know I've been in SCIFs where it's prestigious to carry for the senior executives to carry the phones in the SCIF. And part of the reports to Congress was that fact that there were competitions with FBI executives to get information up to Mueller. So the executives would carry that so they could be the first one to report on, Joe Schmo, the Arab, or Joe Schmo, the Somali, who's trying to blow up the U.S. And that's why they were carrying. But it became a matter of prestige to walk around. I walk around, they shoot me. The Marine takes the bullet. They walk around, they win. But evidently he did this. And he's now the deputy director. Now, if I compromise the security of the FBI for a year, I don't care who you are. I think you should be removed.
Didn't Robert Smith do that at one point? And
you get charged.
Right.
Yes. Jail time. You do this, you go to jail. I do this, I go to jail. I'm up at ADX prison in Colorado, in a prison alone. Yes, but what happened with him? The FBI is defending him. Now, the FBI defending him, we refer to that as corrupt. Right? Because the FBI shouldn't be defending people. So anyway, so the FBI condemned me for it. Said, how would I know? Because I only have all these people. I have one half of the FBI whistleblowers are my client, give or take. But I think the number is, we don't know how many there are, but it appears to be about half.
Wow.
So for sake of argument here. But anyway, so as soon as I come out and say this, and then the condemnation from FBI headquarters, then I get another phone call from people who say, hey, by the way, Kurt, I just want to tell you, never met you before, but I'm also an FBI agent. And I want to tell you because I'm the guy who does the sweeping of the electronic sweeping of the area. And I was responsible for the whole thing. And oh, by the way, this guy, it's not just that the seventh floor had dozens of electronic devices inside Ray's SCIF and Abate's SCIF presently. In fact, and then they told him not to report it. Now, if I'm the Russian, if I'm the Russians or you, and I want to own the FBI, I just sit across. They have
parabolic antenna.
Yes, I'm like, and it's a parabolic antenna, and you're sitting, but there's a great coffee shop that faces right across the street. I would be sitting in there with a big, huge antenna right in my briefcase. I'd sit there all day having coffee. I'd own the whole place. How to believe that doesn't happen? If we're sweeping it for countermeasures, somebody's sweeping it to find out if there's actually, information and electronics being emitted from there.
Exactly. And there's actually a box that's about the size of a small notebook called Hack RF1. And it actually picks up GSM and
I got one.
Yeah, right. So
yes!
it's really easy to do that, especially like in a location like I'm at where the FBI is directly line of sight out my window.
Does it work?
It works.
Oh, no, yeah.
I heard it works.
Wait. Before it's Hack RF, right?
Hack RF.
That's okay. Now, what's the company that makes that?
Hack 5 is where I got.
They sell it. Yeah, the Hack 5 is great, but there's a company it's a guy's name that makes it. It's great because it emulates or able to receive from every frequency, right?
Yep, and there's Evil GSM 2 that actually helps you collect MZ information regarding each endpoint that's connecting to that tower. So it's a lot of information, a lot of data.
Now, did the RF, the Hack or the RF, did that cost you $15,000 or $20,000?
No, not at all. You could probably build one for free.
Yeah. Or pay $200 if that. I mean, it's
$200-$300. Yeah.
Very difficult to use too, right?
Right.
Okay, so this is trivial, right? This is a trivial hack to actually take.
Very trivial. Yeah.
Very trivial. I mean, it's not even worth. It's so bad that they would leak that type of material, that type of information outside. That just for that alone, Paul Abate should step down.
Right.
Let's be a man about it. He should step down. I mean, if I was there, that's what I would do. because I violated the rules. I didn't have the FBI media telling me I did, that protecting me. But what does that say for everyone else? So anyway? So that was the skiff issue. Is the fact that the most secret information and in the world, from the most and let's put it this way: when you look at the FBI right now, the FBI is the most powerful law enforcement agency in the known universe,
and the most corrupt.
Well, there's some police departments that are out there, but that's it, for the power it has. It shouldn't be corrupt at all. It's too valuable. This stuff is too valuable to be corrupted one bit. Now, when I was over in Iraq in 2009, General Petraeus was there. It was a surge. 2008 and 9, and they decided they were going to do quantity first by getting law enforcement. We'll get quantity first, quality second. Bring in make the quantity and find the officers and then make them into great officers. But that doesn't work.
Right.
You have to have the quality first and build the core. Then you have the quantity, because one corrupt guy will hurt a department, 2 corrupt guys will hurt a department, 5 corrupt police officers or FBI agents will destroy a department. You don't have to look at the people hands. And we have people in jail that have suffered, or that we have suffered the wrath of these guys. Just one of them, and now you have and I'm not sure which is worse when you have a guy like Hansen,
Robert Hansen,
who sold stuff to the spies, or you have these knuckleheads who are giving it away for free.
Well, and the funny thing, too, you talk about the skiffs and how this is happening on the 7th floor. For those of you who don't know, after Robert Hansen, the FBI created a SOC within the FBI headquarters at the Hoover Building.
Yes.
So I can't remember if it's like the fifth floor
yeah,
where they have the SOC. And so they monitor all of the FBI headquarters networks and all the assets there in the building. And this is occurring 2 floors up from the SOC.
I've never heard of the SOC. Okay.
Yeah, right.
Never heard of it. Don't know anything about it.
Yep.
Okay. And here's the thing: you have a bunch of very dedicated people that will actually that will do whatever it takes to protect the material.
Yeah.
This is that. I mean, you can't understate how important this is, because there's somebody who is providing information. Say they're in Uganda and they're providing information. That information gets back to Uganda that this guy is providing it. They're going to kill him right away, right? That they're dead. Any country, if you have spies, they're going to kill them. That's what they do to spies, except for the U.S.
Or make them jump out of windows at resorts.
Yeah, I know. It's, there's a lot of people who die in hotel rooms. I mean, it's just one of those. Even D.C., there's a fair amount of people who die in hotel rooms.
Yeah, like Wormwood. I think that was a great documentary series that I watched where the CIA was messing with LSD and tossed that dude out the window in New York.
Yeah, if it is it's those are all secrets.
Yeah,
I can't believe that the CIA would actually ever do that. They're just the good people.
They're job hazards,
Look, you have to protect your secrets.
Right.
It costs a lot of money and a lot of treasure, a lot of lives to be able to obtain those secrets.
And not to mention, like, the Hoover Building is right down the street from Embassy Row.
Yes.
And people who don't know DC, Embassy Row is where all the foreign embassies in the U.S. house their people. And this is right down the street from the Hoover Building.
It's not. Well, I mean, I just like the fact that the coffee, I can't remember what the coffee shop is. It's not Starbucks. It's yellow. But it's, you could literally sit there and look up at the director's suite area and have coffee all day.
Yeah.
And honestly, you'll have FBI agents talking shop in that coffee shop, but you can stick that antenna right there. No one's going to do anything as long as you're buying coffee, right, and just suck it up. I mean, it's nuts.
And the antennas that we use are not large antennas. The antenna that I use for pen tests and red teaming literally fits in a backpack.
Yes.
And I can walk by a building and pick up every single GSM signal out of that building, out of a skyscraper, with just a backpack. I mean, all someone would have to do. I mean, imagine how easy it is to actually get someone to work in that store and just
and then they have a garage. They have a parking garage right there. They could drop. I mean, you can make anything, drop it right out front, it off on the side, something's discreet. That RF is probably about that big.
Yeah.
5 inches by 4
5 inches by 4. Yeah.
Hook up an antenna, boom, you're in business. And and all of a sudden you're collecting all the secret data and turning on a cell phone speaker. Little tricky, but all you have to they have this thing called the internet.
Yeah,
you can
watch my YouTube channel and learn how to hack Androids remotely.
Look, damn. Okay, there we are. So, so the idea that they would do this, but no one said they've stopped. Now, Paula Bate also had another. What I love. The Paula Bate was from New York, so he worked in New York with me, and people would say he's arrogant. People would say a lot of different things, all of which may or may not be true. He clearly worked in New York. I believe this. I believe the information about him carrying the cell phone around because I've seen it. Right. I've seen that from a bunch of people, and that's consistent with how executives in the FBI are. But the one that really blew me away was the fact that one of the protected disclosures comes in and says, "Hey, by the way, Paula Bate has a girlfriend, and that girlfriend was in the Office of General Counsel." Now, this isn't me. This is actually a protected disclosure that went to Congress.
Right.
So this is in Congress. Had a girlfriend. She was about to get fired because she was not that good at her job. Now, you could get fired in the FBI by being very good at your job. So just because someone says you're getting fired does not mean you're going to have been you're going to have done anything wrong. But all of a sudden, she stopped getting the process of getting fired because she started dating Paula Bate, and then she got shipped off. And then the rumor was, and this is what the protective disclosure said, was she got a free trip to a university to go to law school.
Wow!
On the government's dime. Now, I'm not sure if that's true or not, but that's what this agent or this employee was saying was, "Hey, by the way, now when you're in the Office of General Counsel, anyone who knows this has a lot of access to information." So, but then the rumor came out that, hey, she's over in, I think, the Detroit or Chicago office. And the protected disclosure came out. So about a week ago, I got a phone call from another one of my friends who's over in Chicago. Said, "Kurt, what you did to that poor lady was terrible." I'm like, "Why?" She goes, "Because she never once came to our building to work where she's supposed to be working." He goes, "But she had to run back and work now. But she's actually walking around the parking lot because she doesn't know where to go." She goes, "I blame this on you." So if you have a program where you could send someone for a master's degree, you give that to your most exceptional person.
Right.
You give it to the people that are forget about exceptional, hardworking. Give it to the hardworking person that spent 19 years doing some job that no one else wants to do and doing that, whatever it is. And really, if you are sweeping a floor in a SCIF, you have all of the same security clearances as the person that's running the army. That's
reading the information, yeah.
Yeah, that is this. Everyone who's in there is trusted, but give it to that person. Let them go to school, even if they're sweeping the floor or what. And it's still, that's an important job, sweep the floor. But go on a year sabbatical.
Right.
The idea now the person is walking around trying to find a place to sit and work because someone disclosed this is just too funny.
Yeah.
And again, we refer to that in the FBI as corruption.
Absolutely.
That's sad. That's that idea. If that's true, and again, these are now why I said that this was a protected disclosure. Mm-hmm. The whistle in the FBI, there's a protected disclosure, and it's different than in the real world. Because in the real world, if you are a whistleblower for a corporation, cha-ching, cha-ching, you bring in money. That's why people do it. For the IRS, they bring in money. Right. FBI agents, the only thing they get by reporting wrongdoing and going to a whistleblower is they get to keep their job. That's all it does.
And put on a list, I'm sure.
Well, yeah, you're done. You're done. Your career's over. Yeah. But the whistleblower corp provides no compensation really other than getting your job. So keeping it. So I represent people in that court. Now, before me, and I went to that court, there were only 4 people in FBI history who won, and none of them stayed in the job.
Why would you want to, though? Because you'd be walking around with a target on your back, right?
To destroy the place from within. I mean, to change it. To change it for the better. To change it for the better.
Right.
Come on, those are the people you don't want to leave.
That's very true, though.
That's true. If you want, because it's in the FBI, it's okay to make mistakes. You just have to admit you made a mistake and be accountable. And then you should move on, because everyone makes mistakes, and you don't want to do all this work to get somebody, have them make a mistake, and then say, well, you're out. But the surest way, if you make a mistake, say sexual harassment, you're not getting fired. If you report someone for sexual harassment, you're getting fired.
Exactly.
Which is crazy. So anyway, okay, so that's what we were talking about on Hannity, going on about the difficulty with the whistleblowers and how many there are and stuff. It was quite interesting. I thought. I enjoyed doing it.
It was a really good interview too, because thinking back to like with my interaction with the FBI and how they deal with like informants and meetings and stuff like that, it brought up a lot of questions for me, because it was like I was never checked at any of our meetings if I was carrying a cell phone, if I was recording anything. The agents never asked me. And part of me is like, well, maybe they already knew, maybe they had somebody in a parking lot. But no, I mean, common sense says that they were probably just lax on that. And I could have carried any kind of recording device I wanted to. They wouldn't have known.
That's right. Well, here's the thing. First of all, if you're carrying a recording device, that would mean that you're trying to catch them for doing something wrong. And hopefully they're not doing anything wrong. Hopefully they may have a recording device.
Right.
But I would actually, if someone told me, I've had people for informant meetings, have people bring guns, people bring recording devices. I'm like, I'm not going to do anything wrong. You want to record it? Fine. I said, more importantly, as looking at an informant, and really, there are so many people who are human sources for the FBI that are trusted by the FBI, who may have done something wrong, maybe they haven't, maybe they're doing it for money, but they provide a huge asset to the FBI, and they should be treated with respect and with dignity and respect. And if you can't if you don't trust your source, you probably shouldn't have.
How good is that source? Yeah.
I would. I mean, funny. My sources were my sources were people that I'm sure they would consider me a friend. And to the extent that I could consider them a friend, I would. I had one guy who got arrested. He was outside of some event, like it was a church event, and the police officers were letting all the executives from one company in and leaving everyone aside. So they're treating one company differently. Right. And he reported this. He stopped the police officer, said, "That's corrupt. You let everyone in," and the cops arrested him on the spot. And and then he called me up. I'm like, I mean, I can help you out, but that would look very strange considering the value of what you're helping us out. And he goes, "But I'm guilty of sin." I'm like, "I know that, but I'll let you choose. What would you rather do? Have an FBI agent come in and compromise you, or work this out and we'll figure something out later on?"
Right.
And what was funny about that was he actually said, you're right. So he took a plea, which I told him not to. I mean, I can't tell him. I said, like, jury trial, son.
Right.
That's what jury trial is. But he's like, "I don't want to deal with that. I take a plea." And then C just came out like 3 months later and had his record expunged.
Wow.
Now, do you know the expungements happen so quickly, or can happen so quickly, that people may not even have records. So I see people walk around for 20 years with a record. I'm like, go get an expungement and get an expungement, because why are you being plagued by something you did? I mean, I've done so many things wrong in my life, I can't count them. And why would you be plagued with, just human
forever?
Nature.
Yeah.
Oh, shoot, I screwed that up again. It's only 3 times. And, I mean, I'm not allowed to go into one country because I'm PNG, persona non grata. They told me if I come back, I can expect to have irons around my wrists and ankles.
Wow.
Because I'm protecting U.S. interests, not other countries' interests.
Right.
And what I did, I got away with, and they said, "You win this time." And I apologized. They said, "No, we get it, but understand what the rules of the game are. Next time you won't have diplomatic immunity. Next time you're going to be locked up here." Okay, thank you. Thanked them profusely, actually, and because they could have locked me up and I'd have to get out. And nobody really wants to be in those jails in Middle East, Africa. No, bad.
Or even Mexico. Right.
I just had a friend of mine who was in a psych ward in Mexico. I like, you know what it takes to get into a psych ward in Mexico?
What did he do?
He went on a bender. I mean, I was like, dude, what kind of bender was that? He's like, I don't know. Well, that would explain why you're in the psych ward. Okay, so
right.
So where were we? But it's damn it, I lost track my thought here of where we're going with this.
Corruption and
it's corrupt. I mean, no, that wasn't what we talked about. What we're talking about is the value of human sources.
Yeah.
But we're also in that. What I just told you, I think is more important was that I don't care if people do something wrong, you're accountable and you move on. And that even if somebody has been arrested, and they're helping us out, they're the same type of source as the guy who's an executive who's helping us out. There should be no difference in trust. If you can't trust your source, you shouldn't have your source. And this was coming into one of the issues I talked on Hannity about was there was a protected disclosure that related to a drug transaction out of Newark. Mm-hmm. And before I talk about the drug transaction out of Newark, I got to talk about the rapist. And there was another protected disclosure who was talking about a guy who was harassing people, harassing women, sexual harassment, so much in the Newark office that he had a nickname of the rapist.
That's crazy.
Now I look at that guy is gone. Right. If I have one sexual harassment complaint I would pull that person, and I have done this, and said, you're just never going to do this again, right? That's first of all, you will never do this again. Secondly, if you do it again, you'll be out of my unit immediately. And then what your performance report will look like all it will talk about is why you're out of that unit.
Right.
That's how it should. You can end sexual harassment in the bureau in a second if you equate the misconduct with the performance. And the FBI actually separates the two. So executives who have multiple allegations of misconduct, sexual harassment, are never judged on that for performance.
And just for the record, agents have what level of clearance when they become an FBI agent?
Mandatory. It's
secret, right?
No. Everyone has to be able to become have top secret.
Yes, right.
Yes. Now you only get to keep the clearance that you need,
right? And
so all FBI facilities are at a secret level,
right?
So if you need to go up to a SCIF and TS SCIF, they'll give it
cleared. Yeah.
But like that, you're cleared like that. But that means the scrutiny increases tremendously, and you are technically under scrutiny. I'm under scrutiny,
right?
The executives, Ray and Abate, well,
see, that's why I bring this up, because these people that we're talking about, like the sexual harassment, the rapists, all this stuff, right? These are guys who have already gone through a security clearance, SF-86. They're secret and above, at least.
And how easy are they to compromise?
Yeah,
blackmail. Done. Now, I didn't learn about the rapist because of someone telling me this initially. I actually disclosed it to Congress, and when I have to, in order for a protected disclosure for my client to be proper, I have to go to a congressman. Now, the gentleman Gomer, who was doing the interview, was actually a congressman. So the information I was providing to a congressman, and also 2.4 million people, is that how many people watch Hannity every day or something like that? Yeah. That's actually a legal protected disclosure.
Right.
Now, the FBI probably says, wait a second, you did on a radio show, but I never talked to the congressman in person other than on a radio show. So I have to make my protected disclosures. That's how you do it.
Exactly.
Coincidentally, how did that work out? So I think the message there to why I've missed, Representative Gomer is a great guy. I've heard great about. I've never talked to him. That before that, and I think the message there is to the FBI that we wanted to test the information that you're going to see when the hearings come up next month or starting next month,
right?
By having one person talk about them, which was me.
Hello and welcome to Digital Transformation. Day 2 is now. I'm your host, Mike Vizard, and we have pulled together no less than three digital transformation officers to talk about what's coming in the year of 2023. Gentlemen, welcome to the show. We have Paulo Hovera from Pure Storage.
Hi, good morning.
We have Sanjeev Sahu from Ingram Micro.
Good morning, everyone.
And finally, Nick Parada from Harman.
Good morning.
Excellent. Let's just jump into this, but I feel like in my memory, this is the year that has the most amount of uncertainty in it. So if you guys don't mind, I'd appreciate it if first you would kind of give your sense of 2023 and then tell us a little bit about the company you work for at the same time. Paulo, let's start with you.
All right. Thank you so much, Mike. So I'm Paulo Hovera. I'm the Chief Digital Transformation Officer for Pure Storage. And Pure Storage is a leader in all-flash storage for companies worldwide. And we help companies with their storage needs in their data centers, in the cloud, as well as in the hybrid environment. Now, coming to your questions on 2023, 2023 is definitely is a year with a lot of uncertainties. The macroeconomic situations, the climate situation, wars are. There's certainly a lot of uncertainty there, but at the same time, there are also a lot of opportunities. In uncertain environments, from our perspective, is always the case, and this is what we are seeing in the market at the moment. There's also opportunities to highlight your separation to your competitors, right? Whether you are providing a better technology in terms of performance, in terms of cost, or in terms of energy consumption reductions, like is the case for us. These are the times where kind of companies that are paying more attention to the return on their investments, the value that they're getting from the project that they invest in. These are the times where this separation becomes a lot more important. And therefore, we are very bullish, we are very optimistic that in times of uncertainty, in terms of disruption, there is also an opportunity to gain market shares, to gain and to differentiate from your competitors. Internally, however, there's also puts a lot of pressures on organization like mine, like I assume Nick and Sanjeev, and I would love to hear their perspective as well. But when you talk about digital transformations, this is about changing the way the company does business. In an uncertain environment, operational efficiency, agility, the ability to respond very, very quickly to a changing environment, to changing customer needs is very important. And so this is going to be a very challenging year for all digital transformation officers, and at the same time, an exciting year because it's showtime for all of us.
All right. Sanjeev, what's your crystal ball telling you for the coming year?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, there's no secret that 2023 is going to be a tough year, challenging year, and we can only predict and hedge how good or bad it's going to be because, quite frankly, things are changing every day. The macro situation, everything is changing. But I think as a company, as Ingram Micro, we are one of the largest technology distributors. We are the business behind one of the bigger technology brands, operating at $54 billion revenue scale. in 59 countries operations and more than 170,000 customers. So we have a larger footprint across the globe. And we do think that the channel will always be important to support the economic, and the growth of the whole world. But at the same time, we cannot predict the volumes. So there will be some softening of the volumes. There is softening of supply chains. But what we are doing is, instead of hedging, we are getting prepared, and making sure that the best we can do to service our customers, listening to the customers, what their needs are, and being ready. Now, this also focuses the switch. It's like, instead of figuring it out the investments in technology, I think the focus that you will see switching is more towards the value coming out of technology, because we got to be all very prudent in where the investments are going. And the same is in Ingram Micro as well. In my 2 cents, you'll see everywhere that there's a lot of talk about how much spend in tech and digital. I think it should be more about how much value are we getting, because this is the year everybody will need more value. Everybody will see that the investment that you are making in digital technology, is it really generating an operating income? Is it giving you the leverage? True automation, is it really giving you the revenue coming in? And that's where I think it's important for us to focus on this year.
All right, thanks. And Nick, what are you saying?
Well, Mike, thanks again for the invite. What I would say is it's going to continue to be business as unusual, no question. As I look at our challenges internally, as well as in talking with customers, and I couldn't agree more with Sanjeev. What we're really focused on is driving value creation through technology. So if I step back, Harman is a Samsung company. We're a wholly owned subsidiary, and we have 30,000 employees around the world that have a passion and a purpose to deliver immersive experiences, both in the automotive space and in the lifestyle consumer audio space, but also in the technology space. What people may be aware of is we've taken a design-led approach, build sophisticated software using artificial intelligence and analytics and cloud and cyber. We embed that in hardware, including the car and in concert venues, and also smart audio products. And then we give a really immersive, enriching experience to our end consumers. What's well known is, of course, our automotive and audio brands, Mark Levinson, JBL, Harman Kardon, Bang & Olufsen. What's lesser known is we also have a business that I run called Digital Transformation Solutions. So we take all of that knowledge and experience in our automotive and consumer audio products, and we do the same for customers in the industrial, healthcare, and communication space. And so, what we're preparing for, both internally as the Chief Digital Information Officer, as well as externally, is making sure that we're using those design-led experiences, the sophistication that we have in software that's embedded in hardware, and really driving value creation and better outcomes for customers. And so, the outlook for 23, as I mentioned, is business as unusual, continued volatility in the supply chain, continued geopolitical challenges and risks, continued cyber threats, and an ever-growing complex landscape, and also the continued competitive talent marketplace, where we've got to compete for talent and make sure that we become the employer of choice through a fantastic culture and keeping that culture connected across the company. When I look at the technology that we're using to navigate all of these uncertainties, we'll continue to make important investments on areas where we want to grow, whether that's in the commerce space or the artificial intelligence and intelligence and predictability space, where we're really using our large data sets across the company and making sure that we're using it in a way to drive better demand forecasting, inventory optimization, even combat cyber threats through artificial means. All those are what will help us navigate an ever-growing uncertainty in the marketplace.
All right, thanks for that. Sanjeev, what is your sense of, are people post-COVID, if I think back in that era, they were, let's throw everything in we can do at digital transformation, and we had 1 million projects. Do you think people are doubling down on those projects, or are they trying to pick the 3 or 4 or 5 maybe that are really going to make a difference and focusing their efforts on a smaller number of projects that they hope deliver more value?
That's a great question, Mike. We have to think about digital transformation a little bit differently. Many times we think digital transformation is, okay, we modernize our applications to cloud, or we're building something on AI, or working on some data. I mean, it sounds great, but I go back to the real point about where is the value in my books in the company. So we have to start with the customer first. Like, okay, focus on the customer experience and the customer journey, and that will tell you the art of possible. Then operationally figure out what is the art of feasible. Like, okay, from these use cases in these initiatives, which actually has the highest return, highest value, and a prioritization that we have to do. Because there's always temptation to do my 1,000 things, but you have to focus with the lens of a chief value officer. Forget digital officer. I think everybody should be a chief value officer, about where is my value and what is my investment, and how quickly we can actually get to that value. Once we do that prioritization, then in the background, we also have to keep our architecture ready. For example, the time to market is very important. If a legacy application is prohibiting you to go faster, you have to do both. You have to keep on performing while you transform, right? So there is some investments required to constantly improve your legacy, which is required, but you have to untangle value quickly for your customers, your business do that. So I think what you'll see, my thought process is figure out the 3 or 4 initiatives that truly drive the incremental revenue, the incremental operating income, and which really in conjunction with the business and the operational leaders. And it has to be done in tandem. Like many times we think we do the transformation, build the technology, and wait for adoption by the operations. It really doesn't work. So we introduce a concept called DG Ops, where the operations group and the technology group is in my area as well, where we focus on metrics. Every single measure is not about the next application moving to cloud, but about the next dollar that you're bringing in terms of operating income and prioritizing them. So it's all prioritized, Mike, with the focus of value creation and the results. And I think that's where will get us there, because otherwise we always do modernization, enterprise, digital transformation, but we have to really prioritize with the focus with value.
All right, Paulo, do you agree with that? Do you see something different, or do we just need
No,
more?
I definitely couldn't agree more than on that. I think it's not very, very important to focus on value, or no, we call it business outcomes in our case. When you talk about digital transformation, what digital transformation really are, in my mind, there are 2 aspects to it. One of it is continue to optimize your existing process, your existing businesses, and that is about modernizing your infrastructure, improving things. And there is a lot of value that can be unlocked. Right, that ties to operational improvements, continuous improvements, lean process in Six Sigma, and all of that, where you focus on what you do every day and you just improve it relentlessly, so that you can unlock further value from what you do. The second aspect of digital transformation is perhaps not the most glamorous, that is adding revenue, creating new products, unlocking new markets, and leveraging really technologies to do that. And I think digital transformation is both. In the COVID era, going back to your question, I think in the COVID era there was initially kind of a certain drive to survive in many ways, right? There was digital technologies were seen as a way to continue to operate in an environment where people couldn't be physically together, but then that initial wave has unlocked a lot of creative thinking of new business model, new ways of doing things, and there is perhaps been a bit of a glutton of that. And I think that we are seeing what we're seeing is a bit of a going back to a balance between these two, imperative of continuously to optimize your processes and then at the same time unlocking new markets and unlocking new revenues, but always with the business value, not using Sanjay's terms, or the business outcome in mind. Business value, business outcome is not necessarily in my mind always translated into a dollar, or at least not translated directly into the extra dollars of revenue. It could be another metrics. It could be customer satisfaction. It could be reductions of frustrations for employees. It could be many things, but it's always a business outcome. It's never just, hey, I executed this project, I delivered these new capabilities, I moved this application from on-premises to the cloud. That is not good enough. It always has to be related to a specific business outcome.
Nick, Paulo kind of outlined a two-tier approach, and I want to get your sense of not only just how to maybe apply more discipline, but while we're at it, so much of what you do see that's called digital transformation is somebody stuck a mobile device in front of a paper-based process and called it good. Do we lack a certain amount of imagination, or is it just simply that, the projects that are really going to make a major difference, that have a cultural impact on the company, or just take more time to implement, and two-tier is a good idea? What's your thought?
So from my perspective, there's still no shortage of imagination. There's endless number of great ideas. The reality, though, is to be able to go from concept to creation to commercialization is still, for many companies, a struggle. And so having that discipline, having that experience on how you take a good idea and make money with it is still a very difficult process. So I think part of it is the way that you approach that process. So using an agile approach and using minimum viable products, doing proof of concepts, doing all the things that help you get to a point of, the concept to the creation, and using tool chains to do that. Again, when we look at the low code, no code capabilities that many companies are instituting now, like we are, reducing that speed of innovation cycle is extremely valuable and important. And then determining whether you want to persevere through that process or pivot to something important. Again, it takes a lot of discipline and a really clear methodology in how you do that. But there's no shortage of great ideas. I think it's a matter of prioritization as well, having a really robust demand management process and making sure that everyone's lined up and understands what the end goal looks like, and then rallying around that, making sure you have the right resources with competency, the right support across the company, and you're engaging customers early on in that process is extremely important. Paulo pointed out a really good kind of approach on making sure your run is optimized so that you are getting the most value out of your operations and your infrastructure and your cloud and your compute and your endpoints. But taking some of that optimization and reinvesting it into the grow spaces around commerce platforms, and again, including really unique experiences. If you go to our jbl.com site, you can see what a unique experience on a commerce platform might look like, where you have really strong virtual personal assistants, where you have the ability to personalize the products. But providing a level of experience is really important with customers. But listening to your consumer, both internally and externally, on what they're looking for and how quickly to get there is really important. But the growth side of things, again, we see a significant amount of investment, especially around artificial intelligence analytics. Really allowing the machine learning and the algorithms to help us drive better insights around customer preferences, behaviors, and designing a continuous improvement and design process. So taking what we're hearing around our products in the consumer and automotive spaces through that continuous improvement, continuous design process, incorporating it back into the life cycle of the product is extremely important. So again, I think you'll continue to see significant demand around all things digital, but having a really disciplined process, and making sure you're not losing sight of what matters, which is value creation and a unique experience and the best outcomes for customers is something that is absolutely critical if you want to continue to grow your business.
All right. Sanjeev, we kind of live maybe in the post-COVID era, maybe not, because we're still seeing the next wave come. How has COVID kind of changed your mindset about how you think about digital transformation? And we have people who are remote part of the time, all of the time. Some are in the office, but very few are in there full time. So what's your sense of how should digital transformation officers think about COVID these days?
Yeah, there are a few lessons from COVID, Mike, on digital transformation. In COVID, we did 10 years of transformation in 2 years. Imagine if COVID didn't happen, you need to have a program, everybody should work from home, security, and there will be lots of questions about how we cannot do it versus how we can do it. So one thing COVID has taught us is to have more focus on the art of possible versus focus on the art of impossible, which is very important for digital transformation. Because when you are changing a company or transformation culture, you'll have a lot of people who will say, no, this is not going to work. This is how we have done it for many times. So, but COVID has shown the doors of what is possible when there is actually a need and there is no other alternative. So that's a big lesson, I think. That, and what is also taught is showed the importance of technology readiness infrastructure with the eyes of business, and it has actually paved the way for more digital enablement in the company. Everybody realizes that we have to be up to this mark, to be operationally successful, because anything can happen anytime. Coming back to the workforce and hybrid, I mean, obviously we all live in a hybrid world, but I think we still boil down to, instead of measuring what we are delivering, how many hours you're working, the focus, if the focus is more on the value creation, the results, the bias for results, then what you will not actually be measuring about, how is the engagement, what are they working. So at least what we focus, is we have, if you look at your design thinking and PI planning, we have measurable deliverables tied to the value. And every quarter, every 2 weeks, we are doing releases now every week, moving fast, and what happens there is that it really doesn't matter how we have a distributed workforce, people are all over the world. It has actually made it easier now to all combine together because we focus on measurable metrics and value. It has pushed us to be much more metrics and results driven versus who is there. So you don't have to always be together and FaceTime to do the work. Have a agile workforce. I'm going to example. I was doing one-on-one with one of my direct reports. Instead of facing, I said, okay, send me all your questions. And I'm writing in Teams. 1, this question. I said, yes. 2, no. 3. So this agile collaboration, it has taught us. And what you thought before, we have now much more precise and crisp. So my take, Mike, is that the switch is more on actionable deliverables, measuring through metrics and analytics versus where the workforce is. That we have learned right now.
All right, Paulo, going into 2023, for a lot of folks who are watching this who are aspiring digital transformation officers, what do you know now that you kind of wish you knew before you took this job?
I think it's not the focus on the need for driving value. I think is the things that I know now, and perhaps I knew it before, but I think is the coming into this year of, as we said, of uncertainties. I think that we really need to drive a lot more discipline and a lot more a lot more selective and disciplined in the way we choose to tackle problems. In prior years, both kind of prior to the pandemic or kind of coming out of the pandemic, as there were a lot of resources, a lot of needs, and kind of we were try to do everything and try to do everything at the same time. And it's not just a matter of kind of not diminishing resources or perhaps external constraints. It's a matter of how fast can an organization absorb the change. And so that is one of the things that is, to me, has been striking in the past year. That is, there is a lot of different needs in a lot of different directions. All of them, if you look at them individually, are a top priority, a top needs, and something that should be done immediately, but cannot be executed all at the same time. And so it's not the need of identifying what are the top areas of investment, the top priorities, the most impactful areas of investment is of paramount importance, and I think is going to become increasingly important in coming years. And that goes back to the principle of discipline that we discussed before.
All right, Nick, we got 2 minutes. I'm going to give you the party word. What's your best advice to your digital transformation officer? Should I get more about technology, or should I just find a good therapist? What's your thought?
I would say first is remain adaptable and resilient. Things will continue to change, and your ability to adapt to those circumstances are incredibly important. The second is surround yourself with really great talent. You won't be able to do it all on your own, and the best assurance of success is by surrounding yourselves with people that you can rely on and trust. The third, I would say, is deliver. You earn the right to do more, be strategic, be a partner, be at the table and have a voice because of your delivery. So say do means everything. And then the last piece is culture. Culture matters. It's the biggest differentiator. So, making sure that what you think and what you say and what you do with respect to how you deliver on the culture of commitments and values that the company has is incredibly important. So if your culture is teamwork and excellence and diversity, equity, and inclusion, and a commitment to deliver unique experiences for customers, then you need to live that every day. And so I think those are the things that I would advise to those that continue to aspire to be on a career path to be a CDIO.
All right, folks, you heard it here. It's just like the theme, stand and deliver. I want to thank our panelists today for sharing their knowledge and insights. Guys, that was great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and with that, I want to thank you all for watching this episode. And of course, you'll be able to find this and everything else from today's event on Strong Group's website. Thank you all and have a great day.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hey guys, thanks for the throw. We're here with Kit Merker as Chief Growth Officer for Noble 9. They just raised an additional $15.8 million in funding, and we're going to talk about what the plan is for that, along with observability and SLOs. Kit, welcome to the show.
Hey, thanks for having me. Good to see you.
So you guys, this is not the first funding you guys have raised. And I guess the question that immediately comes up is, I guess after everybody gets a virtual beer, what do you plan to do and what comes next?
Yeah, we've been around since 2019, and We raised some funding before from Battery and CRV and some other investors, which has been great. I think what's different for us now is we've really hit our stride in terms of customer adoption. And so everything that we're doing now in terms of growing the business to help customers and help them standardize on SLOs. We've added ServiceNow and Cisco, both Cisco Investments, as investors in Noble9. And so the focus for us is continue to build the best SLO product we can, make sure we support our customers and make sure that they're getting the best uptime and service and everything else. And then continue to educate the market about SLOs and continue to invest in different open source and community projects to make sure that people know how to use SLOs and how to make service level objectives and how they can impact the reliability and velocity of their organization. So, yeah.
Now, you guys have been talking about SLOs, otherwise known as service level objectives, but the concept, at least, has been around since, I don't know, maybe the first mainframe. But your approach is SLO is code, essentially, and we're trying to make all this programmable. So can you explain what the difference is for the uninitiated?
Yeah, I mean, all enterprise software is replacing a spreadsheet. So let's start from that. If you think about an SLO, the concept is kind of as old as the dawn of services, right? If you walk into a restaurant, there's a certain amount of time it's acceptable that they come up and offer you a table, or else you leave the restaurant. And this same concept applies to software services. If you're using, a mobile tech upload, you're streaming a video, you're trying to maybe buy, a ticket to a concert. There's some amount of frustration that is okay, a very small amount usually. And then beyond that point, people start to get pretty upset. Maybe they move off your service, et cetera. They don't expect perfection. I think this is really the key idea that SLOs, modern SLOs are harnessing, is that people will accept a small amount of error and they will hit refresh. And also, if you have services that are built to be resilient, they can also retry to connect to an API or a database, et cetera. So with this kind of insight, you're right. The key is to build automated SLOs. In fact, I think that's really the better way to think about what Noble9 is an automated SLO platform. Usually, I think the traditional way people look at this is they'll build an SLA, they'll put it in a contract, they'll agree, okay, our service is going to be up 99.9% of the time. The details of how that will be measured is somewhat fuzzy with some special exclusions and things like that. It's looked at manually using spreadsheets and reports. In contrast to the modern way that SLOs are done at companies like Google and others that have adopted it and the way that Noble9 works, the SLOs are clearly defined in code. We have a standard called OpenSLO we built with industry leaders like Red Hat, Dynatrace, Sumo Logic, and GitLab that are all contributors to OpenSLO. It's checked in as part of your GitOps process. There's no arguing over how the SLO is defined. And then the second piece is we define different conditions. Some people might be familiar with error budgets, but basically the idea that you set thresholds that can trigger automation. So, imagine that instead of having to look at the report in real time, you can anticipate that an SLO will be violated if the conditions continue. And you could trigger an automated runbook, some sort of automation to maybe scale up the service or roll back a release. You could Slack the team. You could send an email. You could kick off a ticket in a ServiceNow or in Atlassian Jira, or you could fire off a pager to the team. And so that choice based on these different thresholds and rules, but it's all grounded in trying to understand user expectations. How much failure will they tolerate, and how much are you willing to accept from the business in order to run efficiently while also offering excellent customer service. And that's the name of the game, not striving for perfection, but to have clearly defined acceptable failure in the system.
Is it me, or is it becoming harder to achieve and maintain SLOs in this age of microservices and dependencies? And there is this nasty little thing called latency, right?
Well, you're always up against some sort of speed of light for sure. And there is a lot of risk management. I would say one of the challenges I see is that companies are under a lot of pressure. We're under a lot of economic pressure. People have to keep up with the competition. There's been a lot of DIY solutions where companies have tried to build infrastructure that maybe they weren't, their core competency. They've built up technical debt over time. All of those things contribute to difficulty. And I like to say that reliability is invisible until it isn't. And so now, convincing organizations that uptime is critical to their reputation, to their bottom line, it's becoming more and more obvious this is important. However, you still need to make a significant investment to make that happen. So I think one of the big shifts happening now with smaller teams and more focus, more scrutiny over spending, less DIY projects, more people adopting solutions that are proven, and that is helping people kind of move in the right direction. Now, the whole services concept to me, I think, is a really powerful concept. But you're right, you are the advantage is that I can do things I want, take other things as a service. For example, cloud, right? I mean, it's great to not have to run data centers. However, you are taking a dependency on something that can go down. Microservices, if done correctly, the idea is to accept failure, build resiliency, because you have small amounts of failure all over the place, but that aggregates into a more reliable system as a whole. Not everybody is able to achieve that result because they haven't necessarily designed the system for failure, right? Expected failure, or they haven't clearly quantified the amount of expected failure that's normal versus abnormal. And that leads them to noisy alerts or not designing resilient systems. This is where SLOs come in. It's really about clarifying not only my service, what's the expectation of my service, but also my dependencies. I use database X, I use cloud Y. What do I expect from those services? How do I get an early warning system on those services? How do I hold my vendors accountable? Or if I have a cross-team dependency with maybe another department, or shared services, or a platform, building that clear expectation, negotiating that, and defining it in code is really, really powerful and gives these teams the ability to much more clearly communicate how the service should work and quantify the risk. That, I think, is one of the big changes that will allow people to overcome this challenge. Brute forcing your way to reliability simply doesn't work. The systems are too complicated, and the amount of effort you have to put in to keep systems up and running perfectly, difficult. Your CEO might want your service to be perfect, but they're not really willing to pay for it. That's the dirty little secret. So you got to come up with a compromise. And the compromise is, finding this perfect balance between excellence, customer service excellence, and efficient delivery. And that's what the SLOs ideally should be. It's a moving target, which means you need to have a process and a system for keeping it up to date as expectations change, as customers change, as your competition changes. But yeah, fundamentally, this is where we're going. We've got to get resilient systems is how we get to reliable systems.
So back in the day, the joke was that the SLO wasn't worth the paper it was written on. Obviously, we're no longer writing SLOs in paper. So how has the accountability equation changed? And what do I say to somebody when the SLO is not met?
Well, accountability is an interesting word here because, if we try to set people up for failure, right, where they have expectations or SLAs that they couldn't possibly reach, it might be great for the sales team to sign an SLA of 5 nines or 6 nines, but not necessarily great for the engineering team to have to deliver that feature to their to their customers and carry the pager, and are going to be ones penalized for it. So accountability to me really starts with understanding what's possible, what's expected, what's financially responsible, and having that clearly defined. I agree with you. Like, if it's not written down, it doesn't matter. And in this case, what we really are advocating for is not putting it in a contract, but putting it into code. And code is so much clearer because you have to get it right. It does what it's told, right? There's no room for sort of interpretation, if you know what I mean. So there's a very good point about the importance of clarifying it, having it in writing. In fact, having it in a structured format. But you might have heard a lot about sort of blameless postmortems and not pointing blame. One of the terms I've heard recently is being blame aware and thinking about the consequences of blame without removing blame. If we try to tiptoe around blame, it's another way of saying we're not really interested in finding the truth, right? What the real cause was. And oftentimes, things that we could say are human error are really not human error. It's usually systemic issues that we need to address. But as soon as we remove blame from the story, it slows down our investigation. I think there's always consequences to these systems. We have to accept, that it's many, many complicated factors that lead to outages and downtime most of the time. However, sometimes it's just bad actors. Sometimes it's people who are, being irresponsible, checking in code they shouldn't, ignoring past failures. I've heard about some outages recently that were just people pushing code without following the rules. You have to deal with that. And I think having the paper trail, having clear expectations defined, having release processes defined, at least you're all kind of operating from the same rule book. And then you can say, okay, what happened here? But look, people use SLAs to hold their vendors accountable. And in fact, we even use our SLOs to monitor our third parties. We have conversations with them where we can show them the data. I'll tell you, it's a very different conversation where I can say, look, here was the SLO, here's the error budget you depleted, here's the outage, here's the impact from our customers. I've got the full record of it. And we generate that very easily out of Noble 9. We use it for our own, dog fooding on all of our own services and all of our vendors. It's a very different conversation with the vendor than I've ever had before. And we've been able to negotiate in much better faith because we're operating from the same data. This is a game changer, and I wish more people could experience this because I've seen too many times where a lot of finger pointing, blame game, and people kind of, pulling out the contract, which never a good sign for building a strong technical partnership when we dig out the contract to see what does the SLA actually say. So accountability, I think, is part of the equation. But most engineers I've worked with really care more about being productive and solving problems than pointing fingers and yelling. But that often seems to be the mode we operate in.
How automated can all this get? Because if I can see something is going awry in the SLO, can I make adjustments on some back-end service automatically that would bring the application back in line with the SLO, whether that's additional compute resources or more network bandwidth or something? Can I, really close the loop?
Yeah, it's a great point. There is, I would say, there is always a limit to automation. And this is a general principle that, there's the paradox of automation that the more you automate something, the less you're involved, but the criticality increases. Think of it like you have a self-driving car. You can take a nap while the car is self-driving, until it's about to have an accident, you need to grab the wheel. And automation for our operations systems, it kind of works the same way. So there is a limit to how much we can automate these things. However, in some cases, there is obvious automation that you can do, or you can do it as a first response to a human response. So, for example, you gave an example of adding compute resources. Let's say we have an SLO on a service that can auto scale, and we see that the latency is creeping up. Well, before I wake somebody up to go investigate that, if I can easily trigger a proactive automation to increase capacity on the service, maybe increase the replicas in the Kubernetes cluster, and see if that affects the latency. If it continues, then I can trigger, an on-call to go and investigate it by hand and do something. Just having those kinds of rules in place reduces the burden and the toil on the humans in those situations. Another common pattern is set an SLO for release. So if the software rollout is happening and the SLO starts to degrade, go ahead and roll back the software. Maybe use feature flags or some other method for that. So this is the idea of trying to de-escalate, right? De-escalate the situation so that we can deal with problems in due course of business as opposed to in on-call emergencies. And I think that philosophy, using the automation in that context, and you can still, file a bug so it gets investigated tomorrow. That's another great option, right? We have something that looks like a problem, it's restoring itself. But listen, I've heard more than anything, I hear people who say, I got alerted, I woke up, I started to investigate, and by the time I started investigating, the system was back to normal. That's actually the status for most people, is that these big blips that trigger traditional alerting, they create a lot of noise and turmoil for the teams, and they correct themselves by the time they get to it anyway. So we say, well, let's take a more sophisticated approach, set an SLO over it, and those minor blips won't trigger the alert, but true trends will rise to the top. Those will lead to more accurate alerting. And this completely changes the approach for teams because they're reacting to real impact, not responding to things that have corrected themselves. And they're also dealing with stuff like in a more non-emergency way, which leads to team happiness, productivity, health, all the other things that we want. We don't want our teams to be alerted, except when it's a real emergency, right? And developers I've worked with are all happy to be on call. They just get frustrated when they start getting paged all the time over nonsense, or if they don't have the tool to do preventative measures. They see the postmortem and they can't fix it because management doesn't listen to them and has all this feature pressure. So now with SLOs, you get to regulate that. You have something that can really clearly express the situation that the management team, product management, engineering, operations can all agree on. That's, I think, really the trick to this whole thing. So automation is a key part of it, but it's about using that in concert with the human interactions and human decision making on top of the automation, so you have a more balanced approach to managing the environment.
All right. Well, what you described is what I would call a Danger Will Robinson feature, but do you think artificial intelligence will play a larger role in this as we go forward?
I would be surprised if people don't say that it does. I'm going to start with that. It's interesting because personally, I would never hand the keys of my critical operations systems to artificial intelligence, at least not at this stage. I think that where I've seen it be effective is in things that are kind of offline from the production system. So anomaly detection, we have looked at and are investing in some AI around SLO setting. So basically defining what the SLO should be from the historical data. That's an area that we think that there's an opportunity, which is different than saying, oh, we're going to replace the human operators with AI. So I think as an analytics tool, I think it's really powerful. I think as for specialized cases that are well defined, I think it can work quite well. I think AI for like generating tests and generating test traffic and synthetics and things like that, I think it could be useful as well. But at this point, I personally don't see how it's going to like take over operations anytime soon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So what's that one thing that you see people doing over and over again as they kind of approach SLOs and that you wish that they knew and we could just cut to the chase earlier?
Yeah, this what I would say is quite funny to me, actually, because I see this so many times. They go, I talk to customers or potential customers or practitioners who are trying to do SLOs, and they go, well, we're not sophisticated enough to do SLOs. When we're more reliable, we'll start doing SLOs. And I can't tell you how many times I hear this, but I just think it's completely backwards because the result is that you get to be more reliable because you set a baseline, you started measuring, you're incrementally improving. It's kind of like saying, well, I'll start going to the gym once I get stronger. I'll start dieting once I lose weight. It's kind of backwards. So the one thing I would encourage people is even if your service is immature, even if you have, let's say, 9 5s instead of 5 9s, it doesn't matter. You can start with SLOs. You can start the process now. It's really easy to get started. It's easier than it's ever been to get started. And there's tons of resources. I have to give a quick plug for SlowConf in May, slowconf.com. We're about to announce the speakers. The lineup is going to be huge. The education around this is immense. It's easy to get started and it's simple to get started. I wish people would look at it that way as the beginning of the journey, not something they will do, once they get around to it down the line.
All right. Well, as the saying goes, things measured are things done, and SLOs are the start to the path. Kit, thanks 100%. For being on the show.
Great to see you, Mike. Take care.
All right. Back to you guys in the studio.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hey guys, thanks for the throw. We're here with Peter Smales, who is General Manager for Enterprise Container Management Business Unit for SUSE. There's a mouthful for you. And we're going to be talking about what exactly is the progress we're seeing around cloud native these days and what do you expect in the future. Peter, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me.
I feel like we've all been on this cloud native journey for quite some time. And yet, if I go talk to organizations, I would say the percentage of applications that they're running that are container-based and cloud-native-based is still relatively small compared to the legacy monolithic stuff that we've seen in the past. So where are we on this adventure from your perspective?
I think that's I think that remains an accurate assessment. We're still easily sub 10%. And so the wave, I think we're collectively riding, I say we as in just the overall community of enterprise container management technologies and solutions are ultimately gated to, adoption, right? Of either, net new containers, net new applications getting created, transformation of legacy. But that to me is that's opportunity, right? It's still, the market is still practically speaking nascent. And I know we'll come back to this, but it kind of speaks to it. It aligns that sort of, my word is maturity. We are still riding this wave of of the market. And so there's some interesting trends that we're seeing related to that maturation, but you're absolutely right that we're still, I don't want to say early days because that sounds too, like sandboxy and, non-production-y type stuff. And we're definitely not in the early days, but given the number of applications that exist and given the level of infrastructure maturity that's required to take this legacy, take all these legacy applications or some percentage of them, cloud native, it's a heavy lift and that's going to take time. but we're definitely seeing the market mature, and clearly it's indicative in our business growth and that kind of stuff.
What are you hearing from folks in terms of the challenges that they're running into? Because it seems like, we are getting some hands-on experience now, and a lot of the feedback you hear from folks is, wow, this stuff isn't easy.
Yeah, but if we had a dime for every, sort of every technology thing that folks ended up saying at some point in time, it wasn't easy. Again, the more people that are saying this isn't necessarily easy is also an indication of adoption, if you will, because there's just more, there are more people talking about it. But in terms of what we're, from our vantage point, we're seeing, I'd say two things sort of jump to mind in terms of number one, I don't think anyone's ever said that, Kubernetes was, or, container management was easy. I mean, that was part of what, Kubernetes was invented for. That's why Rancher, our flagship product, has been so successful, because it basically makes Kubernetes and containers easy. That's the whole premise of the product. But we're kind of seeing two things happening right now. Number one is, and I think this is a strong sign of maturation, is that security is probably the hottest topic that we talk about now. And as you know, we have a horse in that race with our new vector technology that we've had in the stable, over the last, over a year now since the acquisition in 21. And so security has become a front and center conversation, and not, interesting enough, necessarily as just an add-on, sort of like, oh, you have containers, now you need security. It's like security is just so front and center that it also creates kind of its own entry point. So I wouldn't say that ties directly to the simplicity comment that we were just talking about before. I think just more from a business and strategy standpoint, it's absolutely the level of interest that we're seeing, specifically with New Vector, but in general with just the conversation around security is that's a big one. That's definitely front and center. And so lots of conversations going on that front. And obviously we're doing, as we talk more about this, we're obviously doing lots of fun stuff on the security front with the New Vector tech. The second thing that I would mention is the continued convergence, if you will, or closer and closer alignment or collaboration between, say, IT ops and DevOps. And I think this speaks directly to your earlier comment about containerization of applications. Because look, the reality was, Rancher in particular, sort of where we came from and where we cut our teeth, was largely on the IT ops side. How do you, people trying to deploy Kubernetes as a service, how do you make it easy to stand up a container and to deploy the container and then manage multiple clusters? And, and that's where Rancher really cut its teeth, and where, it kind of gained its fame. But the real heavy lifting that's going to drive that increase, that wave we were just talking about in terms of additional application development, is on the DevOps front. So increasingly more conversations that we're getting closer and closer to the DevOps communities. The DevOps folks within the organizations that we're talking to are more vocal. They're more involved in the discussion. They carry an increasing amount of clout because there are that many more projects. Maybe they're not in production yet, but there's that many more initiatives around more, the more and more people. In fact, interesting metrics. It's like, if you look at it, there are 22 million developers in the world. Yes, give or take. I heard that number may be a year or two old, but there's something on the order of like 22 million developers. And I'm not saying that all of them are doing, containers and Kubernetes, but where we're seeing what's backing up our view on this increased focus on the DevOps side is things like Rancher Desktop, which I'm sure you're familiar with, which is literally, that is our manifestation of Rancher. It's not about the cluster management. It's about the ability to just put that developer experience right in your desktop, make it easy to stand up containers, just stand up a cluster, et cetera, with Rancher Desktop. That thing's growing like a weed, open source project, tons of adoption there. And I think that just speaks to the fact that more and more people are kicking their tires. So, if I look at it in macro, right now we have, north of, something, you spitball, 40,000 plus, active users of Rancher, on the management side, practically. But then compare that with 22 million developers. If we can get 1% of those people using Rancher Desktop, if you just, making that number up, now you're talking about hundreds of thousands of people that are now developers focused on container technology. And so that's another. So with things like Rancher Desktop, we're seeing really strong adoption of the Rancher Desktop stuff. We're seeing a lot of interest in our Opinio technology, which that's another open source project, which is like really focused on it's a PaaS. So it actually works in collaboration with Rancher. So you sort of give people a more opinionated way to just package things up and simplify the deployment, less CI/CD work, kind of mask all that. So any and all things related to making it easier for the developer folks to be building those apps, developing those apps, et cetera, that'd be the second trend. And then one more, and then I promise I'll shut up. The other interesting thing is, particularly on the edge, I'm sure you've heard us talk about Harvester. Harvester is another open source project. It's cloud native HCI, but where we're seeing interest there is largely on the edge, where you have these environments where they want to essentially build out their ability to manage these edge deployments in a cloud native way. But the applications that they're potentially running could be a POS, it could be, who knows what the application could be. But some of these applications are still, they're VM based, they're traditional applications. So they haven't been, they're not cloud native apps per se. So we see organizations that want to manage cloud native, but then they've got this, they're in this tweener state where they've got some potential legacy applications that they're going to continue to run, not necessarily, turn them into microservices, but basically run these apps in a containerized environment. And that's where stuff like Harvester comes into play. So I'll pause there, but I think all of those, to answer your question very, very concisely, security definitely continues to pop up we're seeing that in the interest in new vector in the discussions. The developer experience continues to become increasingly important topic. And we're sort of seeing that through things like Rancher Desktop interest and Opinio interest. And then sort of this convergence, if you will, of sort of traditional legacy and cloud native in our world, largely on the edge side. We're seeing that through things like, interest in our Harvester technology. But ideally, I think that all speaks to kind of the evolution of the market.
Did we underestimate what it would take to bring developers along? Because we've been at this now for, I think, 7 years maybe, or depending on where you got started in the thing. But maybe we assumed that developers were going to play at a much lower level of access. And then it turns out maybe they don't want to deal with a wall of YAML files.
Yeah. I'm an eternal optimist, so I don't know. I can't speak to whether we overestimated or underestimated, whichever way that you look at it. But I think that at the same time as, like the more you give, the more that you're asked for, right? I mean, obviously the people obviously we want this to be is, if we look back in 10 years, 5 years, whatever, they don't know exactly what the timeline is, then, CNI, cloud native development environments and so forth will be as common as Go, or it'll be completely embedded in the DNA of the developer community. At least that's the wave I think we're collectively riding.
As we kind of ponder this, are we in danger of now going to the other extreme where Kubernetes and containers is it's the fashion platform of the day, but maybe a lot of the things we're building aren't fit for Kubernetes, and we're going to have to figure out how to use everything from serverless frameworks on one side to traditional virtual machines on the other, and maybe we need to have some better advice for folks about what to use when.
Yeah, and more. Can you expand on that? Like more specific, you be talking about like serverless versus containers. Like what do you where are you going with that?
Well, there's a lot of folks who are starting to talk about a lot of the applications that are starting to show up on Kubernetes, maybe not ideal for that platform, and we need to have a conversation amongst ourselves about which platforms to use for what when.
And what's from your vantage point? Give me an example, if you would, of like, you're talking about stateful, or you're talking about highly transactional? Like what are you hearing?
Well, stateful is one example where it is a religious argument almost between folks about whether or not you should use Kubernetes for a stateful application. There are also folks who just think that a lot of the applications, to quote Kelsey Hightower recently, are garbage. So
now on the first one, I mean, look, I don't think we'll have, I think we all know this. There's not going to be, the entire world is not going to go completely to, cloud native. not every application is going to necessarily be built, containerized or go become container native. I think that would be a stretch. So I generally agree with the comment. I don't agree with sort of the blanket. There's a discussion to be had about whether or not you want to be running stateful applications in that environment, because there's a different set of requirements. I think the jury's out to a certain extent. We've got plenty of people that are running stateful applications. I mean, this is one of the reasons things like why we developed Longhorn, is because if you're going to run stateful apps, you need persistent storage. And, the adoption numbers on Longhorn are fantastic. So that's not to say that every stateful application is getting containerized. But I think that we're on the stateful side, we're building the technology we think is fit for purpose to support the requirements of those applications. To your second point, though, I'm interested to hear, obviously, Kelsey's a very interesting guy with a very, with great insights and such. So was his comment that there are a lot of, container-based new container apps that are garbage? Like, was he saying that there's old apps that are garbage that you'd never want to move over? Or was it more about what's getting built new that's kind of garbage?
Well, to be specific, he was basically saying a lot of the newer applications probably should go to a serverless framework and shouldn't be on Kubernetes in the first place, because they're just not, they don't require that level of sophistication and complexity, and the underlying management platform is built for something that is highly distributed, that would be deployed across a hyperscaler kind of environment. Now, that might be his bias, but that's his point of view.
No, but I would concur with that. I think that I can't concur with whether something is garbage or not. I won't, I'll leave that to Kelsey to apply his judgment on that. But I think that what he just explained, it kind of ties back to the roots of what we've been trying to do from day one with the Rancher stuff, right? Which is that ultimately it is about abstraction. I mean, if you remember we still talk about this now, it's sort of like computing everywhere. Like ultimately it's this notion of computing everywhere. You leverage Kubernetes everywhere in order for you to compute everywhere. So write once, run many, and our raison d'etre with the Rancher stuff has always been about the value isn't in the distributions. The distributions are going to commoditize. They need to be everywhere, anywhere you want to compute, and the cool thing about that is with things like K3S, it's planes, trains, automobiles, satellites, drones, like tanks. Kubernetes is, it's not literally everywhere, but the applications are really myriad. But I do agree with Kelsey that where Kubernetes is not, K3S is lightweight, admittedly. Kubernetes overall, is not light, if you will, or it's not super simple. You can use tools like Rancher and the things that we deliver to make things simple. But the technology was largely designed to create a complete abstraction layer for you to be able to ultimately compute anywhere. So again, I don't know specifically what Kelsey was talking about on those. I'm sure there's certain applications that it's a complete waste of time to try and containerize them because there's no point. But but there's still, ultimately there is still I think it ties back to the fact that there's supply and demand now, which is we have an increasing number of people that are using containers, that are investigating containers. We're still, relatively speaking, we have a lot of maturity, but we're still early. Like we haven't, the hockey stick continues largely on the developer side. And I feel like that's, if you accelerate the developer side of things, and to your point, it's not like this, oh my God, this is the first year we're talking about DevOps. It's not a new discussion. We've had, if you remember Rio, we've had multiple cuts at trying to do PaaS and trying to make it simple. And when you go opinionated, that can be hard because you have to predict, we got it right with Rancher because we've just made everything so simple. I think the developer side is just because there's such a myriad universe and community of developers, it's harder to find that common ground. And so I think it takes longer. It can be complicated. There's going to be more thrashing. But again, I come back to things like, Rancher Desktop, just in general, like the more we can watch those communities grow and mainstream, then there's obviously going to be more and more questions and requirements from additional developers. But that's all goodness. If you just look at an adoption-led go-to-market model, that's all goodness because the issue isn't, well, nobody's interested in Rancher Desktop, that's not the problem, kind of thing. Like the challenge that we have collectively is making this stuff simpler, continuing to make it simpler on the rancher side, from a infrastructure management side, and then continuing to simplify things and mature things, on the dev side.
So what ultimately will decide the issue as to which container platform people will use, which distributions, which passes? What are they going to look for from a provider?
That is a very good question, and I think to a certain extent, our approach has always been very what we call open interoperable, and that's not to say that we don't care, if you will, but the nature of we don't. I mean, honestly, we can tell you, as it relates to the distribution, we've always said use the distribution that's purpose built. Like if you're running in AWS, then use the AWS distro. If you're running on GCP, then use GKE. Like we have always, and that's why, for example, with Rancher, we invested in providing full lifecycle management. So our opinion has always been use the distribution, values and management. Use the distribution that is purpose built for the environment or multiple distributions. You could use a myriad of different. Ultimately, to a certain extent, Rancher customers, or our view on that, is that they don't, in terms of distributions and things like that, they don't need to make that decision. They can make that decision based upon business requirements and what they learned about the different platforms. In terms of what applications, I think that's going to be an ongoing discussion of, there's so many questions. It's compliant. There's certain applications that'll never move over. They're going to be traditional legacy on-prem apps, that are never going to go up for security reasons, for compliance reasons, for air gapping reasons, whatever the case may be. There are going to be security issues as to why there'll be compliance, regulatory reasons why they won't do it. There'll be certain applications that just for technology or performance, reasons may not make it. So I don't think there's a singular sort of playbook, if you will, at least as of today, that says, there's certain guardrails, obviously, you can provide good insight on, but I think a lot of that is continuing to evolve. There's no sort of ultimate decider on that, if that makes sense.
All right, folks, you heard it here. It's a brave new world. There's going to be a lot more cloud native applications for sure, but nothing else.
That right.
Nothing else seems to go away. Hey, Peter, thanks for being on the show.
Thank you for having me. Look forward to chatting with you again. Take care.
All right, back to you guys in the studio.
Discover the cutting-edge insights of our new show, AI Times, a series that explores the limitless potential of artificial intelligence. Sponsored by the AI Infrastructure Alliance, the AI Times is at the forefront of the AI revolution, tackling the crucial questions of how we can leverage AI for the betterment of humanity. Stay ahead of the curve as this show delves into all things surrounding AI, including trends, pressing concerns, and the positive impact AI is making around the globe. AI Times.
Hi again, everyone. I hope you all enjoyed today's episode of Techstrong TV. We had some amazing interviews with industry professionals to give you the latest in the tech world. And alongside the airing of The Haunted Hacker in our extensive conference sessions, we had plenty of great content today. We'll be back again tomorrow, so we hope to see you then. But in the meantime, thank you so much for watching, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. As always, stay strong. Tech strong. Hello everyone, and welcome to Techstrong TV. Today is Tuesday, February 28th, and I hope you're all having a wonderful day so far. I'm your host, William Willis, and in today's show, we're going to bring you some fantastic interviews with incredible guests from around the world, so stay tuned. As always, I'm going to start off with our Techstrong News Recap, filling you in on the biggest tech headlines that are making waves. Then we will head over to Allen, where he will speak to Todd Green, CEO of PubNub, to talk about the best practices and gotchas in real-time APIs. Then we have 2 sessions of the DevOps Experience 2022. In the first session, Dr. David Wheeler, Director of Open Source Supply Chain Security at the Linux Foundation, will discuss how to develop secure software through DevOps, including the use and securing of open source software. Then, Caitlin Carolla, Sales Engineer at Metallic Data, talks about how Metallic Data provides flexible, powerful, and secure data protection with its Metallic Data Management as a Service offering. Next, we will air an episode of The Haunted Hacker with Mike Jones. In this episode, Mike continues his talk with Kurt Swiezdak as they discuss corruption in electronic surveillance. Then, Mike Rothman is joined by Nudge Security CEO Russ Speitler to discuss the current state of protecting SaaS applications and why the current solutions like vulnerability scanning are insufficient. We will then air a session of Predict 2023. In this session, Mike Rothman conducts a panel discussion with Tanya Jenka of We Hack Purple, Jeff Williams of Contrast Security, David DeSanto of GitLab, and John Pescatore of SANS Institute about the best approaches to ensure that the components and libraries used in your applications haven't been compromised and the current state of regulation. We will then wrap up this discussion with 2 episodes of View with Vizard. In the first episode, Mike Vizard interviews Asaf Kohan, president of Centra, as Asaf explains why 2023, from a compliance perspective, is going to be a lot more challenging as more regulations come into effect. Then, Mike interviews Uptal Bhatt, Chief Marketing Officer for Tigera, as Uptal explains why there's a need for Kubernetes security platforms based on open source Calico software that continuously monitors and analyzes network and container behavior for indicators of attack. And that's what we have coming up for you on this episode of Techstrong TV. So without further ado, let's get the show started. Enjoy.
ContainerJournal.com is the leading online destination for centralized computing-related content. ContainerJournal.com covers all aspects of software containers, from container management, data management for containers, container security, networking for containers, to the entire container ecosystem, Kubernetes, microservices, serverless, and more. ContainerJournal.com has the largest selection of container-related news, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.containerjournal.com to learn more.
Hi again, everyone. Here are the headlines for February 28th. First up, Canada privacy regulators are launching an inquiry into TikTok to investigate concerns over the company's data collection practices and whether or not it hands over user data to China. Regulators will examine whether TikTok complies with transparency obligations and Canadian privacy laws, particularly with regards to those protecting child privacy, since many of the app's users are young. TikTok stated that it takes privacy seriously and that the investigation provides an opportunity for it to clear the air. The Canadian investigation follows similar concerns raised by governments worldwide, and this development comes after a class action lawsuit were resolved in the US and Canada, and just after the announcement that the EU Commission employees were ordered to remove the app from devices for safety concerns. Next, Nissan has announced that it will speed up its transition to electric vehicles by making almost all of its offerings in Europe electric or series hybrids by fiscal 2026. This goal is up from the previous target of 75% that same year. This move comes as emissions regulations in Europe are getting stricter and stricter. This being said, though, the company aims to make 58% of its model offerings electric in Japan, but Nissan's sales targets for EVs in the US remains unchanged. The company also plans to introduce 19 electric vehicle models by 2030, up from an earlier 15, and plans to invest up to a 15% stake in Renault's electric vehicles. While Nissan was one of the first companies to launch an EV with its Leaf model, it has since been surpassed by competitors like Tesla. And this move seems like it is an attempt to get back to the top of the EV market. In other news, Ericsson, a Swedish telecom equipment manufacturer, has decided to reduce its costs by cutting 8% of its global workforce, following the trend of other tech companies making layoffs. Ericsson specializes in producing equipment for 5G wireless networks and announced that it aims to reduce spending by $850 million by the end of this year. It plans to lay off 8,500 employees this year and into 2024. The company originally announced its intention to reduce costs in December and expects to simplify and become more efficient, resulting in better results in the second quarter. Ericsson's global workforce currently stands at approximately 1,500 employees, and it aims to manage the process with fairness, respect, and professionalism. Next up, Microsoft has announced the availability of its new Bing search engine that is powered by artificial intelligence can now be used on mobile apps. It can now be accessed on mobile devices via the Bing app and Microsoft's Edge browser on iOS and Android platforms. Additionally, users are allowed to use voice input to interact with Bing's chat mode and can also incorporate it into text conversations using Skype. This is just the most recent update with Microsoft and ChatGPT, but this being said, it has not always been the smoothest, as Microsoft had to reduce Bing's original capabilities due to users pushing the system beyond its testing limitations. Despite this, Microsoft has been quick to respond to feedback and is constantly improving the new Bing search engine. On Container Journal, we have an article looking at Red Hat extending alliances and partnerships with NVIDIA and Samsung to improve efforts to make its OpenShift platform a foundation for edge computing. Red Hat has noted that while Kubernetes-based edge deployments are in its early days, the number of applications deployed at the edge will need to be built with DevOps best practices is set to grow exponentially. To learn more, go to containerjournal.com. On DevOps.com, we have an article that looks at strategies to consider when adopting platform engineering. As we get into 2023, platform engineering continues to be an emerging discipline as developer burnout and tooling sprawling increases. This article looks at the state of DevOps and platform engineering, as well as some of the best practices for platform engineering adoption. To learn more, go to DevOps.com. Finally, on Security Boulevard, we have an article that looks at how Dole, the global food company, faced a ransomware attack that temporarily shut down some of its operations in North America. The article highlights how vulnerable the food supply chain is to cyber attacks due to the just-in-time nature of production and distribution, as well as what companies can do to mitigate future attacks. To learn more, go to securityboulevard.com. And that's today's Techstrong News Recap.
DevOps.com is the #1 online destination for DevOps education and community building. DevOps.com covers all aspects of DevOps, including DevOps best practices and tools, DevOps culture, DevSecOps, business impact, continuous testing, continuous delivery, and more. DevOps.com has the largest collection of original DevOps content, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.devops.com to learn more. DevOps.com, where the world meets DevOps.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Techstrong TV. I have got a new company to tell you about, and it's kind of my favorite kinds of company. It's one of these like 8-9-year-old overnight success stories, right? Because many entrepreneurs, or many people who aren't entrepreneurs, think that, you know, you start a company and you strike gold, and in 6 months or a year, someone comes by and says, oh, your company's worth $1 billion or something. But that's not the way it works for most times. For most companies, it is entrepreneurs starting out, not taking salaries sometimes, and, you know, just working it, and they put in 5, 6, 7, 8 years, but they build a business, and you know, it's much as I've done here at Techstrong, actually, and I appreciate those kinds of efforts. Let me introduce you to an entrepreneur like that right now. Todd Green, welcome to Techstrong. How are you?
Really good. Thanks so much. I appreciate being on the show.
I appreciate you having you here. So I hope I didn't embarrass you, but tell us your story.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, we love to talk about overnight successes, but most strong businesses and good businesses are built up over time, you know, from lessons learned and growing customers and all of that. And that's, you know, what we've done at PubNub. I came out of, funnily enough, I started my career, you know, a computer science background as a management consultant at Pricewaterhouse, PwC. Did not really appreciate coding in a suit and tie every day. So as soon as the internet really exploded, you know, in the early to mid 90s, I left to go to my first, not my startup, but a startup called NetDynamics, which ended up being the first app server for the internet, which was pretty exciting. I think I was employee number 12 over there. And that really just, yeah, it was. I don't know if you've heard of. Did you hear NetDynamics?
Oh, I know NetDynamics. I'm of an age. Yes.
I was going to say. I looked at your background. I was like, he was there when I was there. So we, you know, it was really exciting because I found that my strength was really basically being able to connect sort of, really strong technical concepts with sort of business speak, right? With what people are trying to do and vice versa. So I've always kind of been in that area between the customer and the technical side. So I was, a solution architect and a product manager and those sorts of things, and got the bug to start my own company. So after we sold to Sun Microsystems, I left to start a company we called CascadeWorks, which was one of the first SaaS products ever. We started it in 2000, 99, 2000. And we eventually sold it to what's now Upwork, who went public a few years back in about 2003. So I've always done those kinds of entrepreneurial things. I was, before PubNub, the founder of a company called Loyalize, which was one of the first companies to create an interactive experience, white label experience that you would play on your iPad or your iPhone or Android device while you're watching a live TV program. And we realized that there were more and more companies wanting to do this, right? But there were two problems with that. What are the creative ideas that you need to build so that you can have 100,000 people or 1 million people in an app together and they feel like they're collaborating and so on? What does that look like? What's the creative aspect? And then technically, how the heck do you scale that in real time so that 1 million people's, interactions are somehow shared and streamed back and forth in a scalable way? We sold Loyalize to the owner of American Idol. I started PubNub to really be the platform so many people could build those kinds of applications without having to focus on all the core tech. And that's really been kind of the genesis of now last 10 years, what I've been doing here at PubNub.
Excellent. What a great background, man. Congratulations.
Thanks.
So 10 years ago, you start PubNub, and the idea is give people, I don't want to use the platform word because it's an overused word.
Yeah.
But give people a head start on and not having to be down in the guts on building an application, with some great functionality.
Yeah, well, okay. So if you think about the differences here, we used to call them real-time apps, interactive live real-time apps where, you do something and I see that thing show up instantly on my screen, whether it's a digital whiteboard or a chat message or the location of your car moving or anything like that. Those, it turned out all share some commonalities. And what we strive for at PubNub is to figure out what are those core building blocks that you could use, whether you're doing a live mapping application or a digital whiteboard or synchronizing a Google Docs style approach or just a simple chat application. And we, over the last, decade, we've really been releasing these core building blocks that we find that people need for those apps. The key one, of course, is some way of synchronizing people together instantly. And that's kind of where our core technology is. We've got like over 60 patent claims now approved from the government, and that's all around thinking of synchronization as loosely coupled messaging distributed around the world. So rather than when you launch an app, simple APIs for just app developers, pubnub.publish, pubnub.subscribe, it sends a message into our network and anyone subscribing on that channel gets it in under 100 milliseconds anywhere in the world. And that's whether it's one person subscribing or, we broke the record at 25.3 million people in the same virtual room subscribing to the application. Wow. So that's that kind of core bus of what we do is that global network of PubSub messages that fly around. They get used for chat applications, location data, IoT control signals like turn my light bulb on, my door lock, right? And then instead of other building blocks like PubNub functions, which lets you actually add logic between the publish and subscribe. So you can manipulate, filter out, use AI to filter out bad words in a chat room or translate from French to English or whatever. Presence detection, are you online, are you offline? And a whole bunch of other kind of core building blocks so that you can build any kind of interactive app across any scale. So those are kind of the ways that we encourage our developers who come to them to think about building these applications. And that's been very successful. We've got, over 2,000 customers, about 800 million monthly active devices hitting our network, and about, I think, north of 3 trillion API call transactions on our edge every month. So like I said, you've probably used PubNub many times per day and not been aware of it.
That's fantastic. What a great story, man. I love this. So, one of the things, let's keep, though our audience, Todd, is a technical audience, it's a developer audience, they may probably know PubNub. They may not know the whole story. But there's the entrepreneurial crowd out here, too. And just people who, are business founders and marketers and what have you. How do you, it's one thing to build a product that has that kind of scale, right? You've got to build a scalable product. But how do you get to awareness? How do people say, hey, I need this functionality? PubNub, that's it. That gives me what I need.
That's a great question. Well, there is, by the way, we could talk for hours on how do you build an auto-scaling, globally distributed network with the ability to store data in various regions for compliance issues and the ability to scale based on 10 million people came in because the Super Bowl just started, and you got to make sure that there's enough capacity and then scale that down so you don't go out of business. And there's a massive amount of technical challenges that we've solved over the last 10 years to operate as a business that doesn't lose, tons of money. But in terms of the awareness side, I give credit to really my co-founder, right? I came out of the world of enterprise where you actually went and you sell to businesses, sort of person to person. But he really pioneered one of the first companies to be really great at developer awareness online. And so, our first, I'm going to call it $7 to $10 million of revenue was without a sales team. It was literally online marketing, releasing SDKs that work in any development environment. So whether you're using, PHP, Perl, Python, JavaScript, iOS, Android, like whatever platform you're using, we had SDKs that worked. We went to those meetups. We talked about it online, and we got people to sign up. Every single one of our APIs was free to try out. Single one of our SDKs you could download. All of our documentation was available online. And that grassroots growth really allowed us to scale the early days of PubNub without kind of a traditional sales motion.
Crazy.
It is.
You know what?
New
when
world.
Things go right, it goes right.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I think we were scratching an itch that needed to be scratched, right? If you think about the world before PubNub, what are some of the well-known multi-user apps? Well, there was in the gaming world, there was World of Warcraft, right? There was WebEx was one of the first, systems, and for collaboration. There are a number of these, but most of those companies had 60 to 70% of their developer spend and effort on the core infrastructure, and just maybe 30 to 40% max on the actual experience itself. Now you look at the customers we have today from Meta is one of our customers through their subsidiary Customer. We've got food delivery companies like Swiggy in India and Just Eat in the UK. We've got just so many game companies like Moon Active and Pocket Gems. They can focus 100% of their development on the experience, right? The end user engaging experience, and let our global network just cover all that synchronization and all the APIs for that, for the infrastructure piece.
Great. So, again, talking to your CEO to CEO, so you have an amazing customer base. I don't want to say infinitely scalable.
I'd love it if it were infinite. But
yeah, but highly scalable platform. How do you keep the business growing?
I think, we have barely scratched the surface, right? The fact that, I'll tell you, having interactive experiences within apps was already growing before COVID. But when everyone went online and you were using an app that you had to literally reload or ask someone to send you an attachment and then reopen that, if you didn't have that kind of Google Docs real-time synchronization, that kind of experience, all of a sudden people weren't using your app anymore, whether it was a SaaS product or a B2C product or a game or an IoT product, whatever. And so the priority of those interactive features has jumped up to like priority number one for most product managers around the world. So there's that huge tailwind from that. But there's another big tailwind, which we found that whenever a population of people can get, high-speed data for less than, 2 gigs for less than, 1-2% of their monthly income, they change the way they live, right? We're used to it in the US, but food delivery, the ability to get Uber type of products, the ability to stream data online, to have interactive experiences with their friends, that explodes. And you're seeing that decline in bandwidth costs in Southeast Asia, in South America, in some parts of Africa. So every time we start to saturate one region, another region explodes with demand. And so right now, for example, we're seeing huge growth in Asia and parts of Asia where there's just a race to localize the kinds of experiences that have become popular in the US and Western Europe. They're now exploding in other parts of the world. So really, I think that we really are just still scratching the surface.
Love it.
Todd, for anyone, developers, managers watching this saying, you know what, this sounds like a great thing for us to try, kind of harness. What's the best way to engage with PubNub?
That's a great question. As I mentioned in the early days of PubNub, we didn't have a sales force to speak of, and that was both good and bad. I mean, it's always great to see people signing up, telling you they love your product and just using it. But as we've expanded from one or two building blocks like core messaging and maybe presence to now, persistence layers and events and actions, which actually launched yesterday, a whole new service for exporting data in real time and functions to manipulate data. I always joke, it's like Spider-Man, with great power comes great responsibility, right?
Yep.
And so what we found is that by providing free, included solution architect work, solution engineering kinds of work with our customers, it just creates much more success on behalf of our. They're using us more optimally, they're scaling better, and those kinds of things. So, like I said before, PubNub is still completely free to sign up. Every one of our APIs is available to try out. The documentation is amazing. We've got a great docs team. That said, if you're doing anything substantive and you want some handholding, call us up, contact us. We don't charge for that. We find it's a win-win. And that's typically now how we engage with our larger customers. And some of the names I can't talk about, but some of the largest game companies in the world now have signed up. A company recently you may have heard of in Europe called DAZN, DAZN, which is kind of like the ESPN for Europe. They're building all their interactive experiences on top of PubNub now. And so, we're really working with companies like that on tech strategy and architecture to make sure they're making the best use of and best design patterns for these kinds of things.
You know what? I don't think we mentioned the website, though, did we?
It's pubnub.com, 6 letters, domain name. There you go.
All right.
Easy enough. And, an easy Google search will find out. I think, common use cases extend from, in-app chat is what we like to call a gateway drug, meaning that people always want chat within their app on the side somewhere, but they never wanted to end there, right? They want that to be the entry point into interactive experiences. But if it's a social app, they may want to push polls and trivia questions and sentiment analysis. But if it's a doctor-patient, we're HIPAA compliant, so there might be a waiting room application, or, how long is a doctor in each room? So, those become, also live maps is another one. We actually also power quite a few IoT products, from Vivint to August Locks to Logitech's Harmony. If you use any of those products, all of that signaling is going right from the device on PubNub through the internet out to your phone, to the servers, everything else. So, where it's easy to kind of start any of those things, but pubnub.com is the place to go.
Todd, this has been great, man. And I feel like I uncovered a lost secret of the internet here, an unknown secret power, right? Powering this whole thing. Keep up the great work. It's a great story. Come back and keep us posted about PubNub too, though.
I'm sure our audience would love to hear more.
We've got some really exciting, we've really been expanding our product footprint, and we've got some exciting things coming out later this year. I'd love to reconnect and share some of the things we're doing. So we should do that.
You've got an open invitation, man. Come on.
Thanks.
Alrighty.
Appreciate it.
Todd Green, PubNub here on Techstrong TV. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back in a moment.
Hi there, my name is David A. Wheeler. I'm the Director of Open Source Supply Chain Security at the Linux Foundation, and I'm here today to talk about DevOps, security, and open source software. First, although I think a lot of you already know what open source software is, I want to make sure we're agreeing on some terms. So when I say the phrase open source software, I mean the usual definition of it. It's software licensed to users with specific freedoms to run it for any purpose, to study and modify it, and to freely distribute copies, either the original or a modified version without constraints like royalty payments to the original author. If you want a larger, more sophisticated definition, the open source definition is a good definition put up at the Open Source Initiative. So there's a lot of open source licenses. There's a few that you'll typically see, things like the MIT license or the Apache 2.0 license. If you've got software and it's not open source software, what do you call it? Well, a common thing to call that kind of software is closed source. It's kind of an obvious analogy to open source software. And you'll also see proprietary software as an antonym used. Now, if you're in the US, it's important to understand that open source software is a kind of commercial software, because under the US law, if it's licensed to the general public and it has a non-government use, it's commercial. That's particularly important if you ever have to interact with the U.S. government. Now, why have open source software licenses? Well, there are many reasons. Motivations are complicated things with humans, but an important thing to understand about open source software is that its licenses enable worldwide collaborative development of that software. People can gather together, develop it, use it worldwide, identify issues, collaboratively fix it. And that has led to an incredible number of advantages and reasons why open source software is so widely used. And it is widely used. In fact, open source software is a critical part of the modern software supply chain. Synopsys found that 98% of all code bases in general and of all Android apps specifically contained open source software. And in fact, the average amount of code that's open source software within a code base is anywhere from 78 to 90%, depending on the analysis. And it's increasing. You can see even just in a few years, we can identify an increasing number of open source components being used within a larger software code base. Now, I'm going to talk about security. So let me just quickly answer one question I often get a lot, which is open source software always more secure, or is proprietary software always more secure? And of course, that word always is rarely true in real life. And the real answer is neither. If you care about security, you need to evaluate. That said, there is a reason that open source software has a potential security advantage. It's not crazy why people think, hey, open source software, doesn't that have a security advantage? It certainly has a potential one. And that's because the fundamental secure design principles were identified back in the 70s by Salzer and Schroeder. And one of them is that the protection mechanism must not depend on attacker ignorance. And open source software better fulfills this principle. So it has a potential security advantage. But that, like all things, potentials are not always realized. You still need to look at software before you bring it in. And the reality is, even software that's well run, the reality is it's written by humans. Humans are imperfect. And because humans are imperfect, humans sometimes make mistakes, meaning that the software we make sometimes has mistakes, and some of those mistakes become vulnerabilities. That said, continuous careful review is more likely to detect vulnerabilities over time that can be then fixed. But even a well-run project can have a vulnerability. So with that as context, let me make a few comments here about my topics here. First of all, I hope you realize that already that attackers are attacking software worldwide. It's not just open source, it's not just closed source, it's software. So you've got to prepare. And if you're a DevOps practitioner, you should be doing DevSecOps. Whether you call it DevSecOps or not, security should be integrated into your DevOps practices. Things like you should make sure you have security tools in your CI pipeline to look for problems before they get deployed. Now, some open source software projects do apply DevSecOps. I run a project which specifically does apply DevSecOps. It's a little difficult to answer the question, hey, how many open source software projects practice DevSecOps? And part of the reason is that many open source software projects are components. They don't directly deploy at all in the sense of deploying software to end users. Something like, hey, is a number a number even or odd? That's not something you would deploy directly to end users. It's a component that you would typically use in a larger component. Now, that said, many open source software projects do produce components that enable DevSecOps. Okay, lots of security guidance, lots of tools, lots of enabling technology, Kubernetes being one of many, many, many. For many open source software projects, build and release of their code is their version of ops, because what they put out, what they view as their endpoint is a little different than what often people talk about for DevSecOps. That said, well-run open source software projects have CI pipelines that check security before release. To my mind, that's one of the criteria that identifies a well-run open source software project. So let me talk about open source software, security, and the OpenSSF. There are literally millions of open source software projects. I'm not exaggerating. I did an analysis years ago where we found it was in the millions, and I'm sure it's only increased since then. And there are many foundations which run a number of open source projects and are relevant to DevSecOps in various ways. I work for the Linux Foundation. Many of you are probably already aware that the Linux Foundation is a foundation that creates foundations. So there's a number of foundations relevant to particularly focus on DevSecOps related things like the Continuous Delivery Foundation or the Cloud Native Computing Foundation. And of course, there are other foundations, the Linux Foundation, the Apache Software Foundation, the Python Software Foundation, and so on. I can't possibly talk about them all. So I'm going to focus today more on the Open Source Security Foundation because its focus is, I'm going to read it right here, collaboration and working both upstream and with existing communities to advance open source security for all. That's their mission. So they were created in 2020 as part of the Linux Foundation. In 2022, they switched to a member-funded model. In 2020, there was this thing called COVID that made a lot of things hard to set up. And in May 2022, the OpenSSF released something called the Open Source Software Security Mobilization Plan. I'll talk about that a little later, but basically it's, here's some areas that we particularly want to focus in on the future to improve security of open source software. So here's what the OpenSSF looks like. If you look at from an org chart point of view, like most Linux foundations, there's a governing board that decides where funding goes, a technical advisory council, which oversees the major technical decisions. There's a lot of working groups, and inside those working groups are a lot of projects, which are efforts that work on code, and SIGs, which are efforts that work on things primarily other than code, as well as some associated projects. The OpenSSF is doing a lot. It's a whole lot to take if you try to keep track of it all. So let me point out just a sample of some results that I think you may find useful right now today. Secure Software Fundamentals is a free course. OpenSSF Scorecards, this automatically measures open source software. Sonatype actually found in a recent 2022 report that it was actually really helpful in identifying projects that were likely to have known vulnerabilities. OpenSSF Best Practices Badge, the Alpha Omega, which is working to proactively find and fix vulnerabilities, in some cases by working very directly with the projects, and others looking at a top list looking for vulnerabilities with tools. Vulnerabilities Disclosure Guide and some concise guides. I'm going to point out a little more information about each of these, because I think some of these will be very, very useful. First of all, a course on Secure Software Development Fundamentals. This is a free course. If you develop software, you should learn how to develop secure software, yet most software developers have never been told. If you don't know what course to take, here's a course. It's free. On average, take you about 16 hours to go through with 3 parts. Requirements design reuse, implementation, and then verification, some more specific topics. And this talks about the fundamentals. It doesn't focus just on whether you're an open source software developer. It teaches the fundamentals of developing secure software, whether it's open source software or not. It does discuss how to evaluate and reuse open source software, because everyone does that. And when you're done, if you can show evidence, you actually learn the material, you get a free certificate, and there's the link there. As strange as it may seem, if you want to take another course, that's great. There are many other courses. Please take something though, because developing software that's secure starts with developers knowing how to do it. OpenSSF Scorecards. This automatically scores open source software projects on a set of heuristics, what they call checks. Each one's scored from 0 to 10, 10 being the best. What's great about scorecards is that you can evaluate arbitrary projects they don't need to collaborate. Currently, this only works on projects hosted on GitHub. This is not a fundamental to its concept. It's just its current implementation. We have taken steps to make that so it can broaden out later. Here's some sample checks. It looks for things like, hey, does the project have checked in binaries or not? If it does, that's a little concerning because that means they're not rebuilding them necessarily. Does it use things like branch protection? Does it have run tests? Does it have code reviews? And so these kinds of checks basically help you estimate the risk level of that project. And I have a link there for more information. The OpenSSF Best Practices Badge project basically is a list of best practices for open source projects, things that we think open source projects should be doing. And if an open source software project meets those criteria, it can earn a badge. There's 3 badge levels: passing, silver, and gold. Participation, this is widespread. It's continuing to grow. We've got over 5,100 projects, over I think it's 900 passing. There's at least 800 passing as of this month. I think that's a typo there, but hey, I expect that we'll get there. And again, there's a URL you can learn more. One of the things the OpenSSF has done is created a concise guide for developing more secure software. When it's printed out, it's about a page, maybe a little bit more. So it's not large and it points off to more information. But let me just walk through real quick. So first of all, ensure all the privileged developers use multi-factor authentication. Some attackers want to take over developer accounts in order to subvert open source software. If you require the use of little MFA tokens, that almost completely eliminates those threats. There's some studies found that 99.5% of all those kinds of attacks basically get thwarted by MFA tokens. Learn about secure software development. We already talked about that. Use a combination of tools in your CI pipeline to detect vulnerabilities. And this just screams DevOps, right? Okay, get those tools in there. The tools by themselves are less effective unless the developers know how to develop secure software. But the tools plus knowledge is a powerful combination. Evaluate software before you select it. And then the next few I've listed here are really all about doing rapid updates because, as I mentioned, humans are imperfect. We make mistakes. And although we try not to make mistakes and we take steps to detect mistakes before they get released, it happens. And so users of software need to be prepared to do rapid updates when a vulnerability is found in a component. You need to be able to rapidly update so that the fixed version is available. And that means that as a developer, you need to use package managers to automatically manage your dependencies, implement automated tests, high coverage, and also negative testing. This means testing for things it doesn't do. I hear a lot of test-driven developer believers who only do half the tests because they only test for the new functionality they added. They fail to test for the things that it shouldn't do. So things like, hey, if the software shouldn't delete a component if it's not owned by the user, then check for that. That has to be one of your tests. Monitor known vulnerabilities in your software's direct and indirect dependencies. Keep those dependencies reasonably up to date so that if a vulnerability is found, it's not a major redesign just to use the fixed version. Before you bring in open source software, you should evaluate it. Here's some simple questions to ask. Can you avoid adding it at all? You may already have a component that provides the functionality you need. You don't need to add, 3 different ways to do the same thing. Are you evaluating the intended version? Is it maintained? And so on. And the guide actually includes some information about how to estimate these answers. I think these questions are actually relevant for all software. Many of the issues that I'm raising are actually true for all reused software, not just for open source software. But because open source software is the vast majority of reused software, it makes sense to kind of focus in on that and how to get answers to those questions so that you can evaluate that open source software before you bring it in. That's just a few of the open source software projects. There's a lot more. And this tries to show that, in fact, there's many different projects and they fit anywhere from the developer through source code repositories, through builds, through packaging them up all the way to distribution. Now, how are open source software projects attacked? Let me point out two, because a lot of people just think about, some developer, intentionally inserts code that's malicious. I mean, that's actually a small minority. By far and away, one of the most common kinds of attacks for supply chain attacks in that process between the developer and the many, many steps to end users. One most common is something called typo squatting. This is where attackers create a whole bunch of projects with almost the right name and hoping that someone who's trying to use the software accidentally used the wrong name. How do you counter this? Double check the name. It turns out that's an incredibly strong countermeasure to just wait. before you bring that software in, is that the software you intended to bring in? And often that eliminates the problem entirely, but people are busy and aren't aware that this is an attack. Another kind of attack is something called dependency confusion. Often projects, larger projects, larger software brings in software from multiple different repositories, different registries, and they may use an organization's internal registry as well as external ones, and they may say, bring in package foo from assuming it's from their internal registry, but then someone creates a foo out in a public registry, and their software, when it's built on intent, uses the one that's public instead of the one that's private. Attackers, unfortunately, have realized this, and they take tricks like, I'll create a whole bunch of packages with names that look like private packages. I'll give them version 999, and the package manager will say, wow, 999, that's so much more recent than the 3.0 I've been using. Organizations thought creating internal registries would automatically aid security. And the problem here is if they're used wrongly, this can make it worse. So that doesn't mean that internal registries are wrong, but it does mean that you have to use them wisely. If you are intending to bring software in from a private registry, make sure that's actually what's going to happen. One of the more recent events that's happened that we're pretty excited about is something called SigStore. SigStore has been in development for a little while here. The problem it's trying to address is that there's been many previous tools to cryptographically sign open source software projects, packages, but they're often unused. They're very challenging to use correctly. It's often impractical. And so SigStore was created as a free-to-use, nonprofit software signing service to make it much easier to sign and probably more importantly, to verify. Because if you don't verify signatures, there's no point in signing things. It uses OpenID Connect, and that enables the use of all sorts of existing security controls, such as two-factor authentication and so on. What's interesting about SigStore is it enables the use of something called ephemeral or short-lived key pairs. Those of you who are aware of the details, the technology involving public and private keys, it's often a challenge to carefully secure the secret key or the private key. And so this takes a different approach so that users typically don't need to manage the secret key, which eliminates a lot of the problems and makes it a lot easier to do. One thing that SigStore enables, for example, is enables using cloud CI/CD providers without them even needing to have access to a private key. That makes a lot of things simpler. It also supports transparency logs, so anybody can monitor the transparency logs to find out what's been signed and by whom. And SigStore's general availability was on October 25th, so this is relatively recent news. And what that means is that our plan is to provide at least 99.5% uptime, and we've got round the clock pagers. The goal is to make it so that it's been in development for a while, but we want people to be able to use it as a service and be willing to trust it because it's trustworthy. I mentioned earlier the OpenSSF's mobilization plan. This is something that was released in May 2022. And basically, we had a number of people sit down and ask, hey, open source software is so widely used. Yes, there's a lot that's really secure, but what can we do to make things even better? And so we had started with 3 goals and identified 10 streams, and little symbols listed here, anywhere from improving security education and digital signatures to improving the use of memory safety, doing code audits, improving software supply chains, and so on. So you can see the plan for more about at least where we're trying to head in the year ahead. Now, I've talked a lot about OpenSSF because they're focused on security, and that's what I'm trying to talk about here, but they're not the only organization involved in either security or certainly not in open source software or in DevOps. I do want to give at least a quick shout out to the Continuous Delivery Foundation. They have their own software supply chain group. They've got an interoperability group, some best practices, and what they call the Continuous Delivery Foundation's reference architecture link there. So please go do check them out. And finally, I encourage you to get involved. Really, for any foundation, certainly for the Open Source Security Foundation, please. Their OpenSSF, for example, is doing a number of things that are in the earlier stages. Salsa is getting ready for a 1.0 release. There's some SBOM Everywhere tool work. There's some education work. There's work on what we're calling a metrics dashboard. We already have some prototypes, but we really want to turn this into something that everyone can use to get more information about open source software projects. We've already identified and refining, identifying critical projects. There's something called the Secure Supply Chain Consumption Framework, which is early stages, getting going. So please get involved. That is the best way to influence these, to make sure that they'll work for you, that they'll be helpful for you, that and there's various ways to get involved, and easy ways to show up on a video chat for one of the alternate weekly meetings. But we also have mailing lists, we have Slack channels. You can also see our blog to see kind of what's going on. As I mentioned, there's many other open source software projects. There's many other foundations. I encourage you, get involved, find out what they're up to. More broadly, I do believe that industry, academia, and government really should work together. It's important because open source software is just widely used. It's all over. Trying to say, hey, we're going to get rid of it is not really a sensible approach. It's a lot like we're going to stop using computers. We aren't. And a lot of open source software is in really good state. Some is less so. And so we want to work to identify areas where either things are not so good or just we would like things better. And again, the best way to influence an open source software project direction is to get involved. And with that, thank you very much for your time and attention. I'm happy to answer any further questions that you have. And if outside of this this gathering you want to ask or talk to me further, I put my email address at the beginning, but it's dwheeler@linuxfoundation.org. So thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Caitlin Carollo, and I'm a sales engineer at Commvault, specializing in our software as a service solution, Metallic. And today we're going to talk about how you can not only protect your data with a data management as a service solution, but also how that solution can grow with you as you might look toward a hybrid cloud strategy. We're currently seeing a few challenges that our customers are facing as the IT landscape evolves, some of which being, one, ransomware attacks are on the rise, of course. It's something that's always top of mind for our customers, and we really want to make sure that we keep security top of mind when we're looking at protecting our customers' data, along with things like constrained resources. So as our customers and IT organizations look to move to a cloud-first approach or a hybrid cloud approach, they might not have the team members who have the skill set for the cloud, or who maybe are weighed down by other responsibilities in their organizations that limit that cloud adoption. One of the third things that we see a lot with our customers is that our data is everywhere, whether it's on-prem, in the cloud, in SaaS solutions that we're using, or even on our users' endpoint devices. Data is in a lot of different places. And so being able to secure that data and protect it is becoming more and more critical for these hybrid cloud environments. This is really where Metallic, the software as a service solution from Commvault, comes into play. And we really wanted to provide a solution to our customers that is simple, easy to use, but is also enterprise grade, and will provide that level of security as well as cost effectiveness, and looking ahead into what is going to be continued cloud transformation in the future. So when we look at Metallic, what we're talking about is a solution that is built in the cloud and it's built on Azure. And we're going to be able to protect a wide variety of workloads in our customers' environments so that we can ensure that our customers have maximum flexibility and they don't have to, adopt different solutions in order to meet their data protection needs, while also having a cutting edge solution that reduces that overhead of infrastructure so that they can protect those different components of their environment. And in terms of what we can protect with Metallic Data Management as a Service, we're looking at things like SaaS applications and the data that our users are entering into those, whether it's CRM tools like Salesforce or Dynamics 365, along with all of the data that gets exchanged between users on Office 365, as well as those infrastructure-based workloads like virtual machines, databases, and file servers that can be either on-prem or in the cloud. We're protecting things like on-prem resources, VMware, Hyper-V VMs, as well as resources that are in public cloud providers like Azure or AWS. And most specifically, we're continuing to grow our portfolio to cover an even wider range of solutions. And you'll see for our database protection, one of those being Azure PaaS databases, including Azure SQL and the other platform as a service offerings that they have for databases. Along with that, we can also write your data to a secured cloud storage target provided by us, as well as protect some of those other key components of your environment like Active Directory or endpoint devices like your users' laptops. And not only are we going to be offering our customers a wide range of solutions so that you don't have any one piece of your environment that's left out, but we're also giving you flexibility in terms of where your data goes, how many copies you have, especially for those critical components of your environment like your VMs, databases, and file servers. When looking at these types of workloads, you can back up your data to the cloud, to local storage, or to storage offerings provided by us, like an on-prem appliance or in our cloud storage service. It wouldn't be a cloud conversation if we didn't talk about security, given that ransomware is so top of mind for a lot of organizations. And with Metallic, we're really using a multi-layered security approach to ensure that from start to finish, your data is protected, secured, and safe. When you're protecting your data, again, regardless of what that workload is, if it's in the cloud, on-prem, or one of those other applications like your endpoints or a SaaS application, your data is always going to be encrypted, both in flight and at rest with AES 256-bit encryption. That data is going to be transmitted over encrypted network tunnels. And because our control plane is running in its own security domain in the cloud, along with us having that immutable storage in the cloud too, we're keeping that isolation between your production environments and your backup copies so that you have that air gap security, meaning that if something were to happen in your production environment, it's not going to be able to reach your backups since all of those processes are signed by Commvault and they can't cross over and none of your users are going to be accessing that underlying storage bucket. With that too, with your immutable backup copies, we're of course also going to have robust security controls for your users, including zero trust access controls and the ability to integrate with multi-factor authentication tools like Azure AD, Okta, or any SAML application that you might have in place. And lastly, we'll also have reporting tools such as our Security IQ dashboard, which will provide insights such as anomaly detection, trends that we're seeing in your environment, as well as recommendations for how you could secure your environment further. One example being things like a restore authorization workflow, where it'll require two-step authorization from two different admins before that process can be executed. These are all tools that you can manage from the one centralized interface, again, so that you have that coverage of all of your different environments while maintaining that super tight, secured backup and recovery protection. One other tool that we recently brought into the Metallic portfolio to really cap off our approach for security is Metallic ThreatWise. And this is a cyber deception tool that can be used to place fake assets in your environment so that you can throw attackers off the trace of your most valuable assets in your environment, while also gathering information about those attackers. A lot of times when we think about security, especially from the context of backup, we're thinking about having that secured copy, which is really important so that if an event does occur, we can then restore from that copy. However, there are other implications to data being compromised by bad actors, including that data being stolen or misused after it gets compromised. So a tool like ThreatWise is used to plant those fake assets in your environment so that not only can you, one, send attackers in the wrong direction, make them think something is valuable that might not be, but you can also collect information about that attacker and then see where vulnerabilities might be in your environment. This is one of the newest components of our portfolio, and we're seeing a lot of interest as it really rounds out your security process from before your data is compromised all the way then through using Metallic to then recover your data. The last thing we wanted to highlight here is one of our promotions that's going on for a limited time, which is a buy 3, get 1 free on our Metallic virtual machine 10 packs. So when you're protecting your VM or your Kubernetes applications within Metallic, we're going to license that based on how many VMs you actually have. So if you purchase 3 packs of 10, you'll get 1 free and can protect up to 40 virtual machines with that licensing. And this is going to be valid from now until March 31st of next year. And now we'll close out for any questions. And thank you so much for the time. If you want to give Metallic a try, you can create a free trial at metallic.io/trial. It's a free 30 days. You can test it out and see all of the different ways that we can protect your data through a SaaS delivery model.
SecurityBoulevard.com is the leading resource for news, analysis, and education on challenges facing the cybersecurity industry. SecurityBoulevard.com covers all aspects of cybersecurity, including data security, DevSecOps, cloud security, application security, network security, security threats, and more. SecurityBoulevard.com has the largest selection of security content, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.securityboulevard.com to learn more. SecurityBoulevard.com, home of Security Bloggers Network.
Now I'm going to jump back to the rapist. So now the rapist isn't a rapist. The rapist is a guy who who sexually harasses people. But in the FBI, I can very much understand why you would have that moniker. Right. So I walk into a field office, the Newark field office, and I'm sitting there signing in and going through all the process. I'm not even in the FBI. An agent walks in and says, "Hey," to the person behind the desk, goes, "Hey, is the rapist still here?" I'm like,
"Oh my God.
What?" I'm like, "What?" And the lady goes, No. They just gave him his OPR, his PRL, so he got his voluntary transfer to another office. So the Bureau, instead of punishing him, they gave him a voluntary transfer to another office. I heard all of that.
Bureau or Catholic Church?
Well, you know that the executives in the FBI refer to themselves as the College of Cardinals, right?
It doesn't surprise me.
Yes. Okay. So we are the ones who are we are the FBI, not we. I'm not in it anymore. But the young men and women who are there are the last line of defense.
Right.
And they should be. And oh, by the way, people should be critical of what they're doing, because if you're not critical of what they're doing, they'll do whatever the hell they want.
Right.
But anyway, so they say what they say about the rapist. Now I pull my friend aside. Now I'm there for a reason, for a guy who's being targeted because he's a whistleblower. I looked at him, I said, "What are you talking? What's that?" He tells me the story. I'm like, "You got to be kidding me."
Right.
He's like, "No." He goes, "You have to understand, the boss here walks around the office telling people he wipes his buttocks with EEO complaints." Now, equal employment opportunity EEO complaints are civil rights complaints.
Yep.
And the head of the FBI, SAC, the special agent in charge, and the assistant SAC are the most powerful law enforcement in the state. And their belief on internal complaints of sexual harassment they're meaningless. And he said that out loud. He actually also said that he was going to take care of me. Now, I have, yes, that was one of the, there were actually 3 death threats that came out of Newark.
Oh my God.
Now, one of them was a picture of Serpico on a book. I could send, it's actually interesting. I could send you.
How long ago was this, Kurt?
2.5 years ago.
Oh, wow.
No, this came out. There was a book called Serpico where a police officer was shot in the face. I believe shot in the face, but survived. And they found the book on an agent's desk who was a whistleblower, and the picture of Frank Serpico was removed, and the face of the agent was put on it.
Oh, wow.
Yes. Now, anyone who's in the NYPD or knows about what happened to Serpico would consider that to be a death threat.
Right.
Same time, another agent who has an association vis-a-vis work with the country of Iran finds a picture of a General Soleimani.
Oh, wow.
Now I knew
who got
Soleimani.
droned. Who got droned?
That's one way of saying it, you know. Assassinated's the other. Yeah, I mean, you know, the Soleimani. Look, in fairness, yeah, he got hit by a drone right in the Baghdad airport, right coming out of the Baghdad airport.
Yeah.
He actually got it right next to where I lived, which was kind of sad. Soleimani I'd met. Soleimani was actually one of the most moderate of the
whole regime.
Yes, right. until the U.S. screwed him. Like now he's going to be okay. Screw the U.S. But he actually had some. I actually met him at a bar that was a bar. It was a tea shop in Baghdad where he came over and he asked some very important questions about making sure some Americans were safe because he wasn't really interested in hurting Americans. So
right.
You know, I thought that was very good kind of him. He also figured out the secret sauce on how to hurt America. And that's when the secret sauce was he was having protests, but nobody was displaying guns. Because if you display guns, they can mow your butts down. But if it looks like it's a peaceful protest, you probably can take yes.
Or a wedding.
So okay, so you have to bring over the Predator and drone him and explain to the next guy what it's going to look like having those peaceful protests. Right. And they were peaceful protests. There were weapons obviously there, but they weren't being displayed. They're right outside the embassy and probably fair. I have a problem with killing people in allied countries. Right? Iraq is an ally, right? That we helped them out. I mean, no one ever considered.
We were running the country at that point, pretty much.
Right after. Yeah, we had turned our stuff over, but the money kind of stopped going in. But there are people, and we don't want people targeting our generals like that.
Right.
I mean, that's the what would we do if they targeted our generals like that? Yeah, we would have a real problem.
War.
With that. Yeah, it'd be a war. Yeah, and so, but again, I have. Soleimani was an enemy actor, but not everybody who dislikes the U.S. is actually playing for real.
Right.
Some people do it because it's part of the job, and the way they get promoted is by going up. And I'm not sure how certain he was that he was going to be as bad. He did run the IRGC,
right.
But it was a fair. I guess if you're allowed to blow people away in other people's countries, he's a fair target. But it's amazing how we do that, because so much for the joke in the government's been for a long time, surgical strikes. Not so surgical.
Yeah, I think some of them took place at weddings, and whole wedding parties were destroyed.
Well, the wedding party video, which was, first of all, if you go to a wedding in Kentucky, there's very possibly some guns there.
Right.
If you go to parties in some places, you're going to have a few rifles, you're going to have fireworks, you're going to have whatever.
RPGs, right?
Yeah. Well, that doesn't mean you get to blow them all away. And it looked like they blew away a whole wedding party, and there were no enemy. There was just a big coming out of a mosque for a celebration and getting hit by a 500-pound bomb.
Right.
Which is like that's like the big party pooper. I mean, it just doesn't do well for the party.
It's not rice, right?
No. But again, but in fairness to the people on the ground, they're not. They can order in a strike, but there's other people that are up higher who are supposed to tell them, no, that's not a good strike, or yes, and they should do it in real time. Right. And I look at that, and that is painful to see a lot of people getting killed. If it was in Fallujah, in the middle of right before the Battle of Fallujah, I would be like,
different story.
Maybe you just made a lot more enemies.
Right.
Maybe you just pissed off everybody in town by doing that, and that's the Fallujah was never a friendly place in America to America, but damn,
Fallujah was one of the toughest strongholds that they fought against in that war.
Yeah,
from the beginning.
And the Marines did a great job.
Yeah,
house to house, Stalingrad. That was Stalingrad. You talk about people fighting house to house.
Door to door. Yep.
Door to door. Yeah, grenades going in every room, and it's a bloodbath. That the Marines did a great job in there. I mean, I remember listening to. I went to Fallujah and did an interview there in Fallujah. I went in there. I badged I'm with the FBI, and they're like, "Whoa, yeah, we love the FBI. We saw you on TV. Yada yada. Yeah, we're happy to talk to you." He goes, "Oh, you're good. Those Marines, we hate them.
Really,
we hate them." They're not your escort's not Marines. I'm like, they are not Marines. They're good, solid people called Blackwater. They're okay. Saw them on TV too. They're good, honest guys. So if you're gonna pick, using the the Marines. They will. Again, you never hear a Marine talking about the Japanese and any friendly people if they were in World War II.
Right.
You don't hear the Japanese talking anything good about the Marines, very seldom.
Right.
And that's going to be the case with people in Fallujah and with U.S. Marines, because it was a no hold bar fight.
Right.
And there was a lot of blood spilled. But yeah, so it's you have all that, and then you have the guys in the 7th floor blowing the secrets. You have a guy who's easily compromised, running around the FBI. So I'm going to get back to the drugs, and this is something I've talked to Congress several times about that. There's a head of a drug squad, or it's a violent crime squad in Newark. So it's amateur hour. That's all you can say about this. I've seen the records. I know what they say. I know how they look. I know how they should look. I know that the guys that actually reported this are probably. If I told you who they went against, as who they were going against as undercovers, you'd be like, "You got to be kidding!" I mean, these are real agents that are reporting this. These isn't garbage. These are the best of the best. They report this one guy and say he went to a drug deal, and this is how I got a phone call, and they said, "Hey, I'm from Newark. This guy had this drug deal. It's bad. I heard about you. What do I do?" So first of all, you haven't proved that you know anything about drugs. I believe you're an agent. Because I know you. I asked you the color of the floor, and you're at that place, and you knew it. Because only the FBI would have a colored floor that color. And but you haven't told me that you know anything about drugs, because you said this was a $500 drug transaction, and as an FBI agent.
500.
I wouldn't do $500. That's right. That's street level. That's not what I do.
Right.
And I said, so I don't understand. What's the last drug transaction you did? He was like 500. I'm like, so you're a $500 drug transaction agent is complaining about another 500. He's like, no, Kurt. I did 500,000 myself personally with no one else. Now, by the way, in order to get that stuff out of there, I had to go buy a few machine guns. And to do that, to make sure it was safe, and I had to hire some people too. I'm like, give me the number, show it to me on paper. And I was in the bureau at that time. And so he gave me the file number. I looked at it and said, holy cow, are you nuts? And then he said, oh, by the way, he had some combat experience over in Afghanistan or in Afghanistan. But I said, how did this happen? So the agent went with his informant and told the guy to buy a brick of heroin. And in Newark, New Jersey, I'm going to give you how you know this, but it's a brick is 500. Well, no, that's down south. It's 500 decks. Little glassine bags. It's 50 decks of heroin that's sealed in a container, and it's basically wrapped up and taped, and nothing's coming out of that. When they package heroin, but it's all branded. So you have to have a brand on every single one, so you know the quality and the source of your heroin. Like any good heroin user knows, they want to make sure they're getting the right stuff for what they're paying for. So the informant buys the brick, brings it back, and gives it to the agent. Now, at that point, the agent should pat this guy down, pull out the pockets, make sure there's nothing involved in that he has nothing there, and then leave.
Right.
So that may or may not have happened, but when they get back to the office, they realize that the package had been cut open and one of the glassine bags was missing. Now, that doesn't happen accidentally with drugs, because drugs are packaged by pros. And so in the middle of a squad area, he calls up the informant and tells him he needs to get another package of heroin, another deck. Now, the deck has already been submitted to evidence saying there are 50 in there.
Right.
And if you get another deck from another source that's directed by an agent, that's tampering with evidence.
Right.
Now, if I was this guy's trainer, I would stop this immediately and say, you don't understand. This isn't about your informant stealing a deck of heroin. This is about there's another person out there who sold the deck to you, and you're going to prosecute that other person. So now you're getting drugs from another source. The agent didn't have a good sense of what he was doing. That's my take on it.
Right.
But the person I know, his partner was sitting there and called up my person, said they're tampering with evidence. So they reported this. And both of those guys, they were selected for termination. The other people that were dealing with them were selected for removal. Everyone got removed. 2 people tried to terminate, and they never touched the guy who bought the drugs.
Really?
Yes. Now that's still going on in court. Matter of fact, I have the indictment here. So what the prosecutors did was they did indictment against a gang. Now, this gang was from the Marion Housing Project. There were 8 people involved. And the guy who bought the drugs, his name was Sticky. Now, poor Sticky, he may or may not be the best drug dealer in the world. He may have problems. He's from a bad part of town. He's selling drugs, bad Sticky. But he shouldn't be prosecuted for drugs that are being bought by FBI agents from different sources.
From somebody else, right?
That and if that happens, that's called exculpatory information.
Right.
And that information has to be passed from the government to the defense attorney. Now I could not, maybe it's there. I couldn't find any information. I asked inside the FBI, did anything happen? Because something would happen to this agent if that was reported.
So basically the agents were trying to buy another deck of heroin to replace the one that
was stolen,
had been opened, and blame that other deck from another source on Sticky, who sold the original deck.
Who's in jail right now.
Right.
Now, I find that if it happens on day one, now you may disagree with me. Here's my thought process. You can say, Kurt, that's corrupt from the minute. My thought process is, because it's such a low weight and this guy doesn't know what he's doing and he's trying to be the badass, that he didn't understand the dynamics of actually a drug transaction. Day one.
Right.
When he lied on the paperwork, then he's committing a felony.
Right.
I would say he would be terminated if he lied on the paperwork, which I've seen the paperwork. The paperwork's bad. A year later, if he doesn't report himself, he should be subject to indictment himself.
Right.
Because that's if we indict people for drugs, then we risk this. I mean, when you play with, you can agree, I mean, that playing with informants is probably the trickiest thing that an agent can do.
On both sides.
Yes.
For the informant and the FBI.
Yeah, absolutely. Because you see, I mean, I've had people call me up and ask me to help them out. And I said, look, first of all, it's going to be an overt relationship.
Right.
Secondly, it's not going to be a source; it's going to be an overt relationship. Because I'm happy to if someone's threatening the FBI, I'm going to tell the FBI. Secondly, you're going to pay me for it.
Right.
Because I get paid for doing this stuff, So I'm not that expensive. But you have.
Each side has inherent risk.
Yes, and I have to go in there and go, do I drive down to the U.S. attorneys know about this already. One U.S. attorney, as soon as it became quasi-public, she left. Coincidentally, medical reasons, family, got to spend time with the family, whatever. She left right away, right after a deposition. She left. But that indictment's still out there. And I may take a ride over and say, to ride over to Sticky's mom and say, hey, Mom, got some bad news for you. You know those drugs? Some of the drugs I think were bought by your son. Sorry. The other drug wasn't bought by your son.
Right.
If I'm you, I would be outraged because I don't think if you were Caucasian that would fly.
No. Well, and not only that, but I mean, he's basically being framed. Yeah, he did commit crimes.
Yeah.
No doubt, but not the one that they're trying to get him for.
Well, they didn't put it in indictment. They left it out. Yeah, the indictment starts like a month after they did the buys, but the month after the buy. Oh, sorry, we forgot. But the exclusionary rule in the U.S. basically says that the whole foundation is we would rather let 10 people go than put 10 guilty people go than put one innocent person in jail. And you know what? I get it because if you don't get Sticky this go around. You're going to get him next time. Yeah, you're going to get him next time if he's not that smart.
Right.
And so so that's the thing. The criminals don't do it because they're like most criminals. You can disagree with me. You may be, the evil one, but I'm not saying you're a criminal. Not saying that. But most of the time, people do things either because there's need or because they're weak.
Right.
And I will tell you, I agree with you on this. They need to do something. They need to prove they're right. They're weak. But drugs is weakness. They don't have money. They don't have, and that's really, they have to be accountable, just like FBI agents.
Right.
But if they're real criminals, you'll do them. They'll come back. I mean, Jeffrey Dahmer. If you let him go. If you let him go once, they're going to come back.
Right.
And so that's the real shame here. And there was no need for any of this to happen. But there's no need for that guy to be a supervisor in the FBI for the last 5 years, even after it's been going on. He's remained as a supervisor. He was promoted.
That's insane.
It's ludicrous.
You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of kind of like the Good Old Boy Network back in the day. In law enforcement, where, the sheriff, the small town sheriff, you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. And the whole fraternity idea, like the fraternal order police, right? The whole, tight knit, you look after my back, I'll look after yours. That's what it reminds me of.
It does. It does. Well, that brings up the why did this happen? It happened, I believe, because this agent had one of his relatives is a bigwig in headquarters.
There you go.
Boom, done. Now, I like the fraternal order of police, actually. Now, but there's a downside. There's a downside to having that type of organization in that it sets up the us against them mentality.
Right.
And that's where the U.S. police have gone, as they have militarized for the last 20 years, and that has not been good for the FBI. It has not been good for the police. It has not been good for America. Then you have the FBI, which swings. Well, I won't say swings. They have the FBI who, during the Black Lives Matter protests, they have 6 FBI agents or not 6, I think more, who kneel in support of the Black Lives. Oh yeah, go online. Wow. And now we call that a violation of the Hatch Act.
Right.
Because that's a political statement. Now, the agents, the FBI actually asked the Agents Association to give them gift cards in support. Yeah, yes, absolutely.
Wow.
Okay. They give no. I had a shrapnel wound in my hand when a rocket blew up near me. Mm-hmm. No one gave me a gift card. They actually called up my wife and said I had been wounded. And when they found out that I had been a minor wound, they forgot to call up and tell her it was a minor wound. So she spent a day thinking I had a bullet through my stomach. Wow. Until I called her, hey, honey, how you doing? And she was like, Are you
alive?
You alive? Yeah. No, anger.
Right.
How could you do that to me? I'm like, I had no idea they would call you and not tell me. And not that I need bravery, because I was actually running the other way like a bat out of hell as the rockets were landing around me. So there was no medal for bravery on that one. It was just sheer luck on my part.
Survival.
Yeah, rockets. So don't be brave around the Katusha rocket. It doesn't matter. Run. I actually had a guy named I will say his name, Don Bostic. Don Bostic is my hero. I was running towards the opening, and it was an armored door. The people were pulling the door closed because the rockets were literally coming in at the door. Now they're being shot from a place called Solder City. Right. I was running there. Bostic was holding the door open, forcing it open so I could get in, because other people there were going to close the door on my ass and leave me out there alone. He held the door open to get me in and allow me to go. And the people were literally crying, screaming and crying at him, trying to pull him away from that door. Wow. And pull him out. Now, he is my hero. He's from Louisiana. That's the kind of person. I put him in for an award. They didn't give him one. They didn't give him. I mean, you sit there, and this guy was literally standing out there. I think there were 3. The salvo was right at us. Was 3 rockets within. The first one was hit. Second, I could hear the alarms go off. I was carrying this guy's bags, and some people that were out in a gunfight. They were out in a bad area, but I was carrying their bags as a matter of respect into the area. And the rockets came in. I got clipped by one of them. Got my body armor, got a little piece of something. But Don Bostic held the door for me. That's the FBI agents I know.
Yeah.
And he was standing there while rockets were coming in, so he could see. I mean, if you ever see a Katusha rocket, you can actually see it coming in. That's the best part. And there's nothing worse than running at somebody and having their eyes go the size of saucers, going, "Oh shit, I'm dead. Whatever just came in behind me is going to kill me." Right. And he held the door, shut it. So you have those agents. I mean, you have a lot of them. I can name 100 examples of great agents doing great things in really difficult situations. The agent who actually reported, this one agent, he calls me up. Kurt, he goes, I want to tell you something. Being a whistleblower in the FBI is the worst. I'm like, he goes, I just can't. It just kills everything you want to do. All you do is just think about it. And I'm like, what are the sounds in the background? And he's like, oh, there's somebody shooting at me. I'm like,
he's in a firefight talking about how depressed he is about the whistleblowing.
Yeah, he is in a firefight talking about this, and I won't mention which one it is, but where it was right near his office. He responded, even though they told him not to do anything. He still went down there because that's what he did. He got trapped behind a wheel well of a car, and he was crouching down and figured at that time he was going to call me up and tell me, hey, Kurt, I want to complain about this. And there's guys shooting at him. There's cops shooting. They're screaming at him, get away from the car. He stands up. He walks across from the car to the building, and they're screaming, going, you need to run. It's really bad. They're shooting. He's like, you think it's bad here? You should see back in my FBI office. It's much worse for me back there. And I'm like, so he calls me up, and I'm like, you have to have your head in the game.
Right.
He's like, Kurt, I want to be in tears because I'm doing this for my country, and meanwhile, they're trying to fire me. I said, I know, but you have a family. I said, I get it. Your stomach is sick. You're all, and that's that's true. That actually happened. And I'm like, if now you have to go back, you have to check to make sure that you go through the procedures to make sure that you're good for that fight. Because if you do something wrong, they're going to fire you for being technically wrong. And so he did. I walked him through everything, and he was good. But imagine you have guys like that, and those who you're trying to fire. And meanwhile, Sticky's in jail, and the other guy is the supervisor. And it's unexplainable. It's corrupt. So that, and again, this is all stuff that has been brought to Congress. This was a protected disclosure made to a congressman. Okay, I would have done it quietly, but 1.3 to 2.4 million people listening, and subtlety is my middle name. Yeah. So anyway,
here's a question I have for you. So looking at that situation and just looking back at some of the whistleblowing you've seen within the FBI, what is your honest opinion about what they did at Mar-a-Lago? And first of all, this is not something that's an isolated event. Like this is a known issue in the government with documents.
Can we jump one area before Mar-a-Lago?
Sure.
Okay. Sure. Twitter. I get a call from a reporter says, "Hey, there's that." One of the reporters asked, "Hey, who's the person who's doing all the disclosures to the press for Twitter?" And the Twitter goes, "Oh, it's a guy named James Baker." Now, James Baker, they're like, James Baker, the guy from the FBI? They're like, yeah, he used to be working in the FBI. James Baker was the general counsel for the FBI.
Right.
He's doing the disclosures on what should come out for the stuff that he was doing at Twitter. Come to find out. So a reporter told me this. I'm like, there's something wrong here. A reporter called me up. Actually, it was Carrie Pickett again, who's great, from the Washington Times. She called. I'm like, wait, there's something missing here. And what is it? I'm like, money.
Yeah.
What else is there? She said, well, there are evidently a lot more people that were hired by the FBI devoted to a program. So the FBI took executives, they retired from the FBI, and then they went to the Twitter to be hired for a particular program.
Oh. I get where you're going now.
Pay for play. So $200,000 a piece for a job. You hire, evidently, someone told me a number as high as 80 that were hired.
Wow.
And evidently, they may have been censoring documents. Hey, this guy, right? It may not have been Pickett. One reporter called me up and said, hey, there was one person they had censored because he had 69 followers and he was saying threatening things about the FBI. 69 followers?
69.
Really?
And you're worried about that?
I know. That's how crazy it is. But evidently there were a lot of people devoted. Now, Twitter's not going to hire those people because FBI employees are notorious for getting terminated or for leaving the job after 1 year.
Right.
For a lot of reasons. One is they're not capable of surviving in any institution other than the FBI in prison. Right. You're institutionalized. And two, they just don't know what they want to do. But to have all these people come over there and get devoted to projects, the Bureau is going to pay, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, they paid. They said there was $3.5 million. So I look at the math here. I look at the math. 80. Figure $200,000 is kind of where if I was to hire them, they'd be worth about 25, 30 grand. But they're executives, so we'll give them at 200,000.
200, yeah.
Times that by 80 employees. So what are you looking at? So you're looking at 8 million, 16 million. Twitter's got to make a profit, right? Oh, yeah. So you got to double that or triple it. But that's you're in this 32. 30 to 60 million dollars, maybe. I told the reporter, I'm like, my God, that's just pay for play.
Yeah,
that's all that is. I mean, why would you ever want FBI? Because they're going to turn all that. Those are informants.
Yep.
So you have walked around the rules for subpoenas by putting all your informants inside social media.
Yep.
Are you kidding me? That's outrageous. I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say with that. You've just if that's true, and I'm praying it's not, you just set up a whole bunch of agents to blow away the First Amendment for people.
Not only that, but you look at, some of the countries that we identify as communistic and state-run media. So now you have government bleeding into social media, still media, and we're getting, pumped out from Twitter what they want us to see and what they want us to hear.
And we're talking about the same ones that can't actually stop sexual harassment.
Yeah.
Sexual harassment is the easiest thing in the world to stop in the Bureau. You could stop that in a day, because all you do is you tell your executives, if you get caught, we'll have we'll remove you right then and there. If we look at it and we find there's cause to believe it, we'll remove you. We'll put you in another position for a year, and then if it comes out true, you're gone. But we won't let you lead troops while you're doing this. They have to do the Bureau is so sexist. What would he say? About 50% of the American population is female, give or take. Okay, only 20% of the Bureau's agents are female, and females serve an incredibly important part of the FBI, because in a lot of jobs they're as good as at investigations as men. Just that simple. In fact, I would say I had a squad, and the best agents on my squad, the top 3 were females, and that was even a close call. They worked so hard that they all had families.
Right.
And one of them during COVID, I was like, "What are you gonna do? You're gonna lock people up and drag them to your house because they're not accepting prisoners at jail? What are you gonna do with it? You're gonna arrest people while you're having the first week of COVID when everything's locked down?" And she's like, "If I have to, yes." I'm like, okay, whatever. Don't do it. But just keep the indictment there, keep the complaint, but don't arrest them. I have to tell the women that. I didn't get that call from a male telling me I want to do the arrest. But so they're great. SWAT operators. Well, they can't be SWAT. Look, any woman could be a SWAT operator if you're working. You may have to work out harder, stronger, better.
Right.
But it doesn't take. People don't run through doors and run 100-yard dashes. They do methodical attacks. If they're doing dynamic attacks, every woman there could do it. They're very much so. The FBI did not let women be in SWAT operators for a while. They now are starting to do that.
This is Techstrong TV.
I'm Bonnie Schneider for Techstrong TV. EcoVadis is committed to creating a more environmentally responsible global economy. Joining me now is Madhur Agrawal, Chief Product Officer of EcoVadis, to discuss sourcing and procurement practices for his company, and of course the partnership with Microsoft to drive their sustainability efforts. Madhur, thanks so much for joining us. Can you share a little bit about your background and how you got started with this company?
Yeah, Bonnie, first of all, thanks for having me. It is super privileged to be with you and your audience at Tech TV. But in terms of getting started, the EcoVadis, which is a French company, was started by 2 people, Pierre-Francois and Frederic Trenel, in 2007, right? Hard to imagine that in 2007, actually, there were a set of people who are passionate about sustainability overall. But the way it got started was Pierre-Francois was at Ariba, which is a well-known procurement software provider, which eventually got bought by SAP. And he received a 125 questions questionnaire from one of the providers, Nokia, actually, at that point of time. And when they followed with Nokia, they said they've sent it to 500 suppliers. And he thought, there must be a better way to do this. And a few weeks later, he read an article where French Railways actually signed up for ethical uniforms for 100,000 of their company employees. And they saw the uptick was more than normal. And actually, Pierre-Francois, being in procurement, knew that this was the actual golden moment when actually sustainable procurement and supply chain was going to actually lead to better outcomes. So it's an interesting story when you think about it. In 2007, many of us probably were like, did not know how to spell sustainability, but they saw these nuggets overall, and little came this idea, which 15 years later is a movement at this space at this time.
It's interesting. They really sound like they were ahead of the curve back then. Can you share with us what inspired EcoVadis to launch the sustainability ratings and supplier engagement platform?
Yeah. So what inspired us is the simple belief system that actually one is data, but the other is the belief system and the conviction. So the data actually shows that between 50 and 90% of your scope 3 or carbon footprint and your sustainability footprint actually comes from your supply base overall. But it also actually is launched from the fact that a lot of the risk, your business risk, actually sits in your supply chain, right? Like take industries where their direct and core material is driven by the supply base. We've seen that in the last, few years with COVID and all of the things with supply chain. So how do you actually de-risk that supply chain? And that is where the whole genesis is. And then the ability to combine that with doing good in the world is where the genesis of the idea is. And today, lo and behold, it's a multi-billion-dollar industry. But more importantly, it's an industry where people are saying, hey, we can actually do better in the world.
That's great. So that is a positive message, and I can see where that would be an inspirational endeavor to get involved in. Let's take a deeper dive into the technical aspect. So how does EcoVadis help organizations assess, monitor, and engage with their suppliers on sustainability performance?
Yeah, so it's fairly simple. We actually do that in two ways. We actually take our first party and third party data and actually using our proprietary methodology help assess 100,000 companies in our network. First party data means data that is actually being supplied directly by your supply chain partners, who actually are going to be sharing their data in the form of a questionnaire that we actually share with them, and they're going to be sharing documents, etc. And the third party data is where we actually use our proprietary in-house AI technology to actually scout the web to understand what is being reported actually about the company, how that factors in, whether that is positive, negative, how recent that information is. And we actually plug all of that into our methodology, which is then through a combination of technology and human verified. And then a store is actually assessed and shared with the network and the participants in there.
That's really fascinating, because I would imagine as time goes on, more data is available in those recent reports. Has that allowed you to you're constantly scaling because there's just so much more being reported in this area?
Yeah, no, that is a great observation. And what we do find is absolutely, first, the companies themselves, the companies that are rated, have become smarter, have become more focused on this. So they themselves have more reports and more data to actually report on, share with us. And they're more willing to do that because they actually see a business benefit to it. And the second thing is, in public domain, there is more and more information available. But what we also do find is there's almost a divide. some companies actually have an overload of information reported about them, and some companies actually, some of the smaller suppliers in actually some of the remote countries don't have enough information reported about them. And that makes our combination of first party and third party pretty powerful, that we are not reliant on just one source. We are able to bring all of those things together.
Can you tell us about EcoVadis's partnership with Microsoft? How did that start, and where is it going right now?
Yeah, so Microsoft's a great partner. In fact, Pierre-Francois was meeting them earlier in the week here. So we actually love our partnership with Microsoft and their Cloud for Sustainability product. We are also actually a big partner of theirs on the Azure side. A lot of our data centers use their Azure technology. So I think that is great from that perspective. And just on that, it's not just Microsoft. We actually do believe that we have an opportunity to partner with many providers in the tech ecosystem, including SAP, including Microsoft, and others, to actually make sustainability pervasive and into the workflow of our customers.
And we mentioned some of the data sources that you use, but how are you managing it in terms of ensuring the accuracy, integrity, and privacy, of course, of the data that's collected by this platform?
Yeah, so, in today's day and age, you cannot talk about data without actually talking about integrity, accuracy, privacy, all of those. So those are principles that are native to us. Part of it is our French DNA, correct? We've always actually thought about those things by design. But there are 2 or 3 specific things that we actually do. So you talked about accuracy. I talked about, hey, how we take first-party data and third-party data. But then we actually have large operations and our team of analysts that actually verify that data. Just because you actually happen to share a piece of information does not mean it may be accurate. So we actually have a number of people who are going into the details, verifying for their accuracy. The second is actually, from an integrity perspective, it is built in by design. Not built in by design just from a technology perspective, not just from, hey, ensuring that our data centers are secure and all of those data governance elements are in there, but also from a product design perspective. So as a simple example, in our network by definition has 2 sides, a requesting company and a rated company. Actually, no participant in the network actually has access to each other's information without the participant explicitly giving permission. So if I'm a rated company, I'm a supplier, let's say, I have to say this particular enterprise company is able to see my rating, or they are able to see this specific element of my rating or my data. So we've actually built that into product design for us, and that is a core element for us.
A lot of our audience that are watching on Techstrong TV are in the DevOps field. So I wanted to ask you about what challenges EcoVadis faced during the development phase for its platform, and also integrating it with Microsoft's suite of products.
Yeah. So on the DevOps side of things, or on the Microsoft, so obviously we've gone through evolution, given that we started in 2007 when DevOps wasn't a term, as your participants would actually know. People were still thinking of their own data centers, as did EcoVadis at that point of time. But over time, we've actually moved to the hyperscalers overall, and actually moved more big part of our workload to the hyperscalers. Now, in terms of the challenges that we run into the same challenges that everyone else in the DevOps field runs into, is, hey, how do you actually move more and more of the workload to the cloud? How do you actually get resiliency? How do you ensure correct? You have fail safe and all of those things. How do you ensure privacy? How do you ensure data residency requirements are met, in Europe versus in China versus in the US, as an example. So all of those are things that we deal with as well. But I don't know if we deal with that in any more or less fashion than any of your viewers actually deal with. In fact, I would be curious to hear, some of the learnings from them.
Yeah, exactly. Now, for the people that are using this platform, your clients, your customers, how can they access and analyze the data in real time? What mechanism do you have for that?
Yeah. So again, you talk about the platform, and again, I take this opportunity to say our platform is a network, right? At the end of the day, there is an enterprise company. Think of a Forbes 2000 company that is actually using to rate a large number of their supply base, and then on the other side is 100,000 plus. What we refer to as rated companies, or these are the suppliers. Suppliers is the wrong word because sometimes these companies are pretty big companies in their own right overall, sort of thing. So what we actually do allow is on our network, we allow people to access our data through API. So obviously we will actually give you data access through API. We'll build in reports to give you insights from there, but then also be able to download some of this data that we believe that you should have access to while ensuring data privacy, as we talked about earlier in there. So all of those elements are available. Yeah.
You mentioned a little bit about automation, and I was wondering if you could kind of expand on that in terms of how you're using automation to streamline your processes.
Yeah. So streamlining processes happens for us at multiple levels. The first level for us is when we have a company of our size, how are we using automation to actually for our own internal purposes? So we use actually a number of capabilities, including Celonis, that some of your customers may be actually aware of, to use our own data mining and to better understand our own internal efficiency in there. The second thing is automation in terms of, as I talked about, the use of hyperscalers, and then that allows us to actually start automating some of the core engineering tasks that we don't have to spend time on. And then finally, from a product perspective, we actually use AI, ML capabilities to automate some of these tasks to get additional data sources, partnering with some data providers externally to get more and more of this information so that we can reduce the burden of reporting on our partners in the network.
Well, for our final question, we started with the origin of the company. I'd like to talk about the future. So what is the vision that you have for the future of EcoVadis, and how do you see the company evolving in the next 5 to 10 years?
Yeah, so our vision is very simple. Our guiding principle is guide all companies towards a sustainable world, correct? And we use the word thoughtfully, guide all companies, correct? It is not like, small or large or mid companies towards a sustainable world. We recognize that these companies are the main actors in there. Our vision for the future is that we play a small role in actually helping get to, the 2050 Paris Accord and climate agreement, where we only actually raise the temperature by 1.5 degrees by 2050. And we are a small player in that. That is our end goal. That is the vision we are here for. Obviously, sustainability software is the way we do it, but that is the aspiration we're going after.
Thank you so much, Madhur. That was a fascinating insight into the sustainability and all the advancements that EcoVadis has made, and we look forward to seeing more of that in the future. Appreciate you joining us today.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you. That was Madhur Agrawal, Chief Product Officer at EcoVadis. Well, stay with us on Techstrong TV. We're going to have a lot more news coming up.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hi, everybody. Mike Rothman here, GM of Techstrong Research, with another Techstrong TV interview. I'm actually very pleased to welcome my old friend. God, it's not that you're old, right? But we've been friends for a long time, and it's great when I can do Techstrong TV interviews with folks that I've known for a long time. So Russ Spittler, CEO of Nudge Security. Russ, introduce yourself. Tell us a little bit about Nudge.
Thank you, Mike. Always great to talk with you. So happy to be here today to talk a little bit. Nudge Security is a company that's really focused on the biggest shift that we've seen over the last 5 years in cybersecurity. And a lot of people, when you say that, think, oh, well, cloud security, infrastructure is code, all of this stuff. But the reality is it's really focused on how work gets done in organizations. We have seen every single company move to a model where we have completely distributed adoption of technology. You give an employee a week's worth of work, they turn it into an hour's worth of work and a $100 a month subscription, and your customer database is now in another SaaS service. And so at Nudge, we have technology that allows you to discover every SaaS account created by every employee in your organization ever been created. And then we'll give you ongoing monitoring to detect whenever new accounts, new activity happens within those services. And we do this with the idea of embracing that employee choice and making sure that we are solving the problem without trying to change human behavior beyond what we can do.
That's right. And I know you guys take a little bit of a novel approach to that discovery, right? Most folks are sitting there trying to, kind of do passive monitoring on the network or tap into, kind of the web proxy or, doing, some mechanism to identify how traffic is going to that SaaS service. You guys take a different approach, right? So why don't you help us understand that a little bit?
Yeah, totally. That was like one of the big revelations that we had when we started the company is we're not going to put the genie back in the bottle here. Employees are used to working from too many devices, too many locations, especially today. You grab your kid's iPad or you're using your iPhone or your laptop at home or your computer at work. We're never going to go back to the reality where people drive down the highway, sit down at their desktop at work, plugged into local LAN. That works great when you're doing network monitoring and there's only 15 services out there and it's Salesforce and they only update once a year. These days, we have more than 20,000 different SaaS services. We have employees all over the place. So we realized we needed a new approach. We can't rely on network as a consistent point of monitoring anymore. So what we took advantage of is the design pattern that's consistent in every single SaaS provider out there. And if you think about your experience with literally any service, you sign up and that service wants you to use their service more. And so what they do is they start communicating with the one universal communication mechanism on the internet, and that's email. Yeah. And so we hook into the enterprise email server. We have this beautiful long history because nobody deletes email anymore of everything you ever did. And then we have this beautiful side channel to monitor as we go forward and get to see new activity as it comes through.
So that is a novel approach, right? Kind of didn't occur to most folks to, think, wow, all the information that I have to worry about is with an email. But the fact is, kind of a lot of folks continue to be focused on visibility, right? And the newfangled term for visibility, because the security marketing machine always has to be coming up with something, new and shiny, is attack surface management. Right. So these are the tools that, kind of are out there, both scanning, providing agentry, really trying to give you an idea about your exposure, where really a lot of your assets are out there. But and again, I think that the ability to handle a lot of the cloud activity that is happening can be kind of limited. Right. How are you going to integrate with, kind of 9,000 or 20,000, different, SaaS offerings from that standpoint without taking, this old approach of doing passive monitoring. So let's dig into what, kind of effective attack surface management is going to look like, kind of in this new remote, mostly SaaS-based world.
Yeah, it's a really interesting shift. And when I think of attack surface management, I sort of feel like we're staring at the car wreck on the side of the road, not looking at the bridge that's about to go out. Because the reality is, if you think about what we're actually doing with those products, we're giving them network ranges, we're giving them domains, we're having them discover largely traditional and legacy IT. And that's really important. And a lot of organizations have a big problem there and they need to get ahead of it. And there's a lot of great solutions. But the reality is most organizations have left the building and they have been charging for the last 5 years, and that pace has increased over the last couple of years. And they're moving those technologies to SaaS-based services. So whether that's NetSuite or Xero for your finance information, or Dropbox and Google Drive and Microsoft OneDrive to replace your old SharePoint servers, we're not using on-premise software anymore. But the most important thing is each one of those new accounts is a new place that somebody can target, a new place that somebody can get into, and frankly, doesn't have a lot of the traditional security controls that you did have in place when you had network segmentations. Things were locked in closets. You had to drive to work again and get in there. And so when you think about this new world, You have this ephemeral attack surface that's spread all over the internet. You don't know which resource belongs to you or not. And that's really what we try to solve for organizations. How do you figure out exactly who has what accounts are out there, what you need to worry about, what you can ignore? And that's a big challenge in every organization, particularly as you think about how broadly used these services are today.
Yeah, it sure is. So let's kind of contrast that to what folks think they have with CASB, right? So cloud access security brokers, you know, that was kind of the first, hey, integrate with APIs, maybe do, you know, kind of a proxy. It was really this catch-all. And, you know, pretty much every network security provider has some type of, you know, kind of CASB offering now that they're using to try to control these, you know, the usage of these SaaS services. So what are the limitations in that kind of approach relative to, again, what the real issue is in this remote-centric, you know, kind of SaaS-focused world?
There's kind of two fundamental flaws in the premise of a network-based control for this problem. The first is it's completely antithetical to the SaaS promise. The SaaS promise is do anything, anywhere, on any device, and I'll give you the business context that you need in one, right? You know, Salesforce was created because the sales guys didn't want to have to go back to headquarters to enter in their sales activity. They wanted to do it on the road, on their iPhone, on their iPad. Well, we didn't have iPads back then, but whatever, on their laptop, over their hotspot, et cetera. And so when we kind of look at that first fundamental premise, the idea of routing back through the network is one that's trying to be solved by a lot of companies out there. But the reality is, and I lived this at probably the most network-centric security company in the world at my last job, and I'm not going to name names, but it's easy to figure out.
Yeah.
The number one thing employees did when they couldn't get to a service is turn off their corporate VPN and go on the guest Wi-Fi and go ahead and start doing their job anyways. And so that's fundamental flaw number one, but that kind of keys into that second flaw, which is employees are using these services not because they're trying to, you know, make a headache for security and IT. It's because they're trying to get their job done. And if it's more efficient, if it's easier, if it means another hour at, you know, home with the kids or like another hour to go walk their dog, they're going to do it. And that's going to be a huge disservice to them if they feel like their employer is getting in the way of getting their work done.
Yep.
The last is more of a technical limitation, which is, as a good friend who used to run security at AT&T remarked, you know, the internet monitoring and network monitoring is a melting ice cube. SSL everywhere, projects like Let's Encrypt have driven the traffic that we're seeing in monitoring to a point where we now have upwards of 80, 90% of the traffic on the internet being encrypted. Right. And so really the only resolution you have is DNS, unless you want to do a decrypting proxy, which is another ball of wax and nightmare. And so what you need is a preconceived notion of what domain names are, SaaS services, what they're doing, exactly what they're doing. And, you know, there's 20,000 some odd. Our database has 34,000 different SaaS services we've detected. This is an incredible number. And to think about how you stay ahead of that and actually understand what they are and understand what activity is going on, it's a real big disconnect in terms of the signal you get from that network monitoring approach if you magically got everybody back to work and working on the same network, compared with what you can do with a completely non-intrusive approach.
Yeah. And given the fact that, again, we do have these disconnected, remote, you know, centric environments now, you know, kind of this idea of being able to, you know, really leverage the techniques that the actual user is, you know, focused on, right? So it's the difference between, you know, kind of the known knowns, right, and the unknown unknowns, right? And right now, if you don't have control of the network, there's no real way to start to isolate those unknowns in terms of what they're using, in terms of what they're doing. So, and again, I do think it really requires a different approach.
That's absolutely true. And that's really where we're also trying to embrace the realities of human behavior, which again, if you're trying to get your job done, you're going to do what you can in order to get your job done. And so what we actually found, we did some great research with a professor of psychology from Duke, where we're actually able to see the difference between what happens when you try to block an employee from going to a SaaS service, as opposed to when you proactively engage with that employee as they're trying to get their job done. And the rates that we saw, which is 70% of people would work around being blocked, compared with 80% actually complying with that proactive engagement. And that's the fundamental approach with Nudge. The piece that really comes to mind, what really sort of hit this for me, is when you think about the rate of SaaS usage, we see on average about 3/4 of a SaaS application per employee. So if you have 1,000 employees, that's 750 apps already. Once you get up to 5,000 employees, you're talking about thousands of applications. Now, go to anybody in your security and IT team. They're probably sitting there with, up to their eyeballs in work with 100 applications they're managing. And you say, well, I'm going to 10x that with all the other things that you haven't been managing in your organization. And they're probably just going to quit, right? And so,
or quiet quit, right? Just kind of go through the motions.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just going to have another coffee and not do this work today. And so what we really need to approach is how do we enlist those employees to help start solving that problem? How do we get them to take the small steps needed to actually give more information to the centralized team? Hey, who's the administrator of, the HubSpot instance that just got set up? Hey, can you click this button and integrate that HubSpot instance into our central monitoring program? Or, hey, can you spend 30 minutes with Mike over here and get it onboarded to Okta? Those are little steps that every employee can do. Every employee can take, but we don't know who to talk to. We don't know what apps they're using. We don't know when to make that request. And that's really our focus when we look at that.
Yeah. So let's kind of talk about not, we talk about a little bit of a ripple effect, right? But, kind of SaaS is one piece of it. But then we start talking a little bit about, kind of supply chains and how, a lot of these different services are used to build additional services that end up getting delivered to customers, right? So if you started to see in your customer base, folks really starting to focus on, again, not just that attack surface in terms of their own employees using some of these SaaS services, but these SaaS services being used as part of an offering that then goes out to customers, which would, again, create a totally different type of exposure and candidly, kind of a much more severe environment or situation if they were to get compromised from that standpoint, because then you're talking about customer data and the like. So if you started to, hear folks talking about, that SaaS supply chain concept as well?
Yeah, and this is, again, such a great analogy back to attack surface management, right? When you're worried about the server that you just discovered, you need to worry about, well, is there an old, Log4j library in there? Is it vulnerable to, a dozen of other supply chain attacks with the open source software it's integrated? When you turn that proxy over to the SaaS world, what are you concerned about there? And yeah, perhaps you're worried about the composition of the actual software that you're leveraging, but more importantly, and what we've seen in terms of attack trends is what are the upstream services that are being leveraged in order to provide that? And that could be as simple as they're running on AWS or they're using Mailgun to send out their notifications and emails. Or it could be more complicated, like they use Circle CI in order to actually run their CI process. And so that's an area we've invested a lot of effort in order to not only give people insight into what are the first-party providers that you're leveraging in your organization. Hey, LastPass gets popped. It's not our corporate standard. Who in my organization is using LastPass? Well, these 5 users brought it from home and they love it, right? So I need to talk to those 5 users to deal with that. Now, you've got a more complicated situation. SendGrid gets popped. I don't use SendGrid, but there's 50 providers that are in my list that are leveraging SendGrid. Do I need to be worried about the communication from those providers? Are they part of that? Or Circle CI, right? I don't use Circle CI, but now there's 2 providers in my SaaS supply chain that are leveraging Circle CI upstream. Those are the opportunities and those are the conversations we need to start having because that's the modern attack vector. That's what we're seeing consistently over the last year. And we chalk up Lapsus Group to, script kiddies and, but the reality is they're taking advantage of one fundamental reality of modern organizations. Massive complexity, massive unmapped integrations between all those services, and a whole lot of employees trying to get their job done. Yep. And if I can find a way in and then start to take advantage of that complex ecosystem, they're going to be able to compromise your systems. And that might be through a first party, a second party, or, a supply chain breach.
Yep. And suffice to say, I'm pretty comfortable here, Kirk. We wait for it. All right, here's one of my big research epiphanies. There's going to be more SaaS tomorrow than there is today. And when you think about that as just blatantly obvious as that is, It highlights a lot of the issues that we've been talking about, right? Really understanding what your environment, getting visibility over all of those different SaaS services, understanding, what each of the employees is doing with those SaaS services. We don't even have time to talk about it, but obviously decommissioning, kind of once an employee leaves, especially if it's one of these orphan, types of SaaS services that wasn't necessarily, kind of run through, the corporate machinery, especially smaller companies, have a lot more of that stuff. So just a lot of issues in terms of trying to build a more curated and managed SaaS environment. And our pals at Nudge are, again, helping to, folks understand what's going on, and then, giving you the tools to be able to really start to control that over time in both a manual and an automated fashion. So Russ, if folks are interested in learning more about Nudge, how do they get in touch with you guys?
It's as easy as we could make it. nudgesecurity.com, click 2 buttons and you're in a free trial and you can see how it works for you.
And easy to integrate. So it's just really a matter of integrating in with your Office 365 or Google Workplace and you're in.
That's part of the magic trick. We haven't had a deployment take more than 5 minutes. We'll get you first results within an hour. What's beautiful about that is we'll show you historical analysis as well as ongoing analysis. So a little bit of a standout in cybersecurity products compared with a 3 to 6 month rollout, and then wait until it takes.
That's right. Well, good. Well, listen, Russ, thanks again for being on Techstrong TV. We love to chat with you guys. I think you're doing some really innovative stuff. So nudgesecurity.com. Check it out. And again, SaaS attack surface stuff is going to be an issue you're hearing a lot more about in the near term. So yeah, thanks again, Russ. Really great to see you.
Nice to talk with you, Mike. Thanks a lot.
All right, now we'll send it back to the studio for our next interview. Hi, everybody. This is Mike Rothman, General Manager of Techstrong Research, here with our next panel in the cybersecurity track, software supply chain. It's all about the code. And I am really fired up now because I've got a great panel of folks here to illuminate your idea. As we were talking, you did the trends earlier, obviously during our conference keynote, the thing that kept really coming around as one of our key research focuses. And one of the key things that you have to worry about all year is this idea of software security. How do we make sure it's secure? How do we make sure that our developers understand what they should be doing? How are we going to secure these pipelines that everything runs through? What are we going to do about software bill of materials and a lot of the emerging regulation that's there? What if our applications don't even work from a security standpoint and we have to supplement that with other technologies? We're going to hit all of those topics and more. But first, let me bring my panelists in. So welcome, everybody. I'm really happy for you to be here. Let's kind of just go around the horn a little bit. Introduce yourselves, your company, not I don't want to walk on the beach. I'm not really interested in that, but, really just kind of a little bit about you for a couple of seconds, and then we will jump into our first topic. Tanya, why don't you start off?
Hi, I'm Tanya Janka, and I'm the CEO and founder of We Hack Purple, an online community, podcast, and academy where all we talk about is securing software. So this is the right place for me. Thanks.
And you were picked specifically for that. So Tanya and I know each other for a little while. And when I was putting the panel together, it was like, there's nobody better to really kind of talk about the developer side of the equation. So Tanya's really going to help us out on that front. David, why don't you go next?
Yeah, thanks, Mike. David DeSanto, I'm Chief Product Officer for GitLab. Prior to going into product, I was a full-time security researcher and developer, very passionate about this area. But yeah, at some point, my career decided to go to the dark side and moved into product. But I think it's allowed me to have a unique perspective on what developers are struggling with as a former developer myself.
Yeah, especially on the security side, right? Because, bringing that, kind of hackers ethos into, again, kind of building an environment to, both be the repository as well as kind of ship code all the way through to deployment. I think that's an interesting and unique perspective. Next, esteemed panelist, Mr. John Pescatori, who honestly, I'm not even going to kind of venture to guess how long I've known John, but let's just say it's measured in decades as opposed to years at this point. John, welcome. Introduce yourself, my friend.
Thanks. Welcome, everyone. Yeah, it's been a long time. I'm John Pescatori. Past 10 years, I've had a fancy title at SANS. SANS is the largest InfoSec training company out there, if you're not familiar with us. And I spent almost 14 years before that as the lead security analyst at Gartner and started my career out at NSA in the Secret Service and sort of the government side of all this. And just one real quick anecdote. When I got out of college and went to work in NSA, they had an internal newsletter called Crypto Bytes that's declassified now. And in June of, I'll say the year, 1978, I read about buffer overflows in the MVS operating system and how they were exploitable. So we've been working at this for 50 years. I think we can make some progress now.
Well, we've made some progress, but I think it's safe to say it is Groundhog Day to a certain degree, where we keep dealing with the same things over and over again. And our last panelist, Jeff Williams from Contrast Security, again, kind of been one of the early, kind of folks, a big leader in OWASP when that first got going. So, Jeff, you didn't think I remembered that, did you? So, Jeff, why don't you introduce yourself a little bit too?
Yeah, I'm Jeff Williams. I'm the CTO and co-founder at Contrast Security. We sell an application security platform. It's absolutely Groundhog Day. Actually, we have made some progress, but the problem is that the situation has gotten much more complicated faster than we've made progress. So I actually think we've gotten farther behind since we started OWASP back in 2002. So we got a lot of work to do.
We have a lot of work to do for sure. And we only have a fixed amount of time that we have, with this panel. So let's kind of jump right in. So one of the things we did this year at Predict is we introduced a set of trends in each one of our coverage areas. Security is no different. We have 5 trends in security. The first one being software security. And the whole concept was really this idea of shift right, ? Right? Are we at the point where developers are starting to push back on, the fact that a lot of folks have just dumped all sorts of responsibility on the developers, security being one of those things? Are they starting to push back? But really some other key questions start to come in there too, which is, to what degree should we be training developers in order to, kind of start thinking about secure code? How do we ensure that when we have some issue in the pipeline, David, I know you'll know quite a bit about that. How do we create some urgency to make sure that those defects get fixed as opposed to just, kind of buried in the inevitable scrum and sprint as that gets planned? So we have a lot of issues to really deal with around kind of how do we interface with developers more effectively to, again, push this agenda of secure software. So Tanya, I kind of ask you to take the lead on this discussion, since you're dealing with developers pretty much all day, every day.
Yeah, I think a lot of developers really do care about security, but they also care about speed and accessibility, and if their client is pleased, and if they made their deadline, and we're just one of many important priorities. I saw a talk by John where he said, don't shift left, shift everywhere. And I was like, yes. And then I remember Jeff and I having a conversation and him saying that too, because security folks started saying shift left, which means start security earlier in the system development lifecycle. But it did not mean don't do security the rest of the time. It did not mean we don't need to monitor, it's out in prod, we'll just leave it forever. And I think the message got a bit contorted by perhaps some marketing professionals. But anyway, I digress. I think devs really do care about security. I wish that with every boot camp and every computer science class and every learn Python in 30 days, whatever, that they started with security being a part of each thing. So we're going to teach you to get user input. Cool. Now you can get it. Now let's talk about risk. Maybe that input isn't so friendly. I feel like if we built it in from the beginning, we could get a lot better results, but we're literally graduating millions of different people into IT every single day. And all those universities and colleges are not that interested in security, unfortunately. So I think that's one place where we could definitely improve. What about everyone else? What does everyone else think? Do devs care?
So I believe they do care. I think in my experience, It's about giving developers the tools they need to have to be successful. I like to say, like, developers don't wake up in the morning and say, today I'm going to write a 0-day vulnerability to my app, and then go, yes, at the end of their day, right? Like that's not how they operate. And so if you can make security approachable, then it's less finger pointing where the security team says, hey, you create all the vulnerabilities, developer, like, be better. And it's not the developer saying, like, you gave me this vulnerability a month after I did my work. Like, I don't even remember what I was doing that day, right? So I think it's really, if you give them the tools, they do care about security, because developers want to write the best code, and that best code includes secure code.
Yeah, I think
I
blaming it
like
on
what you said,
developers.
like we have to give.
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead, John.
No, go ahead.
I was just saying, I think we've got to get developers better tools. I don't think we can train our way out of this. I spent many years teaching secure coding classes, thousands of developers. And Tanya, you're right. They do want to do security, right? For sure. They're interested. Security's cool. But it's not really feasible to teach them about all of the 1,000 CWEs that are out there. They're all complicated and tricky. And modern frameworks are really complicated. Like, it's hard to know which pieces of data are input and which aren't, and which things are dangerous. Like, I guarantee in 15 years of teaching developers, I never taught anybody about log4shell, because it was very hard to predict that sending a untrusted piece of data into a log file would cause a remote code execution. So we can't do it that way. We've got to have better tools to allow developers to write code without making it so dangerous for them to do it.
Yeah, I think it's also, we spend a lot of time talking about training the developers, better tools, good stuff. But, think back to when Microsoft finally got security religion, right? Around 2002, when Bill Gates wrote his famous memo. I was spending a lot of time at Gartner sort of tracking them. And it wasn't that they immediately had a secure software development lifecycle, but what they immediately had was the product managers started getting judged. Your product may have shipped, but it didn't go to market if it had these levels of bugs when coming back that required really, really expensive patching and really, really other expensive things for Microsoft to do to test that they would work. The cool thing is seen across the SANS community is, I call it the younger CISOs, but more and more the software architects are coming to the CISO and saying, hey, we got this thing called privacy. It's one of our requirements because we're competing in a marketplace where we got to prove it, or Europe and GDPR and blah, blah, blah. You guys want to join us on this versus the security group having to force their way in. So things like privacy, instead of calling it security, instead of talking about bad guys, talking about meeting people's need to protect grandma's stuff is a way to get the requirements in and get them being built as features versus annoying things the annoying security people want.
Well, let's dig into that a little bit, right? Because I think the highest profile company that has really tried to use security as a major differentiator is, of course, our friends at Apple, right? Kind of that's been one of their hallmarks of, kind of, oh, Google is bad because, the App Store and all that other stuff is total crap. And, you'll just get compromised if you use apps out of that environment, whereas ours is pristine and ours is safe. Right now, I would guess that a lot of folks like their blue bubbles as opposed to a green bubble, so they buy an iPhone. I mean, do you know of folks that have actually decided to buy Apple products because they perceive them to be more secure?
I did.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Last year I did. But then I got an Android phone because I started having, it was just making me so crazy. It wouldn't let me do any of the things I wanted to do because all the people on this call are super users and we abuse our devices. But I definitely switched because of that and then couldn't stand it. But I am not the normal person. And me buying things because I want my personal life to be more secure, I don't know if that's a standard we can across.
No, but think of the giant leap we just made here. We went from talking about, I was talking about Windows, where impossible to have a whitelist. We could never make whitelisting work. Now we're talking about the choice between two app stores, two whitelists.
That's right.
And I ask boards of directors all the time, does it bother you that you can't run every app you want? And they're like, no, why would I want to? That's a huge leap up we've made on this, pretend this is an iPhone, that we've made on these devices that we fought for years we could never get done on the user desktop. People at home are working on are much more secure than they are at work on the PCs they're using at work, AppSec wise.
Hey, John, you brought up Microsoft back in the 2000s, and one of the things that they did that was, I think, really amazing was introduce ASLR and DEP. So they made the platform resilient against developer mistakes. And Apple's done the same thing to a certain extent with things like privacy and permissions and so on. And I think we really need to do that same thing with other kinds of applications like web apps and web APIs. Currently, those environments have, all the developers' code pretty much runs as root with really powerful capabilities. And we can make those things a lot safer by putting it in the platform. It's the only way to scale software security solutions, make things better at scale.
Yeah, that's an interesting point, Jeff, because, and again, a lot of people will sit there and acknowledge the fact that we build a lot less of our applications and we compose and assemble a lot more of our applications nowadays using all sorts of different libraries and components and third-party services that are connecting into our application environment, right? How do we start dealing with, it's not that we're just responsible for our own developers, which is hard enough. All right, what about everybody else's developers, right? Because we're using their components, right? Is it just scanning all the stuff when it comes in, or how do we start to make the environment more resilient, knowing that we're not actually in direct control over a lot of the code that ends up, being shipped as part of our applications?
Yeah, I think there's a couple parts to that. I think the first is really understanding the components you're pulling in. The one thing I always am surprised by, since we're talking about developers, they want a certain package included so they can get this one functionality, and they miss that might have pulled in like 100 other packages. And so giving developers, security teams, operations teams better visibility into what's actually being built as part of deploying their application, that begins to help with that. I think the other component of that is a lot of what you're seeing with software supply chain security and being able to have sign packages that that they're original, they're not one that's been tampered with, as well as being able to sign your own packages. They think about the SALSA framework and being able to say like, no, this is really the thing that I say it is. I think those go a long way to it. I think the other really big component of this is security is not one person's job at the company. A couple of people on the panel mentioned that. I don't think you can stress that enough. You've got developers who feel this onus to write better code. You've got security teams who are up at night worrying about the risk. You've got operations teams who are sometimes stretched really thin, but everyone together, if they're all focused on working together to secure the application, the environment, companies are more successful than if it's a sole person's job.
Yeah, I agree with that. And any other comments as we kind of wrap up our developer points? Yeah, Jeff?
Hey, Mike, I just wanted to mention, so you started by saying, applications are composed more than written, and it's not really true. If you look at a modern application, it's 2/3 custom code and 1/3 software components that you get from somewhere. That's if you look at the code that actually runs. Now, there's a ton of other dead dependencies that get dragged in, but if you focus on the code that actually runs and actually risky, 2/3 is custom code that people have written. And so a lot of the risk comes from there. The second thing is, like generating an SBOM and like just knowing what components you use isn't really going to tell you very much about whether that piece of software, that application or API is anywhere near secure. Because, it's just like looking at a list of parts. You could build something really awesome out of those parts, or you could build like a bomb out of those parts. It's hard to tell just by looking at the list of ingredients, right?
Right. Yeah, and that's right. And actually, that's a great segue into kind of the discussion we really need to have about, kind of the underlying infrastructure for how we process code, right? As it goes from something that comes out of a developer's IDE into the repository, into the testing phase, into, kind of the deployment and the operations piece of it, right? David, you spend a little bit of time, right, dealing with customers as they're, kind of dealing with their code and moving it, through these pipelines. So I'd love to get your perspective on what we can do to make, again, this code more resilient, these applications more resilient by how we handle it through that process of, develop, through build to cloud, right? Code to cloud, I guess, is the term that the marketers have come up with for that. But, it's interesting to me, right? Because One of the things about DevOps, one of the things about pipelines that was so compelling to an old security guy was the ability to actually just build this stuff in, right? And have a lot of these testing frameworks, a lot of the structure in place in order to be, exercising the code with security issues right before it ever hits the deploy on that front. So have you seen that? And what are some of the things that you guys are thinking about in terms of, again, kind of making that environment, not just safe, but also resilient?
Yeah, it's a great question. So I think there's a couple different components to that. I like how Tanya started about talking about the misconception of shifting left. A lot of times people say, I shifted left. What they mean is they took their traditional security tools, connected them to the pipeline, and then someone is supposedly looking at the results. Or to a comment that Jeff made earlier that they want to move faster, and then all of a sudden you see them turning those things off because they take a long time to run because they're not built to work within that environment. And so I think when you really talk about that shifting left, it's got to be about context aware scanning, context aware results. And what I mean by that is, hey, I'm a developer. I wrote 20 lines of code. I pushed that 20 lines of code in. I shouldn't see a stack analysis result of the entire project. I should see it about the code I changed. And then to the second part of that is like, how do you drive that sense of urgency as part of that? And I think that's where I go back to if you realize developers don't wake up in the morning, want to write vulnerabilities in their app, if you can present them the security results in a way they can understand them, and Tanya touched on that a little bit at the beginning about the importance of that, then you begin to see that people are proactively wanting to address the problems as they come up. And then if you start to look at it from that point of view, I like the comment earlier that you made about the shifting right. I think you then take those good practices and you also move them the other direction as well, enable the ops team. Though I will say the one thing that's been really interesting to me to watch in the industry and what we're doing at GitLab is like, what does shift left actually mean? And what does it mean to make the entire CI/CD pipeline secure? And it does actually have to start at the IDE. So Mike, your comment was great, right? So what we've been trying to do is push those security results in real time into the IDE, because you don't have to worry about the code hitting the repository then. Right. And by doing that, you've actually thought about security all the way back to almost like the product manager level. Like, I'm running a requirement. What does that requirement look like? How does that now impact the developer? How does that impact the QA team, the security team, the ops team? And then you begin to see that really a much more secure pipeline. I will say the one comment, Jeff, about the dead packages. I think what's interesting about that is I don't think people are fully aware that they pull in all of these different packages, dependencies. They use 5% of it. And then is that 5% the part that's vulnerable, or is it the 95% I'm not touching? And what does that mean? And I think that's the really the kind of like the icing on the cake. If you can get the security to the developer in the IDE and in that planning state, and you get the visibility at the end, if you can get that information about what is actually vulnerable, and there's a lot of really great dependency products like GitLab that can tell you those things, right? You begin to see what your true risk is, and then you can have a true secure pipeline.
So I'm glad you started talking about context, because I think it's critically important that we provide vulnerability information with full context. And what I see is when you move really far left, you lose a lot of the context of what the application is doing, how it works, what systems it talks to on the back end, which packages are used and which aren't, and so on. And so my concern about moving the analysis into the IDE is that you lose all that context and you end up with lots of false positives and lots of false negatives because you're only looking at a kind of a window into the code. If you do that analysis later in the pipeline, when the app is fully assembled and you can actually see it run, you can provide really rich findings with lots of context. And then I think you can report them back into the IDE so that developers can get that accuracy and that rich context in their findings. But doing the analysis with just in your super far left, just against the source code doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
I think there is static analysis and dynamic analysis. I agree with you on the dynamic analysis. You need more of the context of the app. But if it is a SQL injection and it's not properly escaped, that's not going to be a false positive. That's going to tell the developer, hey, you forgot to escape this line, right? I agree with you that there's a need for context, but I think you have baseline context on a static analysis scan that could identify those things so they don't hit the project first.
Static analysis, false positives on so SQL injection all the time, like 70% false positive rate.
It's not, I don't know. So again, I think a lot of it gets back to, I don't think that either of these are mutually exclusive. Obviously, Jeff has one point of view, given what he's done for the last 20 years. David has another point of view, given what he does, every day and coming and seeing that. And I think that's okay, right? I mean, I think that the answer is, at the end of the day, we have to figure out a way to get the information to the developers with the context and the urgency so that they understand what they need to fix. Right. Because, again, what is a critical one? What is, just something that we can put into the, again, feature list or defect list or what have you? What needs to block a build? Right. So that's kind of the thing. Right. I mean, the point is, Jeff, when you get to a point where the whole thing is fully functioning and running in the environment, is that when I block the build? Is there some way to block it earlier? So that, kind of I'm not spending all this time, with all this code, before that. So again, I don't know that there's a right answer and a wrong answer, but I think there are multiple point of views there. So what I want to do is kind of dig into this whole, when can we break the build, right? Because I work with a lot of companies and I say, hey, what circumstances do you break the build? We don't. Oh, what do you mean? They're like, well, we've got no, and what they're really saying without saying it is, we've got no juice in the organization and the developers pretty much do whatever they want and it's all about shipping code and it's not about security, right? So how do you start to introduce that concept in? And by the way, David and Jeff, you guys are you're software companies, right? You work for software companies. So do you have a different perspective on, when you break the build? Do you always break the build if it's a critical one? Or, again, I just love to kind of have that perspective too, because I think that's part of it as well. Identifying the defect is one part of it. What we're going to do about it on the back end is certainly another part of it. And John and Tanya, if you guys want to jump in, again, be welcome to do that as well.
Yeah, I'll throw out an idea. Oh, go ahead, Tanya.
I feel like if you want to be able to break the build, you need buy-in with the software developers first, and you need to run your tools in alerting mode and screen out as many false positives as possible, teach them how to use the tools so that they're the experts. You're not always interjecting. And then eventually when the results are really good, then start blocking. That's a better way to get buy-in. And also if you can, I realize I talk about education and advocacy a lot because that's my favorite thing, but I worked at a bunch of places where they just didn't take the security of software even remotely seriously. They're like, we filled out the form, we checked the boxes, and now we're done. And I'm like, well, actually. And so I've found that speaking and talking and getting buy-in, and that might be a presentation about a cool new tool you got. It might be about something bad that happened. It might be about how, if we do this way, it could be way faster and you can get out to prod on time. Can we try doing this together? I find that breaking the build should be like way late on your list and instead building up all those other things and trust. I have a friend, and whenever she shows up for the first time for a meeting, she says, I'm from security and I come in peace. And if you're like, when can I start breaking builds? I want to stop those jerks. You're not going to have like the good thing. And instead you're like, come with your hands open and you're like, I'm here in peace. I want to help you build more secure software, right? Like we can go a lot further, but I want to hear John's comment.
Well, I was going to say I'll bet you any amount of money that SolarWinds is breaking builds these days. Right. So it's sort of like that. You don't meet that resistance after the excrement hits the ventilator. Right. Then the next time it's, wait a minute, we're more careful. That's human nature. What I've seen the success pattern, you think about in the early days, the only way we could do security was add it to the network. Nobody would let us get on the host. We couldn't do that at all. And what became the success stories then were where there was integration between the NOC, network operations, and security, and they were using common tools because they're doing almost the same thing. The network guys are trying to measure network performance. The security guys are trying to detect network anomalies. And the same is true on the host. In these new apps, they need to build in performance management, performance monitoring, all the things they need to do to get the app to run, forget security. And the commonality between what security wants to see is like 80% of the needs. It doesn't mean force a security tool on the developers or force a developer tool on the security folks, but it turns out there's a bunch of tools on one side or the other that do both. Good enough for both, and then they're looking at a common view, and then it is faster if you build it right the first time. Jim Ralph at Aetna bet the board $5 million that they would be able to build secure apps at Aetna and shorten time to market, and he won that bet.
And the 5 million, is that why he's retired now, John?
Exactly. That's why he's a venture capitalist.
Hey, real quick, my take is you got to split this into two pieces. There's the backlog problem, and then there's what it looks like after you've eliminated the backlog. So if you go in there and start breaking the build and you've got a big backlog of vulnerabilities, it's going to be hell. But we've got new transparency requirements coming around testing. You're going to have to clean up your act. You're going to have to work off your backlog. And once you do that, then you're in a different situation. Then, the typical application project introduces 2 or 3 vulnerabilities a month. And if you give instant feedback, that number can go down to less than 1 per month pretty quickly. And if you're looking at less than 1 vulnerability a month, breaking the build is no big deal. But if you've got 20 or 50 vulnerabilities on that project that you haven't ever closed and you're breaking the build all the time, that's a real problem. So you got to look at the context and the maturity of the projects that you're working on.
Can I add one thing really briefly? On top of what, Jeff, what you said is awesome. I also feel like how fast you can go to prod is part of this problem. So a friend called me last week and she said, "Want to hear something funny, Tanya? I just approved your merge request from 2021. And as a bug fix that I did, I fixed a vulnerability I fixed a bunch of them and pushed them. She's like, I found like 7 things that you did in 2021 that still aren't pushed. And she's like, I need to look for a new job, Tanya. And so I feel like if it takes over a year to push a vulnerability, like the dev fixed it, but then you just can't get it to prod. That's a big part of the problem too. And so you don't want to be breaking builds if you can't even get patches out in a reasonable amount of time, a year. Anyway.
Which once again is a fantastic segue to the fact that we can't solve all of our problems in the pipeline, right? We can't solve all of our problems by getting the developers to, develop secure code, right? And Jeff, I think when you kind of talked about Log4Shell and then obviously the Log4j issue, that's kind of example number 1. Right. This is stuff or back, again, we're a bunch of more experienced folks, which is my synonym for old. But we remember, kind of Jet database, right? What the hell's a Jet database? Well, you didn't know until all your stuff was, kind of busted in Windows and .NET because Jet database was pretty much everywhere. And it was, a piece of crap software with vulnerabilities everywhere. So, we start to think about, all right, if we can't kind of do everything from developer to deploy, what are some of the things that we can do after, right? And, everybody talked about WAF and, the WAF vendors should send flowers every year to the PCI Council for requiring that, way back when, because that made a whole bunch of people a whole bunch of money. Didn't really impact the security of the environment, but notwithstanding, a lot of people bought a lot of WAFs coming out of that. So there are a whole bunch of different technologies. Now we've got API security things that we got to worry about. You got other different ways. I mean, Jeff, I know you'll talk about RASP and some of the other, kind of options we have that once something has largely been, kind of run through that developer cycle, we still want to kind of supplement it or provide some compensating controls around this environment. So Jeff, I'd love you to start that discussion since, again, based on your background and a lot of the vulnerabilities that you've seen over time, what can we do kind of before and what do we have to do kind of as a preventative defense, maybe on the network, as John had said?
Well, I think you're right on both counts. It's unfair to expect developers to write perfect code. And also WAFs haven't proven to be a very successful defense. I mean, they're really not realistic for modern apps that have, multiple pieces running in multiple different environments. How do you put a firewall around that? And it only works on the HTTP connections, right? Not on the MQ connections and the other serverless connections and all the backend things that are going on. So we need some different solutions there. To help developers, I think IAST is the right thing. It monitors applications from within while they're running. It's like sort of super DAST, but from inside the running application. And you don't have to do any real security testing. You can just find vulnerabilities by doing normal QA activities. So that really changes the math on finding accurate vulnerabilities quickly. But after an application's deployed, I think the first thing everyone should do is deploy runtime protection. This is a technology that hardens modern application stacks. So if you think about your modern stack, it's got all kinds of dangerous stuff in it, like, SQL connections and expression language evaluators and unsafe deserialization engines and so on. And RASP adds protections around those dangerous capabilities to make it difficult for developers to use them incorrectly. So it's an easy way. We did an experiment at a large financial organization on 1,600 of their vulnerabilities. We checked, hey, what does RASP prevent from being exploited? It was 95% of them. So only 86 vulnerabilities were left unprotected after adding RASP. We thought that was really exciting. And so, that's sort of the first thing I recommend folks to do. The second thing, I think for things like library security, I think having a tool that can measure, like an IAST or a runtime SCA tool that can measure how libraries are actually used, what they do and what they connect with, is really powerful. That'll allow you to eliminate all the libraries that aren't actually ever loaded or used at runtime, and you don't have to worry about vulnerabilities in those dead libraries. You can just focus on the libraries that are actually running. So those two things can bring you a long way towards securing your pipelines and environments.
Can I
Dissenting
add to
views?
that?
Tanya, go ahead. Yeah.
No, I don't have a dissenting view. I have an additional more things that we can do, and I might be jumping ahead a bit, but I wish that we could work with the framework makers to make things more secure. So I'm from Canada, as you probably heard me say a boot at some point. And so I used to live in Ottawa, and we had an OWASP chapter, and we would have our monthly meetings always in the big Shopify building. So I got to hang out with the Shopify AppSec team, which was really cool, every month for like years. And so Shopify's built in Ruby, and they have this huge bug bounty program. And so what they would do is they would pay the public to find bugs in any of the Ruby gems. So like a NuGet package, but for Ruby. Anyway, and so they spent like $1 million in bug bounties to repair the gems for everyone across the planet. And like Canadians were weird, and we help them pitch in, and we're very polite, almost offensively so. But like, if we started changing the way we do open source, so like, it's cool if you want to build in this framework, but if you make, $5 million of profit or more, you need to, contribute 5 bug fixes or something, so that then if we all start contributing to these frameworks and to the components from within the frameworks, I think we could do a lot better. And we can't just expect like one Canadian company to fix an entire framework, right? But I think that I don't know if this is a legislation.
Let me share my experience, because I spent 8 years on the Java servlet spec team.
Okay.
And my role was to try to get security improvements into the Java servlet framework. And in those 8 years, I managed to get like 2 things done. I think you got secure flag put on cookies, and I got the ability to prevent new lines from being put into headers. That's it. I had a list of about 40 things that really needed to be done. And it's insanely difficult to do this, even for one framework. And there are hundreds of frameworks. And then we have to kind of cross multiply those with all the different app servers and all the different runtime environments and all the versions of those things. It is an absolutely intractable problem to try to go back to all those places and try to stamp out vulnerabilities that way.
So we don't need them with cookies?
But I just don't see it.
Yeah. Oh, that sucks. Now I'm depressed, Jeff.
8 years.
That's a really long time, and that's quite a lot of dedication.
It feels like when I was trying to get folks to agree on security metrics, probably about 20 years ago, I think I had the same experience, Jeff. I banged my head against the wall 50 times and, then gave up. Anybody else have any kind of ideas about other, kind of alternatives that we have?
Yeah, I think I'd build off of what Tanya was saying. I think that one thing that works well is the bug bounty programs. The other thing that I've seen have a lot more legs to it, like people supporting, is the more you adopt open source, the more you feel responsible for it. And so if you are using an open source project and there's something in there, fix it, contribute it back. Because now you're not just helping solve it for you, you're helping solve it for a bunch of people. And I think that's really a good community feel to it as you do that.
Yeah. So we got a couple of questions here, and I think one is pretty relevant to, this discussion, right? If I have a solution for code analysis, should I include other types of security testing within my application? So I don't know which one of you guys want to say a resounding yes, but one of you guys can say a resounding yes.
Yes.
Yes, more.
Well,
Yes,
I don't
more.
think of it that way,
All your
actually.
suppliers show that they're doing it.
What's that, John?
And require that all your code suppliers show that they're doing it as well.
Yes. So we will get to that momentito.
But Mike, hey, it's not just like the goal is not to run all the different kinds of tools. The goal is to verify that your security defenses are correct and present and effective. And you should use the smartest technique for each one of those defenses. Like, if you want to check for hard-coded passwords, great, scan your repo and look for them with a tool that does that. But if you want to test for injection flaws, you want to use IAST because it's so much better at data flow analysis. And so, you shouldn't do both techniques for one kind of problem because it's wasteful. You'll end up with a bad set of results. Should do the smart thing for each kind of problem.
Yeah,
Anybody disagree
definitely.
with that one?
No, I also think that I try to look at applications from different viewpoints. So like Jeff made IAS, which can do like an interactive, like while it's running, but it can also see the code. I think it's really important that we do something to analyze the written code, that we verify that the third-party components we're using, the way we're using them is safe to do so, / they are safe to use. Because a lot of them, you have something that has tons of bugs in it and it's in your app, but you're not calling that part, so you're still okay. And then something to verify the way that it works, that there's not business logic flaws, that there's not implementations in the code from an interactive perspective. Like when you're using it, is it working properly? And then on top of that, more protections, like numerous other layers of defense, depending upon how sensitive the thing is that you're doing. Because this is a thing that a lot of us don't talk about, is that if you are doing counterterrorism stuff for a government, you have very, very sensitive systems. But a lot of us are building systems that really aren't that sensitive. And like, if it only brings in $1 million of revenue per year, you're not going to spend $500,000 securing that system, unless it's going to save lives, right? So,
or unless it's going to damage your reputation. If it gets
yes,
hacked.
actually.
But
yes, Jeff, that's true
one
too.
of the things that I want to kind of wrap up with, because one, it's a nice way to kind of put a bow around a lot of the varied discussions that we've had here, but it's also kind of really indicative of the challenge that we all face, right? And that's, again, if we don't solve the problem, somebody's going to come in and tell us we have to solve the problem. Right. So, the cybersecurity mandate that came out of the U.S. Feds last year mandated, SBOMs, right? Software bill of materials. We already talked about the fact that that's, just giving you a list. You could build a car, or you could build a bomb with, the literal bomb, right? With those kind of things. So how useful is that? But and again, where are we, Jeff? You mentioned something about software accountability and making sure, that folks have to deal with their vulnerabilities. John, you've been front and center in a lot of these regulatory discussions, through the years. I'd love to get your perspective on what's realistic, what can we actually do in order to make that happen? Or is it just fait accompli that, we're going to get a bunch of regulation that nobody really understands how it works because nobody's figured out a way to solve the problem yet?
Well, if you're realistic about it, we all know the holy grail is making software sellers liable for their product, right? If my Subaru has a fault, I don't fix it. Subaru fixes it, right? We're used to that in the physical world, and unfortunately, the IT industry has escaped that. So we're not going to see that in any of our lifetimes, right? Liability tied to that. Before we get to that, think about when you go out to dinner. You can eat chicken marsala in thousands of restaurants. It's made differently every time. Different cooks, different recipes, different ingredients coming from thousands of different suppliers. And rarely do you drop dead, right? But occasionally somebody gets food poisoning and drops dead. To me, the software industry is very much like the food and restaurant industry. We do have some checks and balances in the food industry. There's FDA. You can't leave mayonnaise out in the sun too long, and your refrigerator has to work, and there can't be rats running around in the kitchen, or your restaurant gets shut down. And so we're going to have to get to the point where some of those things happen. Before any of that happens, though, I think there are some near-term things that the Biden administration has proposed. Let me give you the one major success story I can think of government regulation having a meaningful impact on security. When the browsers first got started, when Netscape was written, the bad guys were skimming passwords at the ISPs on the network. They were stealing all of the logins were in the clear. So Netscape came up with SSL, essentially, right? The base. And they did a crappy job of building it. They did crypto badly. And it got found out quickly, and it had to get updated. And it led to the development of the FIPS 140-1 spec by NIST for how to do crypto right. More importantly, I wish I could, I've tried to go back to find out who did this. In the US government, OMB said any government agency buying crypto, the provider has to demonstrate it was tested for compliance with FIPS 140. That caused Microsoft and Netscape and ultimately Mozilla and the other browser guy and everybody who was building SSL in to have to do that to sell to the biggest pocketbook in the land, in the world, the US government, essentially.
That's right.
And that drove an increase in things. So now we do see in the executive order 1408 or whatever, 028, whatever it is, finally them saying the same thing. We're going to use the government's buying power to drive. And a great example of where it's working is FedRAMP, the cloud services that the government buys that are more secure, that the Googles and Apples and Amazon AWSs and all are doing things extra that then get baked into their normal commercial offerings. To me, that's the biggest thing, is how do we address the pocketbooks of the people selling software to make it more expensive for them to fail or more lucrative to them to sell a more secure product. And we're just starting to see finally some movement in that direction.
Yeah, that's right. And I think that's a great way to wrap things up, John. So thank you for that. I want to thank everybody on the panel, Jeff Williams, David DeSanto, Tanya Janka, of course, John Pescatori. There's so much and so many different layers to software security that we've got to continue to peel back. Obviously, Techstrong Research, it's a major part of our coverage, given where we sit in between DevOps and cloud native and security. So that's going to be something we're going to be doing, throughout the year. But again, I want to thank everybody for their time today, and we will see you later on.
Is Techstrong TV.
Hey guys, thanks for the throw. We're here with Asaf Kohan, who is president for Centra, and we're talking about a round of investment they picked up for addressing data security issues. Asaf, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Mike. Pleasure to be here with you.
I don't think everybody knows who you guys are. So what exactly is the issue that you are addressing, and what do we need to do to fix the current state of data security?
Okay, so Centra was founded about 18 months ago, and it focuses on securing sensitive and critical data in the cloud environment. The reality is that most organizations are obsessed with prevention, but once an attacker breaches or enters an environment, it's like being in a candy store. Sensitive data is all over. It's not secured, it's not protected, and in many cases, a substantial amount of organizations don't really know where their sensitive data is. So Centra basically fixes this problem. It classifies, discovers, and assesses the risk to the data, and after that, enables organizations to apply the correct security controls and policies very specifically and accurately on the sensitive data itself, rather than protecting all the rest.
There's a lot of folks who would say we should just encrypt everything in the cloud. You hear Amazon talking about that all the time. Is that feasible for organizations, or do we need to kind of have a different approach for different data based on its sensitivity?
So the primary feature or the idea behind the cloud is to unlock the potential of data and really to transform data into actionable insights and knowledge. The reality that it's extremely complicated to encrypt data in all cloud environments, because then you can't process it, then you can't manipulate it, then you can't get the insights because you have to decrypt it in order to do it. So it sounds good, but in reality, most organizations have cloud, multi-cloud, data lakes, endpoints, and services coming from third parties' application. If you would encrypt everything, it would be ideal, but you wouldn't be able to process and understand the data.
Who's in charge of classification of data these days? Because I feel like sometimes, the IT people tend to treat all data relatively equally. The security people wouldn't know what data is sensitive, and the business people might, but they're too busy or they don't often classify it. So how do I kind of navigate this issue when I got 3 stakeholders who are not fully in charge of anything?
Mike, this is spot on, and you touch one of the most complicated questions in organization nowadays: who's in charge of the data? And it happens to be that there are many stakeholders in charge of the data. So as you said, it's the people who monetize data, who create revenue, the engineers who build applications and services, the compliance and the privacy guys who maintain privacy and regulation, and the security teams who have to protect it. So in reality, in some organizations, it's located under the CDO, the Chief Digital Officer or the Data Officer. But in many organizations, there's not yet a CDO. And in reality, there are multiple stakeholders who have to align together and find a way to collaborate in order to make out the most of the data, to make the data profitable, secure, and align with regulation, of course, to develop great product. So it's a complicated task.
There's a lot of folks who say they secure data. What would differentiate you guys from the other players in the marketplace? How did you kind of uniquely go about solving this particular issue?
So I would define it on 2 levels. First of all, we are totally 100% cloud native. Our technology wasn't born on the on-premise environment. It was born in the cloud. It takes the resources of the cloud to the full extent. So it will be the compute, the storage, the services, and obviously the automation with the cloud enables. The second layer, which is more strategical, Centra looks at the entirety of the cloud environment. So we look at the infrastructure layer, we look at the platform layer, and we look at the SaaS layer. So basically, our vision is to be able to protect, identify, and secure data wherever it is. We're agnostic to what a vendor is holding the data. It might be in Snowflake, or in GCP, or in Azure, or in AWS, or in MongoDB, or in 365, or any other Salesforce SaaS application. Centra will discover your sensitive data and assess the risk and help you to secure the most valuable data. And this is really the unique feature about Centra. No companies or vendors are so obsessed and focused on cloud. Most of them come from the on-prem environment. Their technology is bulky, and it's very hard to migrate these kinds of technologies from these environments to the cloud environment and maintain effectiveness. And they're also very costly. Centra has a very, very unique model of doing it in a very reasonable and low cost price for the customer.
We take sometimes the models we used in the past and apply them to new platforms such as the cloud, and I think this is no different. Do you think that maybe we're a little obsessed with thinking about the cloud as something that has a perimeter that needs to be protected, and we're not focused enough on just securing the data? And if we did that, we might not have to spend as much on the perimeter.
Yeah. So again, Mike, excellent point you're bringing up here. In the cloud, there's no perimeter. There's no it's very hard to define the network. It's very hard to define the limits. And historically, the idea of having a perimeter really belonged to the on-prem environment where you had a physical kind of data center. This is why we are so obsessed and focused on the data. In this meaning, the data is the new perimeter because the data is moving, the data is being duplicated, it's moving to the edge of the cloud. And in this approach, basically, we're saying, listen, you're going to explode your environment with data which is growing exponentially. You have to be able, and the cloud enables you, cloud technology enables you to assess, identify, and locate the movements of data and access to the data in the cloud environment.
Not all data has equal value. Do you think the bad guys are getting better at identifying the data that's the most valuable and they're cherry picking what they need versus just taking everything and hoping for the best?
Yeah, so just in terms of background, before I founded Centra, I was commander director of Unit 8200, the Israeli Defense Forces. This is one of the leading cyber agencies in the world. We saw the world from this unique angle, and we saw the bad actors working in action. And in reality, they managed to penetrate 100% of the organizations. If an organization thinks it won't be penetrated or breached, it's living in the wrong world. So once they're in, basically, they will look at the more lucrative assets and make their way to there, and then they'll exploit it and take it out. And in this sense, yeah, not all data is being born equal.
Mm-hmm. So how do we go about figuring out what data has more value than the other sets of data and needs more rigorous policies? Because we have this massive amount of data that's up in the cloud, and I think people get overwhelmed or they may not have the expertise. So is there some way, I know you talked about the classification, but how does that work where you get in there and help me figure out what data is actually more likely to be stolen than something else?
Okay, so the way Centra approaches it is, first of all, by defining what's sensitive and critical data. This is key. In this sense, we define it as data which has the most business impact in case it's breached. So for every organization, it might be slightly different. In general terms, two families of data. One would be customer data for organizations who are facing customers. So it's basically all the personal data of the customers, the financial and the credit cards, your identity. These are valuable assets for customers, and they want to keep it. The other family of sensitive data would be proprietary intellectual property. These kinds of assets tend to be in the form of patents, financial reports, source code, developer secrets, lost encryption keys in the cloud. All these components where if they're breached, the company suffers greatly, both from continuity effect and reputation and so on. The first family of customer data is more regulated, and there's a way to define it in a very clear way. Most of it is structured. The PII and the PCI are structured. The latter family of data is more unique and proprietary, and Centra covers both families. In terms of how we do it, we have very strong classifiers which are deployed in the customer's environment. So none of the data goes out, and it's maintained in the customer's environment, and basically the customer can see it. Centra cannot see it. Centra just gets metadata of all the places sensitive data resides.
Right. So as we head into 2023, do you think we're going to see a lot more regulations that are aimed specifically at how we handle data, and not just here in the US, but around the world?
That's a very clear trajectory. There's no compliance without security. There's no privacy without security. Security is the bottom layer. And we'll also see much of third-party regulation coming in, because the third-party vendors are hooking into the cloud environments and the SaaS ecosystem. We saw it in the past. They become targets for supply chain attacks, and organizations are penetrated through them. And these areas are not regulated today. I think one of the trajectories will be also regulation coming in and defining how should third-party platforms should protect themselves, and it will be in standards and in policies, and it will be kind of an international standard. I assume it will begin from or the US or Europe. These are the two leading areas where these kinds of things develop from.
All right, so you guys just picked up a round of financing. What is it exactly you guys are going to do with that?
So, as I said, Centra was founded 18 months ago with our seed round. We had a substantial seed round of about $23 million led by Bessemer Ventures and Zev Ventures. And 18 months later, we have closed the second round, the A round, which brings us to total funding of $53 million in just 18 months. In this sense, this is an up round. It's in a very challenging market. And this capital is going to help us grow and expand in the US market, mainly building our go-to-market capabilities, beefing them up, and bringing more value to the customers we already have in terms of features and coverage for the cloud environment.
Great. All right, folks, you heard it here. The perimeter is the data now. That's where it all begins, and you got to work your way out from there. Asaf, thanks for being on the show.
Thank you very much, Mike. Have a good day.
All right, and back to you guys in the studio.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hey guys, thanks for the throw. We're here with Uptal Bhatt, who is Chief Marketing Officer for Tigera, and we're talking about runtime security in the age of Kubernetes and what's going on in that whole space. Uptal, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much, Mike. Thanks for the opportunity.
What makes securing Kubernetes different? We've been securing runtimes forever and a day, but there seems to be a lot of nuances and a lot of focus on platforms that are designed for Kubernetes. And so what drives that conversation?
Yeah, an excellent question. Yeah, Kubernetes is fundamentally different in a few different ways, right? One is compared to your traditional infrastructure, the Kubernetes infrastructure is fairly ephemeral, and sometimes you have pods that are they exist only for 5 minutes and then they disappear, and sometimes they are there for a longer duration. Also, you're giving Kubernetes a collection of these machines or nodes that Kubernetes can decide depending on whichever node is free and wherever there's the right amount of capacity to spawn a pod there, and that could be in a fairly distributed environment. So you really don't know where you're going to find your pod to be running, and so that makes it number one, it's ephemeral, it's very distributed, and it's continuously changing. Now, the other thing with what happens within Kubernetes, and especially what makes it very hard to do any kind of to apply any perimeter-based security, is that inside the Kubernetes cluster, the IP addresses are not fixed, and so these pods they'll have ever-changing IP addresses. So traditionally, when you had tools like your firewalls that rely on a fixed network address to protect or allow or deny traffic, those types of technologies just won't work in a Kubernetes environment. So the scalable, the distributed, the ephemeral, the fact that you have an ever-changing set of IPs inside the cluster, all these make Kubernetes a very different type of environment than what traditional tools were built to protect. And hence, you really need tools that are more Kubernetes native, that they understand the inner workings of this environment, and they're part of that fabric so that they can detect both the threats that are coming in from the network as well as from your containers, and protect the environment against those threats.
And you guys have been driving a level of convergence around Project Calico, and it seems like security and networking are coming together in a way that maybe was not possible on other platforms before this. So what is your sense of what is the relationship between security and networking as we go forward, and does that change in these cloud native environments?
Yeah. So one of the things that we have through our experience in work in helping really leading edge organizations who've embraced the Kubernetes environment, we have kind of come to the conclusion that securing Kubernetes requires a holistic approach. And what that holistic approach means that you have to take into consideration a few different things in order to secure your environment. Number one, because Kubernetes has a very large attack surface, and what I mean by that is that each Kubernetes, each containerized application is made up of these small little services or workloads that are communicating with each other. They're communicating with the internet. They're communicating with the data center or external services that you have to, first of all, reduce the attack surface. And that's where you can bring the principles of like zero trust networking in a Kubernetes environment. That now the same principles that a traditional networking environment would use to limit the number of ways your application can access other resources outside your trusted zone, or other external parties can access your application. The same principles need to be applied at a very granular level to Kubernetes, where each pod or each workload needs to have the right level of access controls configured, where you need to have the right level of segmentation or microsegmentation built in just out of the gate, right? So that's kind of taking those principles of zero trust and applying that to Kubernetes. The net result of that is that when the application has been deployed, there are just fewer ways that your attackers can get into your environment because you've locked all those access points. So that's number one. And that is something that the foundation of Project Calico provides our platform, right? Project Calico was all about, it's a Kubernetes native container networking and security environment, and it enforces policies at the pod level, at the namespace level, and these policies are granular, and then they can determine who can and who cannot access your given workload or service. So that's number one, and that's given to us by the foundation of Project Calico. What we've done on top of that is that we said, all right, so now we have reduced the attack surface of your application, but we have to assume that attackers will find a way around that to still get inside your application. So the question is, if they do, how are they going to do it? And can we detect those types of attacks and stop them? And so we kind of, as we look at it, we see four different types of vectors. One is that you can have your attackers come into you from the network. So your cluster is communicating outside. It could be communicating with a malicious server, or there could be traffic from the outside coming in. So that's number one, network-based attacks. Number two is that as you are building your application, your image may have a vulnerability, or your image may have been compromised. And when you're creating a container, the container may have a malware already loaded on it. And so you can have attacks that originate from the container. So you have to protect or detect both types of attacks. So that's number one. Number two is that you have attacks that are known, where you already know the signature of the attacks because Alien Vault or MISP databases. They've already kind of captured the history of these attacks and identified their signatures, and so you can leverage that. Or there are attacks that are kind of zero-day attacks, which are entirely new and you don't know about them. So we provide detection capabilities for all those scenarios. So number one, when it comes to network-based attacks, we have a workload-centric firewall, for example. The workload-centric firewall, what it does is it automatically detects any type of OWASP 10 attacks, cross-site scripting, SQL injection, things like that, and it blocks them. Number two, what we do is we have an intrusion detection and prevention system. We integrate with threat intelligence feeds like Alien Vault, or if you're using your own custom threat intelligence provider like a CrowdStrike, you can bring that in. And what we do is we look at what are the IP addresses that are malicious, and we block traffic from to and from any of those IP addresses. So that's number two. Number three, what we do is we keep a database of process file hashes, and these file hashes are essentially malware signatures. So we take that data from the database, and if a container tries to create run a new executable with that and creates that file hash, we can automatically detect it and stop the execution of that and alert your security teams. So that's kind of everything that is what we say are known and signature-based detection techniques. Now, on top of that, what we see is that there are a lot of attacks that have not yet been discovered. And what about them? So we have fairly advanced capabilities that rely on eBPF-based programs and probes that will monitor both the container activity. So we will look at syscalls, we will look at file access, and we will what we'll do is we'll monitor this container activity and look for signs of compromise, right, or signatures of attacks. Sorry. And for example, if a pod is trying to access a file that it's not supposed to, or it makes a syscall that it's not supposed to, that's automatically flagged as, hey, there's something going on that needs to be looked at. And so we have these eBPF probes that monitor all this activity, and on top of that, we write these out-of-the-box detectors. So we have detectors that cover pretty much all types of techniques or tactics described in the MITRE framework, both for containers and for network. And these detectors will take that data that we have collected, apply the detection logic, and then if there's a match, then we'll say, right, it looks like you may have an attack underway in this area of your application. And as soon as we get that, we will alert your security team. So that's kind of the second part. Just to recap, the first was reducing the attack surface with principles of zero trust. Second part was very sophisticated detection that's it's comprehensive because it looks at network, it looks at container, it looks at both signature-based attacks and behavioral attacks. And the best part about our detection is that it's plug and play. So unlike a lot of open source detection engines or other platforms where you have to write these rules, you have to kind of write these complex rules that account for each and every type of possibility from a detection standpoint. All the detectors that we provide come out of the box, and they are just always enabled. That means that your security team doesn't have to spend a lot of time configuring and testing to make sure that their environment's protected. So that's number two. The third thing that we provide, and again, that's the benefit of Calico open source, is the ability to mitigate the risk of exposure. So imagine despite reducing the attack surface and you still get attacked, and now you have your detection logic has identified that an attack is underway and there's certain pod that has been attacked is trying to exfiltrate data by communicating with an external server. What we can do is we can automatically recommend policies that will limit the communication from that particular pod or namespace with that external server, and we can block that. We can quarantine that particular pod, and we can use forensics to identify, where who it was communicating with and what kind of data, and then we can use that to further harden our security configuration. So with the three things, reducing the attack surface, a very comprehensive plug-and-play detection, and then rich, contextual mitigation tactics, that just gives you a comprehensive platform. We think that it's something that most DevOps security teams will greatly benefit from. We continuously see that these teams are always strapped for time and resources, and they need something that's much easier to work with and much more comprehensive.
Is it your sense that security in the realm of Kubernetes is still an afterthought, because Kubernetes is a very complex platform and it's kind of hard to secure, and it kind of feels like, as you look at it, the platform was built and the security controls weren't necessarily fully baked when it first came out, and now it's in production environments and people are coming to terms with all this stuff.
Yeah, I would say it's definitely getting the attention of security teams across the board for two reasons. Number one, that it's becoming much more mainstream. It's no longer the early adopters and visionaries. We're seeing early majority jumping in and deploying large Kubernetes clusters. If you see the growth of even managed Kubernetes environments or platforms like Red Hat OpenShift, you can see that organizations of all sizes are adopting Kubernetes. And earlier it was just a lift and shift. You took your existing application, put it in the cloud. Now a lot of those applications are getting re-architected using a microservices-based architecture, which then introduces all the challenges we talked about earlier in the segment, large attack surface and ephemeral environment, highly distributed environment. And so security teams are now almost mandating that the Kubernetes environments have the same kind of security posture and compliance that they would expect from the traditional applications. We see more and more security teams demonstrate fairly nuanced understanding of the Kubernetes environments. We're super excited about that. And security teams are forcing the agenda and kind of asking their DevOps and platform teams to make sure that the Kubernetes environments are secure.
It also seems to me that we are obsessed with shifting everything left these days, and DevSecOps is on top of mind, but do we forget about the runtime and all of that? Because the assumption is that somehow or other, if we all just make the applications more secure, that their runtime will just magically work. And so I wonder if we kind of have lost sight of some of the more important attributes of the security paradigm.
Yeah. And, I think that's, I'm glad you say that. See, I think when you say the most important attribute, I feel like what's been lost is this is appreciation for defense in depth. And I think with the shift left, when the pendulum started swinging shift left, a lot of people thought that was the silver bullet, and as long as we eliminated any type of vulnerability early on in the development cycle, caught everything earlier, then everything downstream would be secure. So that's why we just focused all our efforts on that shift left with code scanning and image scanning and so on. and really forgot about configuration and runtime security. Now, what we have seen through numerous attacks, whether it was Styloscape, the TNT, the Log4j, we've seen so many instances where that have proven that shift left alone is not enough to capture everything. You will have vulnerabilities like Log4j that get detected once your application is in production. And so, we at Tigera, we definitely, our holistic approach is really based on this defense in depth strategy that there is no, it's like the analogy is like securing, securing your house. You're going to put 4 on the front. Are you going to put a lock on the door inside the house as well? And so make sure if somebody breaks into the front door, they have the door and next door and next door, which is essentially a defense in depth strategy. So we certainly advocate shift left and say you should have your scanning capabilities, but then you also have the right level of workload access controls that obey principles of zero trust, so that you are, your environment is secure. So if somebody tries to break in, especially the known factors, you're stopping that for them from getting in. And then runtime security is very important because you have to assume, hey, you have been attacked and you don't know about it. Or no, there are only scenarios, right? Either you've been attacked and you know about it, or you've been attacked and you don't know about it, right? There's no such thing as when I get attacked, right? You are going to get attacked. And so in that situation, your runtime security has to be on point to capture that. More importantly, the mitigation has to be there, right? Your security and your DevOps need those mitigation controls, because to fix something, once you detect something, sometimes the detection alone can take a long time. And then after you detect something, like once the Log4j vulnerability was detected, some organizations took upwards of 2 months to fix it. In the meantime, your application is open, right? So mitigation controls are extremely important because they lock down your application right away and make sure that that breach doesn't turn into a disaster, right? Because you now quarantined the infected application in a part of your application. You've given your developers a little bit more runway to fix it, but in the meantime, you're not exposed. So in summary, yeah, shift left alone is not the right strategy. There is no substitute. As any good security personnel will say, there's no substitute for defense in depth, which means shift left. You have to do also the configuration security and your runtime security.
All right, folks, you heard it here. You got to shift everywhere, left, right, and back and forward, I think. Good, pal. Thanks for being on the show.
Thank you very much, Mike.
All right, back to you guys in the studio.
Discover the cutting-edge insights of our new show, AI Times, a series that explores the limitless potential of artificial intelligence. Sponsored by the AI Infrastructure Alliance, the AI Times is at the forefront of the AI revolution, tackling the crucial questions of how we can leverage AI for the betterment of humanity. Stay ahead of the curve as this show delves into all things surrounding AI, including trends, pressing concerns, and the positive impact AI is making around the globe. AI Times.
Hi again, everyone. I hope you all enjoyed today's episode of Techstrong TV. We had some fantastic interviews with some of the best and brightest to give you the latest in the tech industry. And alongside the airing of The Haunted Hacker and our extensive conference sessions, we had plenty of great content today. We'll be back again on Thursday, so we hope to see you then. But in the meantime, thank you so much for watching, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. As always, stay strong. Techstrong.